Okay. So, new patch, new day, same old mic test. Let us see if everything was working as it should. New day, same old mic test. It works. Come on, YouTube. You can do this. New patch, new day. All right, so that's working. Now we need to get coffee makers going crazy in the background. All right, we're not streaming entertainment YouTube. We're streaming in Star Citizen. I don't know if these keywords actually help. All right. All right, so we got that stuff. Now let's adjust the camera. Our showers. There's a name I haven't seen in a long time. I remember that name from back in the day when we used to play with Kit Nova and Star Marine. You know, back when Star Marine was fun and people played it. Remember those days, everybody? Virgo does. I think we still have a few videos on Twitch where we're doing like matches with Angels of the Warp. All right. Let's get some of this stuff. Let's see here. Need that, this, and that. Okay, so we have patch notes for 4.7. We have propaganda videos, a lot of propaganda videos from CIG for Star Citizen. Let's see here, Star Citizen. We got a patch video. We got several videos on the Aurora Mark II, which we could watch like right now. For those who don't know, new ship.
It began with an idea. More than curiosity, more than a yearning.
This one takes like an entire minute to actually just show you
instinct
the
as
Aurora.
a species to look up in search of a brighter future. That created Zeus and first carried us into space. There were no maps for where we were headed, and there are still none today.
Did they get what's her name
Our
from like that
path is
James
lit,
Bond with
not by certainty, but by boundless
that one really old actress? I can't remember her name.
Our desire to
She played
learn
M in one of the
all we
James
can
Bond movies.
in this universe we call home, and to carry that knowledge forward, so that each discovery we make inspires the next.
Oh look, the Bangalore atmosphere.
And so,
Just kind
as
of
we
floating
move
there.
onward through great unknowns, ever connected to those wondrous first steps that began our voyage so many years ago. Each evolution carries us forth on our infinite adventure to tomorrow. And now, I believe the future is just about ready. Let's take a look, shall we?
There it is, everybody. The Mark II. And it does the Scorpius thing. Everyone can now lose their fucking minds.
From the Zeus to the Aurora and beyond.
They did the thing, everybody.
Roberts Space Industries, delivering the stars since 2075.
Ooh, release date for Squadron 42. There you go. They did the thing. All right, so, and of course we got behind the ships here.
So the RSI Aurora is the quintessential start to Star Citizenship.
Martin.
For people that have been with the project a long time, it was one of the first ships that they saw.
So it gave you that first.
Wait. How did they not decide to redo this without this person being at 45% health? All right, this is the best take they had.
Experience of boarding your own ship, exploring the interior, although limited, and then finally climbing into the pilot seat and then taking off for your first mission or exploration. Whilst the game has evolved over the last decade and we have learned a lot more about building spaceships in that time, we felt that now was the right time to go revisit the Aurora series.
Doing a follow-up of the original Aurora is actually quite the task because you have to make sure that it's as beloved as the original.
What the hell does that even mean?
Mark II combines the classic DNA of the original Mark I Aurora and then brings it up to modern day standards, both in terms of visuals and gameplay loop.
RSI tend to want to kind of push the boundaries a little bit. They want to look back and see what they've done in the past and what was successful, but they're not scared to really embrace new ideas.
I don't know how I feel about the wings.
Keep the overall proportions and styling of the base Aurora with the Mark II, but we just tried to sharpen it up.
It has a really angular style.
Oh, is that Josh
really
Jones?
Sleek. Everything flows.
Is he still working there?
Sort of layered, armored look.
No, it's Chris Smith.
The circular door is still there to enter the ship, but it's hidden by the newer layered RSI door designs.
We've still got those really iconic 4 wings down the sides that give the ship its length.
There's also some doors that open up and show the VTOLs underneath, which are these fans that help support the ship while it's changing trajectories.
There's even a cool new feature where you can vault onto the top of the ship over the front canopy.
Ooh, okay, that's
my favorite part
legit
of that
good.
Entire ship is actually the back section. Has tons of
being able to climb on top of your ships is always a good feature, especially if you're trying to like service components that are like on top of the ship, like the old Aurora when it got its update. Does it have components on top? I can't remember, but there's a few ships out there that you need to be able to vault on top to actually get. I think the Talon has stuff on top of it. The Gladius, I think, has some stuff on top as well. There's a few ships where if you're inside your hangar, you can't really, like, you need to have like a little staircase you could like push around on some wheels.
detail that all lines up towards the center of the ship.
Something we were keen to follow up with is some of the RSI ships have transforming states, such as the Scorpius.
We were playing with the idea of like, do we open the wings, do we not open the wings? And as soon as we kind of started playing with the idea and seeing how it looked, it just felt natural.
The base Aurora Mark II comes with 4 size 2 weapon hardpoints, as well as 4 size 2 missile hardpoints, each defaulting to 2 size 1 missiles.
The guns are actually attached to what the wings are attached to.
Yeah.
So when the wings pop off, the guns are still attached to the ship.
So if you lose your wings, you're not totally out of the fight.
No, so if you lose your wings, you'll lose your missiles, and you'll lose VTOL if you lose the bottom wings.
Okay.
When we were doing the original design for the Mark II Aurora,
Nothing too crazy
one thing
there.
that came up was, do we want to do variants or do modules?
In terms of production, a variant of a ship is actually a lot of work on our part. You have to redo modeling, you have to almost rethink the whole entire ship.
Do you? Do you have to rethink the entire
now,
ship?
instead of being a variant, comes with 2 different modules.
And the advantage of modules is you buy one Aurora Mark II, and forever in the future, when upgrades happen to the ship, you can grab that module and then add it to your own ship.
Awesome.
The
Actual
TS module,
modularity.
or what we internally refer to as the cargo module, provides an additional 6 SEU cargo on a drop lift, which takes the whole cargo capacity of the Aurora Mark II with it equipped to 8 SEU, which is pretty competitive in a starter ship.
Yeah.
And one of the big changes
That's
with the
actually
TS
like-
cargo module and the
That's competitive with the Titan, I want to say. Titan has like 6, I believe. 6 SU, 8 SU.
base Aurora is the cargo is held internally rather than underslung underneath, so it's more protected.
So it's great for somebody who's just getting started, who wants to do hauling missions before upgrading to something bigger,
Titan
like a
has 8,
Zeus.
okay, yeah. But it's 8 in like one layer. Like you can't have like an 8 SU box in there. You have to put like 2 4s or like 8 singles or 4 2s.
Or you can either go with a defense module, which adds 8 S2 missiles and also 1 S1 shield generator in the back of it.
So if you add...
Is that like the first time we've seen a module add more components? I'm pretty sure it is. It adds an extra size 2 shield, size 1 shield generator.
8 S2 missiles, you're much more lethal. And if you add another S1 shield, you're adding 50% more shield to your ship.
Yeah, but it's
So
a size
the
1
player
shield
can
generator,
decide
so...
whichever one suits their playstyle the most.
In the future, we can definitely foresee other modules coming
Size 1
along,
shields
and
aren't
anybody
really
who has
anything
the
to
Aurora Mark
talk
II
about
now
when it comes to hit
will be
points.
able to use those modules later on.
One of the kind of limiting factors of the Mark I was its overall size. With the Mark II, we built it more from the inside out, so we knew all the features that we wanted it to deliver.
You get in from the airlock door. On your left, you have the nice pilot seat.
Okay, so they changed
We
out
have
the
a nice-
they changed the pilot seat to be the rotating seat, like in just about every other RSI craft. Instead of having that animation where you have to scooch by the seat, like get around the seat that way, they actually have like a rotating seat. That's more modern.
View from there. We have a lot of glass, so we can really see space from pretty much everywhere when you turn around.
Cool.
You have
That's fine.
2 shelves for mission boxes, so you can take the ship to do missions.
Oh, come on,
You
give us
have
pizza.
Engineering screen with components below that. If you continue on the right, you have a suit locker
Bed,
and a
suit
weapon
locker,
rack.
weapon racks, nothing too
And
crazy.
at the end of the ship, you have the bed with a lot of space compared to the first Aurora. When you lie down, you have a big screen on top of your head.
It's very enclosed, but it all has a very functional style to it. Everything like sort of feels like it should be where it is. The paints are awesome. We have a lot of cool options.
We have a solid black one. We have a bronze and green one. There's one tint that's iridescent that's inspired by an Aurora Borealis. I think that one came out really well.
2 chefs. Hey, Mr. Sally or Mr.
One of my favorite tints
Mr.
was
Silly,
inspired by
sorry.
an old video game that I grew up with that I loved. And I think
spoke too
when the
quickly.
players find it, they'll be doing some barrel rolls.
Ah, because it looks like
Alongside the Mark II
the
Aurora, we also want to celebrate
what is
the
that?
Mark I Aurora.
What's that fighter from Star Fox? I can't remember. The S-foil or something? No, I have to Google it. It's been a long time since I played Star Fox. The R-wing? Yeah, the R-wing. I think that's what, like, everybody's gonna do barrel rolls in it. That was like a reference to the R-wing from Star Fox.
And for that reason, we decided to introduce a 6th special edition variant called the Aurora Mark I SE.
So the Mark I Special Edition is really our sending off of the Mark I. It's taking all of the best elements from the different Mark I models that we do and combining them into one.
So it takes the improved cargo of the CL, the base level of the MR, the weapon loadout and the intakes of the LN, and then the luxurious take of the LX seat.
We also wanted to give it a
Is
really
that-
nice, unique paint.
Is that Alex Mercer from Critical Role?
And we wanted to give it
Or is
a
it-
nice update to the interior in terms of its materials and its colours. So it kind of feels like a high-end sports model of some of the cars you see out and about.
So is the Mark II replacing the Mark I?
No, it's not replacing it. So you still get to keep all your Mark I Auroras. RSI just aren't manufactured anymore. Just like the Mark I Hornets, they're here to stay in-game. They're still going to be supported. They're still going to have bug fixes. They're going to have any features that they don't support yet updated in
Yep,
time
Darkest
to
by
support
Farty
that.
on premium
They're
leather.
here to stay, but we hope they will turn into this classic car status within the universe.
I'm very happy with the ship. The team did a great job.
It is clearly an Aurora, but brought up to just kind of modern RSI visuals.
I have a big background in creating the first levels of games. For me as a designer, I thought a lot about the new player coming on and having the ship be as welcoming as possible.
It's a great starter package. It's everything you could want to start the game with.
I think I looked at it
Even if
yesterday
you have
and it was
other
like
ships, it's there
$45
as a
bucks.
sort
And
of
I'm like, hey,
useful
that's reasonable.
Modular utility ship that you can just have as your second ship, perhaps, when your main ship is.
Am I going to get one?
claimed
No.
Or damaged,
It's like,
and you
I'm
just want to get back out.
probably not going to fly this thing. It's fine. You can probably melt down like your Aurora and get this thing if you want to. So you have the Aurora Mark I celebration. We also have the patch notes for so the Aurora Mark I, nice little send off. Celebrate the legacy RSI is the genesis of adventure. The Aurora Mark I has served as the heart of the mission since its creation. The Aurora series has been a beacon of space exploration, giving countless pilots the means to travel the universe, ceaselessly discovering beyond their own starfield horizon. Now, after accomplishing so much for so many, the Mark I's journey is ending as the torch is passed on to light to the next chapter. Special edition, best of all. The Master Starter Ship ends its availability in style with the release of the Aurora Mark I Special Edition with the versatility of the MR, cargo capacity of the CL, the firepower of the LN, the luxury of the LX. The Special Edition encapsulates everything that has made the Aurora series a long-beloved staple of spaceflight. So it just kind of crams all the special features. Do we get collector's plates for our Mark I's? Honestly, that wouldn't be a terrible idea, Mr. Silly. Having like a kind of special like collector's license plate or serial number for your Auroras for a certain, for like, I don't know, for the first 1,000 people that buy the Aurora, what is this, the SE, the Aurora Special Edition, for the first 1,000 people that buy the SE, they get a special bespoke serial number. The end. Right? CSG could have done that, but I don't think they did. It would have been kind of cool if they did. Fly proudly exclusively to style. In addition to its broad utility, Aurora Mark I SE boasts a unique interior-exterior livery, going as RSI Collector's Piece, truly one-of-a-kind presence. Special edition is now available during the Mark I's final day, so grab yours now. And yeah, okay, so yeah, the Aurora Mark I does have a bunch of components on top. So being able to mantle on top of the Aurora would be a good thing. Am I going to get an Aurora SE? Probably not. Hey, Vulcan finally works for your AMD GPU. That's good to hear, Yuki. Here's the original, a parting gift. A pillar of this astronauts moves on to the next evolution. RSI shows its gratuity by giving the owners of any and all Aurora Mark I variants an incredible red-blue livery. Tells everyone your path to your believer and originator and Aurora pioneer. So if you originally had an Aurora in your account, you get like a just blue and red. It's fine. It's okay. Free paints for ships. Farewell in every finish. Past paints in its storied history, many paints have graced the hull of the Mark I to celebrate the legendary ship's contributions. Almost every single one is now available for a limited time, including some of the most exclusive paints in its comprehensive back catalog. Okay. Foundation Festival. Oh, crap! The Foundation Festival is available. Green Gold. These are like, okay, some of these are actually available in game, like this green gold one. You can just, yeah, it's not worth buying. This like dark gray one, that's in game. Invictus Blue and Gold, always classic. Foundation Festival, Microtech, Hurston, ArcCorp, Icebreaker. That's one you get for free for Christmas one year. False Colors, the Piracy Flag, Piracy One, Exploration. Record Breaker, that was given away at a... I can't remember. It was like 15 million or something. It was like they beat the Kickstarter record or some shit. High Roller. I can't remember what the hell that one's for. Distinction Service. Squadron 42 something. Dreadfire. That was like a pirate themed one. Operation Pitchfork. That was like something Test put out. South by Southwest 2015 commemorative paint. The Disco Paint, and Factory Standard. Explorer Mark I. Collect them all. So you have the entire RSI Mark I Aurora series for $200. That's like 6 ships. Hold on. 6 times 45. Yeah, about $270. So it's $195 for all of them. Then, of course, you have the War Bond stuff. What is this? Lifetime insurance. So you can get an Aurora Mark I with lifetime insurance for $50. Does not come with a copy of Star Citizen or Squadron 42. But does have, it's an LTI. And of course, you got standalone ship for $60. The SE, 6 months insurance. You got the Mark 1 ES, Mark 1 CL, and then you got all the other Mark 1s if you want to get them. It's just like, oh, hey, if you want to buy another Mark 1 Aurora, here's your last time to buy them before they're removed from the web store. I mean, honestly, just get the Mark 1 SE. Done. Exactly, Darkest. I don't hate this idea. Like, you could already make a Mark 1 SE in game, basically, without the leather seats. You could buy the Aurora CL, the Aurora LN, and then you can take the cargo container off the CL, put it on the LN. You almost get a Mark 1 SE. Almost. But this thing is so, like, the Mark II Aurora basically just makes this thing redundant, so you're buying it for the collectors. And you have all the paints for the Aurora. Got the Icebreak livery. You even got the Hurston paints. Paints you really shouldn't have access to because they're, like, acquired through gameplay. The Crusader, Hurston, Microtech, ArcCorp. These were given away during the supply events that we had recently, like early this year. The Icebreak paints was given away for like Christmas, so I don't really give a shit about that one. A lot of these were like really exclusive paints. I can't remember what the UE Distinguished Service paint is, but I know one of these pirate paints was given for like Pirate Week or something a long time ago. Another one was given away or sold for like completing Pirate Swarm for the first time or something. No, they're not, Darkest Mind. They're not giving us like a paint pack. They're making too much money selling paints. So yeah, like these gameplay paints are kind of like, I don't know. CIG. Whatever. Paints don't really give you any in-game advantage. They're just like clout. But yeah, these other paints were like, what is it? This one and this one? No, not the Foundation. This one I know is in-game. These two I think are in-game right here. They really should have like labels on the pictures to tell you what you're looking at, but I don't think anyone's gonna be spending $50 on like the paint pack. So that's the one. Hey, Helitons. That's kind of like the one negative I bring up with all these paints. There's a few of these were required through in-game activities, and it's just like, you're just gonna buy them off the web store. The Hurston paint's $5. Like, Jesus. Yeah, like this one was given away for Christmas, and it's like they're charging $5 for it. And this one, I like the Invictus Blue one. It's usually sold during Invictus, but again, I don't care. Like it's sold on the web store by default. You can't really acquire it in game. The Foundation Festival paint was a paint that you had to do guide activities on the website to acquire, and they're just selling it for like $5. And the green, this one you can acquire in game. Like it's like $3. I just really don't care about CIG selling all the paints on the website. I know some people care about collecting paints and having like exclusivity. It's just not something I'm willing to fight over. So what's happening with the Mark 1? Going the same as that Mark 1? Yes, the Hornet Mark 1. So CIG is going to be taking the Mark 1 Aurora off the website. So you're not going to be able to buy a Mark 1 Aurora on the website anymore, but you'll be able to acquire them in-game. I don't know if CIG is ever going to take them out from in-game. Maybe they'll just turn off the ability to buy the Mark 1 Aurora. You have a last chance to buy the Mark 1, and really the Mark 1 Aurora was kind of outdated. There was a lot of power creep in Star Citizen over the years, and it's just kind of like here to stay. I'm tired of just like whining about power creep, because we're going to go look at the Mark II here. And Mark II Hornet is basically just better in terms of like firepower. 4 size 2s and a bunch of like size 2 missile hardpoints. And then you can buy a module that gives you even more size 2 missile hard points. And it's this like, some people are complaining about all the missiles in Star Citizen, and the CIG doubles, quadruples. What's above quadruple? It's a pentuple. They pentuple down. They nonagon down. I like the missile spam with this fucking thing. Because you look at all the missile boats after they redid the what was it? They redid the Cutlass Black. Added more missiles to the Cutlass Black. Yeah, sextuple, quintuple down. You had the Constellation when it came out had a hilarious number of missiles, and then CIG reduced the Cutlass Black, and it has a whole bunch of missiles. And they had the with the Talon Shrike comes out, the Freelancer Miss had a whole bunch of missiles on it. And people are like, it's Missile Commander. People spawn in with a whole bunch of missiles, and it ruins the fucking dogfighting we try to have. And then the Firebird comes out. There's probably missing a few other ships in there that can fire a shit ton of missiles. Oh, the rework of the 300 series with the 325A. It has a whole bunch of fucking missile launchers too. And so, yeah. Just slap more missiles on it. They still haven't fixed it. What happened to the Freelancer Miss? I don't really plan on getting the Aurora. I mean, I have no real need for a ship this small because I have other ships in my account. Aurora Mark II, the tomorrow of today. For centuries, RSI innovative ambition has led to the change in human ingenuity. Never taking its eye off the future, what lies ahead, forever pioneering the spirit of exploration, RSI imagines its beloved starter ship for today's unknown landscape of valiant spacefaring. Oh, this is like a link to YouTube. I know, it was like, what the hell is this? Just a picture. Oh, the reload speed. Yeah, because you have to wait. You have to wait for the mechanism to like put new missiles up top because the missiles are stored in boxes inside of a magazine. And so you have to wait for those boxes to actually get to the ceiling, and then the missile launcher has to pop up with extra missiles. I think that's actually like required for the ship. Reinventing the future, Mark II. Building upon RSI's legacy as a starting point of exploration, progression, and expedition, the Mark II revolutionizes starter ships for the growing scope of opportunities and challenges that comprise our evolving universe. Preparedness runs through its core power by newly imagined modular units, allowing it to adapt effortlessly to your purposes. Ready for adventure, modularity. The DM module. What does DM stand for? Direct message. Additionally, the DM module comes with 1 extra size 1 shield generator, and it adds 8 size 2 missiles. And then of course we have the cargo module, TS cargo hauling module, haul and earn. I feel like there should be like some propaganda right here between these two, but there isn't. Industrious way to begin our interplanetary exploits by building a reputation and career as cargo market, along with the Mark II's 2 SCU. The cargo module's additional 6 SCU of storage capacity allows you to do just that. What does TS stand for? The Star Citizen or something? Fucking like, don't worry, we'll have a Mark II Reliant someday. Right. Additional shields, additional missiles. DM combat module, attack and defense. Dependable choice for those bound for more perilous territories. The Mark II combat module arms it with additional missile racks and a 3rd shield generator. Help brave pilots continue the journey in safety. I think that's the first time we've seen a module add components. Trade specialized. There you go, Darkest Night. I'd actually believe that. So what would the DM? Dick module? Damage module? I don't know. Damage. Factory standard. Got the shape Caspian. Nice blue one. Obscurity. Actually, that's the default Aurora paint scheme. Mark 1. Medallion. Shimmer scale. Cloudbuster. Defense module. There you go. Dick Bishop. Pale gray, rich blue with yellow highlight exclusive availability to members of the Chairman Club. Okay. RSI Aurora Mark II limited edition paints offer. For limited time, get Shimmer Scale paint for free, and Aurora Mark II Warbond pledges are available separately. So we do have the starter pack for $45. Comes with a vehicle, paints, 7 gear items, RSI Venture stuff, and Gemini LH86 pistol, Max Flex backpack, RSI Venture undersuit. All this stuff you can buy in game like super quick. Like as soon as you spawn into Area 18, like you can just walk over to Cubby Blast and just buy everything in this list. But it saves you the trip. You can just slap together. You can just spawn in, slap all this stuff on your character, and just get to work. Lifetime insurance. The starter ships with lifetime insurance is very rare, especially ships this cheap. So CIG is going to sell a lot of these, and comes with Star Citadel download, 10,000 UEC, Self-land hangar. That's half of the UEC I started with my like $200 starter pack years ago. It's like whatever. This is kind of a nice starter pack. Comes with the ship, comes with the paint, some gear, lifetime insurance, self-flying. And this is in my opinion, this is how all starter packs should be. It should start you with some really basic gear. I would even say a multi-tool, right? Give us a kind of a basic bitch multi-tool, all the attachments for the multi-tool, a gun, armor, undersuit, backpack. Just so we can just get our character equipped real quick and just start playing the game. But yeah, this is actually I think this starter pack is probably one of the best starter packs I've seen in a long time. If I was going to make a video about the Aurora Mark II, I'd be like telling people like, hey, this starter pack, buy this starter pack. Because it's got a lot of good features to it. And if you don't like the ship, the Aurora Mark II, you can just cross-chassis upgrade it. And of course, you have the Chairman's Club, the VIP bonus, Cloudbuster paint. Oh, that's right, the modules. I don't think this one comes with any modules. I didn't see any modules available in the list. Yeah, it just comes with the vehicle, the paint, the gear items, Venture legs, arms, core, helmet, backpack, or suit, Gemini. Yeah, so it comes with no modules. Master chassis supporting cargo combat and more. Its ultimate way starts life the verse. Limited time start pack includes game downloader Mark 1 plus bonus ship paint, armor, weapon sets, enhance the ship and syrups, and more. Yeah, so you'd have to buy the modules separately, but still, I mean, like, eventually the modules will be added to the in-game shops, so not a huge deal. But I know some people out there who'd be like, I want the combat module. I want the cargo modules. Just trading a C1 Spirit for the Mark 1 SC and the Mark 2. Tried out to have buybacks. Yeah, I think the Spirit would probably still be a better choice than these two by themselves. But if you already have other ships in your account and you just want to have like the stuff in your buybacks, go for it. I mean, if you're just juggling store credit around, who gives a shit? So if you want to get the Mark 2, $55 for everything? Is that like just the modules? That can't be a both. Aurora Mark II plus modules, Cloudburster paint. Convert the RSI Mark II into a versatile hauler with a deadly fighter. Includes the ship plus cargo modules. A sea of additional storage, loaded ramp. The combat module with extra missile launcher, additional shield generator. Includes Cloudbuster paint. Lifetime insurance, self-land, 2 add-ons. And it has the combat module and the cargo module. All right, so that's actually not a terrible package either. $55 gets you the Aurora Mark II, gets 2 paints, lifetime insurance, self-land, and then the modules. I still think the starter pack is probably your best bet. Honestly, for $55, this is not that terrible. I mean, we're especially when you consider the value adds inside, like the package, the lifetime insurance, the modules, the paints. That CIG, you're killing it with this one. You're killing it with these sales. And then you have this one for $40. This is probably the same one, except it's yeah, exactly the same, minus the modules. Which I think, why would you not get the modules? I mean, unless you just wanted to get the modules in game. And I think from the looks of this screenshot, it looks like the modules inherits like the paint of the ship. I hope they do. And of course we have all this other stuff. So if you just want the, okay, so if you want the Mark II Plus, okay, so you don't get the gear or the starter pack. You just, if you want the, yeah. Okay, so one of the problems I have with this is there's a lot of different ways to buy the Mark II, and you're kind of flooding the field here with like choices. And yeah, so the modules are $10 standalone. I really do not recommend people buying the standalone modules. I would probably recommend people like buy one of the packages with the modules in them. Honestly, like the starter pack, like this one's probably your best choice, but of course they're going to sell you like modules for $10. Just wait for the modules to come out in game. If you get a package without the modules. And of course you have all the paints you want to buy. It's this, I'm not too thrilled. Yes, this is live now. It should be. Oh yeah, and Inner Hype brings up a good point. You're probably able to rip the modules off like another Aurora Mark II in the verse. So yeah, like I'm not super offended by the Mark II Aurora. It's just more power creep. They don't have stats on it. They don't have a stats page, really. It's 4 size 2 swappable, 4S2 dual racks. I don't even know what this means, right? 4 size 2 dual racks. Just tell us the number and the base size. Don't tell us anything more than that. For like the gun ports. You got 4 size 2. And it's basically this is like power creepy, like the Aurora. With the combat, well, yeah, they don't even tell us like all the components that it has on there. Like how many shield generators does it have? What's its maneuverability thrusters? They don't even bother telling you that kind of crap anymore. Do we have? We have that we can read. Do we have like something on the? You also have the roadmap roundup. You know, Aurora Mark II bomb and torp modules. So, do they have... I guess we have to go to the Matrix of Lies. Where is it? Ship Matrix. There's the Mark II. Light fighter. Length, beam, height, size, small, mass. 60,000. 68,000 kilograms. That's hilariously heavy. SCM speed, afterburner speed, max crew. Avionics, small radar components. 2 fuel intakes, hydrogen fuel tank, quantum drive, jump drive. It doesn't even give you size. Small power plants, 2 small coolers, 2 small generators. 2 size, yeah. So it has a small power plant. So it's 1 size, 1 power plant. 2 size, 1 coolers, 2 size 1 shield generators, gets a 3rd shield generator when you get the combat module. And then this, oh my god, the way they write this, 4 1 size 1 missiles 2. However this is fucking written down. I don't even know how to read this. This is so silly. Just tell us it has 4 size 2 missile mounts. And then put a second line in there and say what's installed on those mounts. Or just do like here, like you have 4 size 2 mounts. So yeah, like it looks like it's pretty much like the base Aurora, where it has all size 1 components. The Mark 1. Well, CIG decides to like change how they're gonna do that. So yeah, there's the Aurora Mark 2. Mark 1's heading out. We do have patch notes. Welcome to the Rock. Yeah, it's just really, it's always been really hard to read how CIG presents that information. There's definitely better ways of presenting it. I mean, for X S2, and then you have, what is it, the Martisans? Yeah, you have the so I think it's the 2-1. This one right here. Martisan, yeah, Martisan missile racks. So you put the missile rack on there. Control C. MSD 2212, which I think is 2 size 1s. Best complete ordnance storage deployment that could mount any comparable size. Harm reliable and effective launch of 1S. No, it's a 221. So you put the Martisan MSD 221 and then plus what missiles? What are the size 1s? Let's pick a goddamn size 1. Pioneer. There you go. Control C, and then you go boop. And so you have 4 size 2s with 4. 4. So you have, we put it in the size. So you have 4 missile mounts, 4 size 2, 4 S size 2, like that. And you have 4. And this is how that was. See, 4 size 2, so you have 4 times 2, which would be 8. There you go. This is how I would present this information. So you have 4 size 2 missile mounts to play with. So you can put either the 221 missile racks, or you can put the 212 missile racks on it. So you have a little bit of modularity there, depending on how you want to do it. And it currently has an MSD 221 mounted to it on each mount. And it has 8 Pioneer 1 missiles on those missile racks. So it gives you an idea. I don't know what it has by default, the Aurora Mark II by default, but this is how I'd present that information. It leaves, there's a lot less ambiguity here. It's very fucking clear what comes with the ship by default. But that requires someone to actually upkeep the website, which takes time, and you have to pay someone to do it. Honestly, places like Urkel and SC Ship Viewer do a better job. And these guys just rob stuff straight from the let's see, like RSI here. Aurora Mark II. These guys just take stuff straight from the game files. Right? And it tells you, like I said, like it shows you like a 221 is mounted to it, marksman. 2 marksmans to the wingtips. I would say just go to Urkel or just go to SC Viewer. Right? Oh, SC Viewer doesn't have they do not have the Mark II yet. Oh, that's a shame. So Urkel's been doing a better job. But yeah, like pick one. Urkel, SC Viewer. Hey, Kid Cat, welcome. They're doing a giveaway. Yeah, Urkel. So yeah, you get a Marks II, 8 marksmans with your Mark II. But like I said, that actually requires you to pay somebody, and that costs money. But you can also just have someone write a program that just takes stuff from the game files and then updates the matrix live. But why would CIG do that when they already have people doing it for them for free? That would require them to actually like write stuff. And if they ever dramatically change their file structure or how they present stuff to the data set, like they'd have to like completely redo this. That requires them to actually finalize how all their data is structured and like filed and whatnot. All right, so done bitching about that. Done talking about stats for the Aurora. Let's talk about Star Citizen, Welcome to the Rock.
It began with an idea.
Let's talk about the new patch. Hopefully they update the rewards for doing this stupid thing. Nobody saw that hand gesture. You were so far back and out of the way. Yes, these guys. So, fun fact about this tram, you can just lay down inside the cabin and you don't have to fight anybody. It's also hard, really hard. I may have to restart my playthrough of Death Stranding on Into the Wilder difficulty because, like, the difficulty I'm playing on is just way too easy. Like, the boss fights are the only challenge. Yeah, well, I've never not agreed with the statement that Star Citizen makes good cutscenes. So what else have we got? So that's the 4.7 propaganda. So we're done watching videos. We're going to be doing a lot of reading here. The Keeger Belt has been quiet for 300 years, but not forgotten. Abandoned QV breaker stations dot the asteroid fields of Nyx. Their colossal rock-cracking machinery sits dormant and untouched. Shubin Interstellar is offering exclusive or shared access rights to anyone willing to go in and wake them back up, and the rare, remarkable resources locked inside make it worth the effort. Gather your most industrious team and make your way to Nyx. A breadth of skills essential to uncover, claim, and secure the hauler. The hull, miners, haulers, freighters, crafters all have a role to play. Beyond Operation Breaker Station, Alpha 407 welcomes back. Welcome to the Rock brings a long-awaited crafting to the verse, letting you fabricate FPS armor, weapons from blueprints and gathered materials. Inventory management also gets a significant overhaul to help you make your most of everything you haul back. Alongside all of this, RSI remanages his beloved starter ship with the addition of the Aurora Mark II, as the Mark 1 journey comes to a close and torches pass on to the light of the next chapter. Welcome to the Rock. I can't remember how he says it. Oh, they have a broken image here. Oh, it's just that. Okay. Enjoy everything Alpha 4.7 has to offer. Oh, you know what? We should probably start updating our version of Star Citizen. Oh, that's not a good sign. Game settings. Yeah, live is still there. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was on the wrong one. Yeah, updates. Probably should have done this yesterday or earlier. There we go. Get the YouTube trailer. We should read the patch notes, FAQ, breaker stations. We talked about the Aurora Mark II and this Aurora Celebration Edition. Crafting gameplay guide. We saw the Aurora Mark II trailer, behind the ship's view. Aurora Q&A. We should probably read that. New player guide. Welcome to player. Yeah, we don't need that. Oh no, what's this? Is this the Welcome to the Rock? Oh yeah, it's Sean Connery. Oh no, we don't have the stuff going in our other monitor. But yeah, Death Stranding 2 is just like super easy. At least for me. Maybe they'll pull some harder stuff out of their butts later on in the game. I don't know. Welcome to the Rock. Nicolas Cage and Sean Connery.
Welcome to the Rock.
Welcome to the Rock. I think Hans Zimmer did the soundtrack for it, for the Rock. It's actually a good soundtrack. Let's see here. So yeah, that's all that stuff there. What are people complaining about? You know, the announcement trail looks almost full minute until the mindless PP starts. Must be a new record. Tiger music really obnoxiously loud. Doesn't have a separate slider. In the game settings, it's no bueno. Insanely loud. Can we get a hotfix to drop the volume of this, please? This is bugged. There's no hangar music. Lol, you're hearing the hangar station in your head. You're hearing the station in your hangar. No, there actually is music for Nyx that plays regardless of what your music slider is at. Hey, Real Iron Nugget, I see ya. Welcome. Is there any new gameplay loops introduced in 4.7? Yes, crafting. And we're going to be covering that, Mr. Silly, here in just a little bit. And this guy's just screaming. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Like, apparently the launcher... We may not be able to get into Star Citizen today, so it may be Death Stranding Day. Wasn't getting any blueprints, yeah. They may have dropped the... They may have reduced the drop... I was going to say they may have dropped the drop rates. They may have reduced or nerfed the drop rates from P2 to live. It is an MMO after all, and MMOs are notorious for grind. Yeah, I mean, I think the Mark II is fine. If I was going to make a... The Mark II is fine. Like, the Mark I being... The Aurora starter ship, low... It's very... It's kind of hard to power creep the starter ships. Like, if anything, the Aurora Mark II having more firepower compared to the Mark I is just, like, making it so like the Aurora starts out better now because reasons. How much is it depends. I don't know. Do I might have closed it all. But you're looking around $60. 45 war bond, 60 store credit. It's honestly not that bad. Like there are worse things to be offended by in Star Citizen, like the fact that people can't actually launch the game right now because 4.7 just is trash. But the price of the Mark II is honestly not one of the things you can be upset over, in my opinion, at least. Like here's the Star Citizen pack, the Citizen Starter pack, which is on sale right now. I don't know what the discount is, but $60 to $45. And it comes. This is honestly one of the best starter packs right now, in my opinion. It's of course a war bond, so you have to get your credit card out to buy it. But it comes with like a paint. It comes with the ship. Comes with gear. You can buy this stuff. All this gear that it offers can be bought pretty quickly in game for in-game credits. It's not that expensive, but it's nice that you start with it, right? You just kind of slap some stuff on there. You can spawn into the game, slap all this gear on yourself, and just start to playing, right? Has lifetime insurance, has 10,000 UEC, Star Citizen digital download. This is a really good starter pack. So for what CIG is offering, this is a really good deal, in my opinion. Definitely worth considering. It does not come with any of the modules, which is kind of one of the things holding it back, but you could just probably acquire the modules in-game at a later date. Or you can buy the standalone Mark II. You have one without the modules for $40 with a paint, like whatever, who cares? Everyone's probably gonna get the modules, so here's $55 for the Aurora Mark II plus all the modules. Comes with lifetime insurance. It comes with a paint, 2 paints to choose from actually. Self-hand hanger, self-land hanger, two add-ons, and it's the modules. Honestly, like not terrible. The modules by themselves are like $10, which is, and of course it's a war bond, so you can't buy it with store credit. Honestly, not terrible either. This is a VIP, so you have to be part of the Chairman's Club to even see these, I believe. If you're in the Chairman's Club, like $55 is not that big of an ask. You're already $1,000 into Star Citizen, so you'll be comfortable dropping like $50 on a new ship if you want it. Like I said, this is probably one of the best starter packs that CIG's released in a long time. I think, is this Warbond? Yeah, this is Warbond. So you can't melt your Aurora starter pack to get this thing. But they do have other starter packs. Here's a standalone one, $40 Aurora. So you can melt your Aurora if you have like an Aurora, and then get this thing. If you want a Mark II, you could. If you have like an Aurora, you can melt it and upgrade to this thing. It's fine. The war bond is $5 less, and you get the Mark II plus all the modules for $55. War bond comes with a bonus paint as well. Again, this thing is very, very affordable. Like I said, the $10 for the 2 modules by themselves is kind of like, I don't know about that. $10 is kind of a big ask for like modules, and of course you have all the paints for the Mark II. I'm not super enthusiastic for the paints, but that's just kind of me. It's hard to. I'm kind of hard to impress when it comes to paints, when it comes to visuals. But honestly, like I've seen worse on the RSI website, and this is not something to complain about. These are fairly reasonable prices for starter, entry prices into our video game. Considering that a lot of new games these days are releasing for like $80, $90. How much money do I have in Star Citizen? Asked Kitty Cat. I have $7,000, and most of that was me buying like starter packs. If I had the cash to spare this month, I would have bought one of these starter packs to do a giveaway, but I think CIG already gave me one. Specifically this one. I would have bought with my own cash one of these packs to give away as on top of whatever CIG, because that's actually pretty reasonable. But like I said, I'm kind of strapped for cash this month. Yeah, I have a giveaway. So it comes with the Mark II combat module, the cargo module, lifetime insurance starts in digital download. So I have that. I'll probably do like a very short video on the Mark II. Like, I gotta remember to do that. Like, see if I can't. It's very difficult for me to actually like do videos in a timely manner. Alexander on YouTube asks, should I set my new... To test the new content, should I set my residence to Nyx or content is more system-wide? I recommend... Let me mute the soundtrack. How the spawn system works in Star Citizen. It's, if you're going to test the new content with whatever new patch it is that's available, you're always best to set your spawn point closest to the content you want to play. So if you're testing out Hathor, for example, for the first time, set your spawn point to Lorville. Not Lorville. Set it to, well, yeah, you can set it to Lorville or Crusader. Hurston or Crusader. If you're testing out Stormbreaker, set it to Checkmate, which I believe is the closest spawn point you can set to in Pyro. To your initial spawn. I'm talking about initial spawn points when you come to load in for the first time. And if you're just checking out the QV stations, the Rockbreaker stuff in Nyx, set your spawn point, initial spawn point to Levski. And there's a very good reason why you should do this. If you have a medical ship, the Apollo, the Pisces medical, the Cutlass Red, the Polaris, the Idris, what else is there that has medical beds? The Carrack. There's probably a few other ships. The Clipper has a medical bed as well. When you set your spawn point to your medical bed, you will spawn at that medical bed when you die in game. If your ship gets destroyed, or if you move too far away from your ship, you're gonna have to move kilometers away from your ship to lose your spawn point from the ship. But if your ship gets destroyed while it's parked next to the QV station and you die inside the station, you will respawn at wherever your initial spawn point was. And so if your initial spawn point's in Pyro or Stanton, you're gonna get kicked thousands of gigameters away from where you died as a result. So yeah, so it would be nice if we could, like, you know, I'm probably gonna end up setting my spawn point to like Nyx or something. That way, if I die, just respawn right next to the QV station. It would be nice if we could have like a tiered respawn list. I think CIG mentioned that at CitizenCon a couple, like last year or something, or the year before that, where you're gonna, you know, if your ship is gone, like you'll be able to choose like a nearest spawn point or something. But the way it happens right now is that if your ship disappears, you immediately get kicked back to where your initial spawn point was when you set up for the first time on the patch. So yeah, set your spawn point for this patch. If you're going to do the QV station, set your spawn point to Nyx, to Levski. That way, if you do have you're not going to be that far away. I mean, you're still going to be several gigameters away from like the QV station, because a lot of the QV stations are actually in, what is it, the Galcium ring, which is on the edge of the solar system in Nyx. And so you're going to have a bit of a trip, but it's going to be a lot shorter than saying spawning at Crusader, which I believe is the closest to the Nyx jump point. It's either going to be Crusader or Microtech, which is the closest to the jump point for Nyx, which is still several gigameters. If I remember my my mapping here. Where is it? Star Citizen. I have a map. No, I do not. I thought I made one for Stan, but apparently I didn't. Oh, I do, but it's in GIMP, so I have to, like, load up GIMP. Did they add bed logging back, or did they? I was working for me, so good live Polaris last patch several times. I've had bed logging work for me last patch 4.6. I haven't checked. I haven't checked this patch. So if I remember, yeah, it's the Magnus Gateway over here. Which is, I need to change like the color of the background on this stupid thing. So yeah, so Crusader is probably the closest to the Nyx Magnus jump point, which is over here. Nyx doesn't have a connection to Stan, so it's like approximate. Like you can kind of see, just it's kind of out there. Compared to all the other stuff in the system. So if you spawn the Stanton system and you die at the QV station in Nyx, and you lose your respawn point, your medical spawn point, because someone blew up your ship, you're gonna be quite a ways away from where your corpse dropped. Same with Pyro. Pyro. I think I have one that's printed out, ready to go. Yeah. I like how I did this one. I'll probably redo the Stanton one to be like this one. So yeah, here's the Nyx Gateway station in Pyro right here. The closest spawn point for, I think the closest one you can actually choose as a spawn point is probably, you got, I know, Checkmate, Obituary, and then maybe Ruin Station over here. Obituary is probably the closest. It's definitely gonna be a lot closer than like the Stanton spawn points. Yes, Dovakin. We've talked about the Aurora Mark II already. So there you go. My custom map. I need to like go through here and like redo some of the I need to put outlines around some of these text thingies. I could probably move these to be a little bit more below here. But basically this map is finished. I'm pretty happy with how this map turned out. There's a few minor things I need to fix up, like this down here. Need to add some outlines to these texts, but everything else is fine. You can probably just put this up on, even got scale down here, how many pixels, how many megameters. And do it in a timely manner. Yeah, I could do it. You want to do a timely manner? Let's see here. Here's the Mark II version of the map. I'll show you how I do it, Darkest Mind. It's open. It's a big map. It's a 4K map. Oh, and hold on. Let's see if it opens up in a 4K. There we go. So I did this map, and I did the previous Stanton one in 1080p. It all fit. And then I started doing the Pyro map. Right? I started doing the map in Pyro at 1080p, and I ran out of pixels. Because Pyro is so much bigger than Stanton. Everything was way, way too close together. I just didn't have enough space to work with. So then I just stepped up to 40p. Or sorry, 4K resolution. Ooh, so they had an update and they fixed the social strength so you can see your Steam friends. Oh, that's cool. So tomorrow, I think for the weekend, not tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably, well, assuming Star Citizen works for us today. If Star Citizen works, we'll do Star Citizen today, tomorrow, and then on the weekend, we'll do Death Stranding 2. We'll see if we can make some progress there. Because I do kind of want to blitz through Death Stranding 2, get it finished. All right, so how do we do this, Vertigo? All right, so if we need to figure out where Pyro is. This is one of the problems with having like a massive project. Is like, where the fuck did I put everything? So we're dealing with Pyro 4 over here. Which is not that one. Here's the breakout group. Okay. Bigger one is fine. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this guy. And move him right here. And then we're going to add another. Let's see here. Actually, you know what we're doing? We're going to copy this guy. We're just going to copy him. And this is usually how I do this. Grab this, and then we do text from path. Let's make sure we have the select outline. Select from path. Select grow by 2 pixels. Not 2 pixels. Let's do 1 pixel. There we go. And then edits, fill with background color, and then we make it underneath this guy. That's that. I don't know about that. That white outline. I don't know about that outline here, that white outline. How about red? The problem is it's really hard to read unless you zoom in on it really, really far. So let us do filters, lights and shadow, outline, gray layer. Let's see here, filters, lights and shadow. What's the supernova do for us? Oh, hell no. Got bloom. I don't think bloom actually does anything. Yeah, bloom doesn't do anything for that. Radiant flare. That doesn't do anything. We could do a drop shadow. And we could change the drop shadow to a white. And then we just need to kind of bring it up. Give it like a 2 blur radius, opacity. If we kind of like make it so it's not such a huge radius. Diamond, square, circle. We can also go with like a kind of a weaker, kind of off-white. Kind of a gray. There you go. It's better than nothing. Adds like kind of a nice little drop shadow. I want to make the blur a little bit less. Can I do a 0.5 to that? Yeah, you can. We'd also do like a red outline. Yeah, the red is like, nah. Yellow's kind of terrible. You could also do black text with like okay. Let's do that. Let's do black text. It still looks really hard to read. Not quite sure how to fix this. Other than like making like a box. I mean, I could do that. Make a box for that stuff to sit in. Let's see here. Select none. Light and shadow, like bloom. No, supernova was the There you go. It's not a highlight, it's a scale one. Yeah, the scale is just way too minor. And so your best bet is to just like make a white box around it. Done, fixed. Look. You can now read the text. And so we can just do that for all of them. It's fast, it's easy. Supernova. Select the whites. Yeah. How come if it... How come this one isn't like... Why is this one covering it up instead of this one didn't? What the hell did I do with this one up here that this one down here is different? Oh, because I fucked up. I made a copy. Okay, so I have to copy it if I wanted to show up. God damn it. All right, so we just do this, press this button, and then we do this. There. Hey, Jonelle, do you know how much steps I did today? 20,000. Ah, you forgot your money at home? You gunned off the Brownies. Bro, how do I get a Starlancer tack? Help. You have to buy one from the web store, or you can get one in game. So we'll just move the, can I actually move, hold on, can I actually move these? Oh, I can't. I'm trying to move this guy, but it won't. There it goes. I could probably just copy and paste all the, Not quite sure where I could put this guy without having him intersecting. Yeah, probably have to do it like this. That's kind of like the problem, though. If you put it like there, I don't know. That doesn't look like too great. Ah, that's good enough. It's not available for purchase. Yeah, you have to wait for Invictus or like the Invictus should be up like not next month, but in a little bit. March, I want to say. All right. So what we'll do is we'll make copies of everything else, since we kind of know what we're doing here. I'm gonna go to filters, let's do shadow, supernova, do white. Radius is 1,000,000. There's probably an easier way to do this. There we go. But Virgo's doing it a different way. Because someone's like, hey, Vertigo, can you make this text more legible? Like, yeah, I can. There's probably a way to create like a box. And do we really need that Pyro 4 or Pyro 5 right there? It makes it more obvious. I think we could leave it out for now, because we got figure 1 down here. Yeah, there you go. It's basically finished. And this text down here is very easy to read. I mean, I think you can get the Starlancer tack in game through Wicklow. I can't remember if the Starlancer tack's actually acquirable like in any of the stores. Does Urkel have a price on one? Stop bothering me with that. Fuck off, Urkel. Select Misk. I think the Starlancer tack is the only way to acquire one is through Wicklow. Yeah. Nope. The Starlancer tack. Yeah, Starlancer tack does have a price. Ask for Ramada or the new deal at Lorville for 13 million credits. And I think Wicklow has them as well. But the Wicklow recipe is hilariously awful. It requires like a whole bunch of comp boards. And if you want to get one off the web store, you're gonna have to wait for Invictus, or you're gonna have to wait, or you got to go to like eBay or something. I don't recommend buying it off eBay. But it is an option if you can find like a website that sells stuff. I swear to God, there's Wicklow recipes for this stupid thing. I'm looking to see if there is one. Blah, blah, blah. Contracts. Intrepid. Starlancer attack. Yeah, there is a Starlancer attack for Wicklow. 50 favors, Ace Intercept, 15 Ace Interceptor helmets, 30 ASD secure drive, irradiated Valkar Pearl, AAA grade. Ugh. Good luck with that. Terravon War Service Markle Pristine, Karenite Pure. Ugh. And then 3 of the O5s. Okay, the 3 O5s aren't that bad. The Karenite Pure and the AAA grade Valkar Pearls, those are going to be the real bitch. In fact, like, considering how much of a pain in the ass it is to get the actual radiated Valkar Pearls, the AAA graded ones, and the Karenite Pure, your best off is to, like, just buy one for in-game credits. Yeah, it's Hathor. But anyways, we're done talking about this. We actually have patch notes. We have the Aurora. Let's actually stick with the Aurora Mark II. Let's do the Q&A real quick before we get that. Before we move on any further. I should probably save this. File, save. And then we can export. Version 4.6. .png. Mark II. There we go. Export that. Let's move. So this is the Q&A for the Aurora Mark II. As a modern day descendant of Robert Space History's X-7 spacecraft used to test the first ever jump engines, RSI Aurora Mark I has been part of humanity's journey to the stars. What the fuck do you want from me? Oh. There we go. RS Mark I has been part of the humanity's journey to stars since the very beginning. With its ease of use and undeniable practicality, countless pilots have relied on the Aurora series to forge their path to the broader universe. Now, after accomplishing so much for so many, Mark I's journey draws to a close as the torch is passed to light our next chapter. We asked the vehicle gameplay teams a few questions about the Aurora Mark II and what's come for its iconic predecessor, the Mark I. Here's the answers straight from the devs themselves. Aurora Mark II. The Aurora is one of the most iconic ships of the verse. What makes the Mark II feel worthy of evolution for pilots who've grown up with the original? The Aurora Mark II takes the essence of the Mark I and brings it up to a level suitable for the game as it exists today. While pilots will notice little touches and hints back at the original, such as the circular side doors, bed configuration, and windows, the Mark II has been designed from the ground up to be much more capable within the existing game mechanics. Can the folded wings be triggered independently during flight, or are they linked exclusively to takeoff and landing? Yes, they can be toggled independently, however landing mode forces them to the folded state. Does switching between these wing states alter the way the ship flies or handles? In the future, there will be a minor aerodynamics changes. At launch, okay. So at launch, when the ship gets in the game right now, when the ship launches into the game, the primary difference is that the wing guns are disabled when the wings are folded to both prevent them from being firing through the ship and prevent players from engaging in combat with a significantly reduced front cross section. Why did you make the change from variants to modularity for the Aurora series? Part of the initial design scope when creating the Mark II was to explore what differences we could make between modules or variants. Looking at its existing gameplay loops, we decided to have a base ship capable of doing a little bit of most missions, but the option to further boost its performance with modules is more interesting than making variants. Does the 6 SU of the cargo from the cargo module stack with the 2 SU of embedded storage for the 8 total SU, or if so, where does it place the Aurora Mark II among other cargo-related starter ships? Yes, the 2 SU of the storage on the base ship stacks with the cargo module, providing a total of 8 SU. Compared to other starter ships, this puts it up there with ships like the Avenger Titan, 8 SU, the Reliant Core, 6 SU, and above others such as the Anvil Pisces or Drake Cutter, 4 SU. The combat module adds another shield generator, a missile rack. How does this change affect the combat experience of the Mark II? Additional builds provide significantly more offensive firepower, while the third generator provides backup shielding when the base ones are down. These benefits are expense of additional mass and slightly reduced handling performance. The Aurora Mark II is the first ship to feature externally attached modules. Really? What about the Mark I Hornet? Mark I Hornet, you take the turret off. What else? Like some of the turrets and whatnot. Like the Hornets and... Because the Hornet had like... Oh, no, you couldn't detach the cargo module from the Hornet, I don't think. Not with the tractor beam. How in practice it works, and whether pilots will be swapping modules manually with the tractor beam through the Moby Glass, vehicle load manager, or both. Players can attach and detach the modules manually with the tractor beam required via the VMA. If players own the module, they can be called up by freight elevators, but they can also salvage and attach them via tractor beam if they can find them. No, I don't think the Argo can be detached just yet. But I think CIG is referring to how you can actually physically swap these in the game right now. Does either module through size, shape, or weight change the flight characteristics of the vehicle? Yes. Both add mass, which in turn reduces performance characteristics of the ship slightly. Will there be more modules released for the Aurora Mark II in the future? If so, what are you currently considering? More modules are planned for the future. While we're not ready to confirm anything specifically, there are multiple gameplay loops that could have modules to allow players to utilize it. Mining, salvaging. You could have like a little salvaging bay on it, I guess, or something that kind of poops out, or crafting, a medical bed back there. Who the fucking knows? Crafting, right? You have a little cargo bay on there. You can have a little crafting thing pop down. Base building, maybe a little base building device. It's been quite a few years since the original Aurora made its debut. How is your experience in building a new ship since you guided the approach to design, polish, and quality of life for the Aurora Mark II? The main difference between the ships are the result of the scope of the game. From player metrics point of view, ships require much more space internally for traversal and access to items, but also number of things we've added to the ship now, such as weapon racks, storage, fire extinguishers, component access. This, combined with the adopting new RSI styling, has resulted in a ship that is larger but more capable than its predecessor. Could be, yeah, another fuel tank. There you go. Food processor, food truck. Sells tacos out of the back. I like your idea, Tech Zero. How and when do we buy free celebration paints? Limited edition blue and red paint is a free gift for all Aurora Mark I owners during the promotion. It'll be awarded to all accounts that have an active Aurora pledge at both the start of the promotion and the end of the few days after it closes. If you do not currently have an active Aurora on your account, you'll have until the end of the celebration promotion to acquire or recover a pledge to hold on to it. Only one paint will be gifted per account. With an active Aurora pledge is not transferable. After you receive your gift, you will retain the gift painted should you melt the gift or upgrade the Aurora after this promotion ends. Will the Aurora Mark I paints be compatible with the Mark II? No. No. The Aurora, yeah, it says right here, no. The Aurora Mark I and Mark II are distinct chassis and not variants, so paints are not shared between the two. Can I apply the unique exterior and interior of the Mark I SC to the Auroras in the series? No. The SC is an exclusive final run variant to celebrate the series, featuring the best bits of other ships into combined package. The exterior paint changes are the default for the SC and are like the existing Mark I's, each has a unique default paint that can't be applied to the others. The interior is also an exclusive that cannot be applied to others. Hey, shit, pasta. Will the Aurora Mark 1 SE be available again once this promotion ends? No. The Aurora Mark 1 SE is a limited time promotional variant that we have no current plans to offer again in the future. Does the retirement of the Aurora Mark 1 mean I cannot fly the original ship anymore? No, the Mark 1 is not leaving the universe. As with the real world, RSI is simply ending production of the outgoing model in favor of the newer Mark II, with the original becoming collector's items representative of the RSI history in the verse. When RSI retires the Mark 1 on September 30th, 2026, its in-game playability will not change, similar to the previous retirement of the Anvil Mark 1 Hornets. This 6 months notice to give anyone interested in ample time to acquire the Aurora Mark 1 before its farewell. Will the existing Mark 1 ships and upgrades in the buyback list be available as pledge after the sunset? This promotion starts a sunset window for the Aurora Mark 1, both for the pledge store, including any unretrieved standalone ships, upgrade CCUs that specifically involve the Aurora Mark 1 in your account buyback queues, as well as in-game shops. This window begins on March 25th, 2026, and is scheduled to end on September 30th, 2026. After September 30th, 2026, the Aurora Mark 1 will still be fully supported in-game, including repairs, refueling, maintenance components, but the chassis will no longer be attainable from standard in-game vendors. I know, it feels kind of scummy to take the ships out of the ship stores. They have 6 months. Gandalf the Brown. You have 6 months before it disappears from the web store and in-game shops. How is it retired if it's still in-game? They're giving you advance warning that it's going to be removed from the web store and in-game in 6 months' time. Open your fucking ears and listen. Jesus Christ. Will the Aurora Mark 1 series still be earnable in-game? While the Mark 1 doesn't disappear for in-game and web shops for another 6 months, we're always considering interesting ways for the players to acquire rare items in-game. For now, we're keeping the doors open for fun ways future players may still acquire collector's items like this in-game down the line. No, it's not saying it's removed from in-game. In 6 months, it will be gone. You will not be able to purchase it. You'll still be able to fly it. You'll still be able to own one. You won't be able to acquire it in 6 months' time from the web store or from an in-game vendor. That's what they're... Do I have to read this again to you? Because fuck it, I'm reading it again. Will the existing Aurora Mark 1 ships and upgrades in the buyback list still be available to pledge back after the sunset? Actually, where is it? Does the retirement of the Aurora Mark 1 mean I cannot fly the original ship anymore? No. Right? The Mark 1 is not leaving the universe. As with the real world, RSI is simply ending production of the outgoing model in favor of the newer Mark 2, with the original becoming a collector's item representative of RSI history in the verse. When the RSI retires the Mark 1 on September 30th, its in-game playability will not change, similar to the previous retired Anvil Hornet Mark 1. This 6 month notice is to give anyone interested in ample time to acquire the Mark 1 before its farewell. So there you go. You can still own one, you can still fly one, you're just not going to be able to acquire one in 6 months' time. The Mark 2 is replacing the Mark 2 is replacing the Mark 1 in 6 months. Exactly. Admiral Kusanagi understands. Will the existing Aurora Mark 1 ships and upgrades in the buyback list still be available to pledge back after the sunset? This promotion starts a sunset window for the Aurora Mark 1 from both the pledge store, including any unretrieved standalone ships, upgrades, or CCUs that specifically involve the Aurora Mark 1 in your account buyback queues, as well as in-game shops. It's right there. Right, this entire sentence. This promotion starts a sunset the window for the Aurora Mark 1 from both the pledge store as well as in-game shops. This window begins on March 25th and is scheduled to end on September 30th. After September 30th, the Aurora Mark 1 will still be fully supported in-game, including repairs, refueling, maintenance components, but the chassis will no longer be obtainable from standard in-game vendors. Oh, you're just splitting hairs over what the word retirement means? All right, that's fine. So then, there's your Q&A, everybody. For the Mark 1, Mark 2. Get a Mark 1 while you're interested. We also have the roadmap update. We have a crafting FAQ. We have patch notes. There's a lot of reading. There's a lot of reading today. We got the live release, and I think we're patched. Yeah, we're ready to go to 4.7. I'm not going to read all this. Like, we already have the patch notes to read. I don't really give a shit to read this little blurb. Let's see. We watched the propaganda video for 4.7. Let's see. Let's actually go read the actual patch notes instead of, like, the fake ones. Yuki's brewing some coffee. I actually have iced coffee in the refrigerator. Probably for, like, my snack today. I'll have some iced coffee with the milk. Looking forward to that. Oh, and I have some, like, M&Ms, too. Peanut M&Ms, my favorite. I had some for dessert last night. Well, probably too many for dessert last night. After dinner. They are my favorite candies. That and payday candy bars. What are we doing? What would be the next good steps? Okay, we're completely finished with the Mark II everything. So we don't need to talk about the Mark II anymore. So I guess we should work on the patch, right? So let's talk about the patch notes. You know, Darkest Mind doesn't like peanuts. I love peanuts. My favorite nuts. If I'm going to have nuts in my mouth, they're going to be peanuts. Don't clip that. Or clip it. It's funny either way. I don't know, just makes them crunchier. Makes them feel better in your mouth. As opposed to the plain M&Ms, which are just like straight chocolate. It's just chocolate with a candy shell. Like, they're fine. But they need something more. And I feel like peanut M&Ms add that more to the M&M experience that I enjoy. Little bit more crunchiness. Not super sweet either. What else? I don't know if I want vocals. Nah, let's skip the vocal tracks. So, Star Citizen patch 4.7 patch notes. Star Citizen Alpha 4.7 is released into the live environment. Your launcher should now display version 1151.8367. Characters in the environment have been built for the long-term persistence database. Currently with LP, certain player states such as personal hangar layout, unstowed ships, custom characters, in-progress refinery jobs, in-game purchase consumables are not saved between releases, which will cause some items to be lost in the update. Build info, long-term persistence is enabled, starting UEC 20,000. And CIG hasn't reset anybody, so I mean, this starting UEC just doesn't mean anything. Okay, so features and gameplay. Gameplay: Operation Breaker Stations, inventory rework, crafting item fabricator. Operation Breaker Stations, which CIG redefined as like the rock cracker dungeons. Operation Breaker Station is a mission location in Nyx will task players with rebooting one of the many QB breaker stations to break open and gain access to abundant mineral resources. Yeah, abundant, sarcastic air quotes, abundant mineral resources. I did one. It took like 4 hours to get a breaker station operational and crack a rock. And I went inside and it was like half a golem's worth of like minerals. And considering the yield for refining is 45%, you literally lose 55% of the minerals you mine to refine them. Yeah, fuck you on the abundant. Access to mineral resources would have been like a better way to like describe this. At the center of the asteroid, players will need to fight their way through various NPCs and creatures as well as engaging with puzzles and hazards during the course of their story and the station's mining capabilities. I would have loved for more puzzles. Mostly it's just like repair like a thing on a door to open the door up, or put a component into a slot somewhere. You know, go here, get a component, put it into a slot. I would have preferred more like moving stuff around to line things up. to get stuff to fire correctly, or like get a, well, they have to get the code and enter it. That's not really like too much though. I'm thinking of like, when I think puzzles, I think of more like Mist or Riven. Kind of like pulling cranks and levers until something happens. Does this have a pearl thing? Yes, I guess. If you're talking about like getting inside the rock and getting minables, it does. Hazards during the course of restoring the station's mining capabilities. QV breaker stations are assigned as part of exclusive or shield missions. Players can choose to pay more for exclusive access or pay a smaller fee for potentially more contested mission locations. And if you really want the resources, I would pay for the exclusive access. Because the QV stations are so involved. There is so much going on with the rock cracker dungeons that if you're actually going to crack the rock, you're better off, if you're doing like a team of like 4 or 5 people, you're better off paying for exclusive access. That way you don't have to worry about other players showing up to fuck with you. Of course, what's going to happen is some people are probably going to get like... I suppose you could like leave somebody there and just kind of quantum around Nyx to various private stations to see if anyone's actually doing it, and then fuck with people at the private stations. I don't know how that would... Does it? Yes, it does. It does spawn 3D objects in space. Inventory rework. The inventory system is fully redesigned to make managing and equipping items significantly faster and more intuitive. 2-panel layout. The inventory now uses a 2-panel layout. By default, your personal inventory opens on the left panel. Nearby external inventories open on the right. The content of each panel is interchangeable. The same inventory cannot be opened in both panels simultaneously. If you open your personal inventory in both panels, the left panel defaults to your backpack and the right to your core inventory. Nearby inventories. Other inventories within close proximity include cargo containers, backpacks on the ground. Bodies are now automatically detected when you open your inventory. These appear as selectable tabs across the top of the UI, letting you browse and transfer items between them without having to separately interact with each other. Hovering over the tabs will highlight the corresponding container in the world. If the container is off-screen, a small arrow indicates its direction. Yeah, I don't particularly care for the opens the closest inventory. I feel that's kind of like a step backwards in my mind. Inventories accessible through dedicated terminals such as the item banks and freight elevators are handled separately and are no part of the inventory tab system. In the PTU, item banks were opened just by opening your inventory. Like, you just had to be next to the terminal. Freight elevators were handled differently. We'll see how that works. 2 players cannot have the same inventory open at the same time. If another player is already using the inventory, the tab will be grayed out and available until they leave. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Admiral Kusanagi, on this. I think it was far more tactile and far more immersive to have to walk up, because a lot of games do that. Like Stalker 2, like the Stalker series, Tarkov. I think Arc Raiders does it as well. Where if you get some and you get an elimination, you have to walk over to the body and then click on the body, and then you get to like go rifle through the inventory system. Tons of games have had this sort of inventory system. Deus Ex, I think, had it as well. Like, I think the first one. Maybe I'm misremembering. Yes, exactly, Gandalf the Brown. But Stalker Vertigo doesn't take 2 seconds. You just yeah, but it's a single player game, right? The joys of single player stuff. Equipment panel and paper doll. An equipment panel sits on the left side of the UI and shows currently held items and holstered weapons and tools. Weapon attachment slots are visible. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you'll see it in the game here in a little bit. Moving and equipping items. Items can be dragged and dropped between inventory panels onto equip slots in the paper doll or towards the feet, drop them on the ground. Right-clicking on opens a context menu with options to equip, open inventory, hold, rename. Rename! You could rename items? I didn't notice that one. Hey gang, you can't remote load a ship, but you can loot a whole station remotely. Exactly. Toma. It's the remote looting I don't much care for. You can just stand there in the middle of a room and just like start hoovering like stuff into your inventory. Like it's fucking Warframe or something. Drag an item into an external inventory or from paper doll into your personal inventory panel. I'm going to place it in your backpack first, then your core inventory, your legs are priority. Search, sort, and filters. The filters are the one thing I like. Search really helps. I think the search function just applies to everything because CIG didn't want to make any exceptions. But honestly, like your personal inventory, you don't need the search function. Unless you forgot what something is, right? Like, unless you don't know what the icons are, and you're like, ah, shit, man, where's my Gallant rifle? What is that shit? So you can click on the search and type in Gallant, and it's like, oh, that's what that looks like. But the sort's not a huge deal. We really need sort for bigger inventories, like your station inventory or ship's inventory. Same with search. Search and sort and filter are really useful for large inventories. If you have thousands upon thousands of items, that's where those filters really help you out. If it's just your personal inventory, they're not really that big, but you have the option to have them there, right? It's fine. Search bar lets you find items with name and currently displays inventory. You can also sort items by SKU size and item name, apply category filters, so hide particular item types. Yeah, fine. Stack all. This is huge. We've been asking for a stack button for a long time. And it worked in the PTU. I don't know how well it's going to work in live and for how long, but the fact that the button's there finally, thank God. Probably the biggest change in this inventory work is the stack all option. No longer are you going to have a million billion med pens, million billion ammo. They disabled stack all. I mean, honestly, Hansi, it doesn't... It worked in the PTU, but when it goes live, I'm not surprised it broke. So, yeah. So you're not going to have a million billion ammo and med pens and, like, armor pieces, helmets, and... What other stacks? Helmet stack, armor, arms, legs, they stack. Guns, I guess some of the guns can stack. Optics, laser sights, barrel attachments. Well, now we have a quality thing, so it's different quality levels. Right, for your materials, you know. So those fuckers aren't going to stack nearly as well. But for like Carrionites and like Catanite and Dovlin, you're not going to be able to stack that stuff. Guess what my inventory station looks like? Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Like, you get single stacks of material. Like, because it's like 100 to like 1,000 is your material quality. So you're going to get like a piece of Hadanite that has a quality of 597, and you have another piece of Hadanite that has an item quality of 691. They won't stack. And you'll never have a 597 ever again. Or you'll get like a second piece, but you'll have like 1,000 variations of like a chunk of Hadanite. From like 100 to 1,000. And you'll have two of them that stack on top of each other. But you still have like pages and pages of fucking Hadanite. They could have gone quality from 1 to 10. Quite honestly. I always wondered the Brack point. Yeah, they thought this was a good idea. Like, they could have had 4 different qualities. They could have had, like, or 5. They could have had, like, common, uncommon, rare, you know, superior, and then, like, legendary or some shit like that. Kind of like Diablo, where you have different colors. And that would have been fine. Like, you have, like, white, blue, green, orange, and then, like, teal or something. I don't know. Gold-colored quality or something for, like, or a rainbow of qualities. Who fucking knows? They could have had, like, 5 or 6 different quality types. And it would have been fine. But they decided to go from 100 to 1,000. And I wonder what the breakpoint's going to be. Because if at some point, you can have one icon but you return nest all qualities, just not nest icons. Just nest icons. Okay, so I'll look at that. Fuck. Because near as I can tell, like, you're going to have a whole bunch of just dumb bullshit in your inventory. If you have, like, 1,000 different quality levels. And I always wonder what the breakpoint is going to be for crafting. At some point, you don't give a shit about 591 or 598. You just care that it's over 550. Because that'll give you the absolute minimum you need to craft what you want to craft, or give you a good, like, a 70+% roll to get the item that you want. I mean, we'll take a look at it, Vok, when we get in day. I don't remember seeing an option for, like, stacking items, like ignore quality to stack or some shit. Yeah, it was 4 hours to do the rock solo. It'd probably speed you up a little bit if you had multiple people and you knew what you were doing. I was going in blind, Gandalf. I actually had to Google where to find one of the codes, because I kept walking past the console that displayed the code on it. Because it was in an area that I didn't think where a console would display a code. I just thought it was like whatever, fuck you, I need to move on. I'm getting distracted. We need to talk about focus on patch notes. But like I said, if they don't have like a stack button for crafting stuff and you end up with a lot of stuff in your inventory, like it's gonna be a mess again. Crafting Fabricator and Blueprints. Crafting now is available at Star Citizen, allowing players to use gathered materials to produce items via a new deployable machine called the Item Fabricator. No, the Clipper does not have the ability to craft yet, from my understanding. Just the Item Fabricator. But you can buy the Item Fabricator at most stores. Most refineries sell a Fabricator. And if you got the Alliance Aid Fabricator, I think that comes in the 4.8 patch. I think it's on the web store, but it's not in game. Argo Atlas. I thought I unlocked it. Huh. Apparently not. There's the, there's the Fabricator. TBD Fabricator. So it's in with the, Alliance Aid completion package. I figured it would be an individual entry. So I have it like attributed to my hangar, but I don't think it's in game just yet. Item Fabricator. It's a placeable crafting station to be purchased at various Kelto and Dumper Depot stations and refinery shops in Pyro. These can be stored and retrieved through the freight elevator once placed in the hangar, or a large enough ship cargo grid serves as a central hub for crafting dismantling activities. The machine door must be closed before it can be moved with the tractor beam. Blueprints. All crafting is done through the blueprints, which define what materials are needed and what output will be. Players begin with a small set of default blueprints already on their account. Additional blueprints can be earned in mission rewards and will appear on the Fabricator once obtained. Missions have been set up with their own blueprint pools, allowing blueprints uniquely designed to specific missions. Once obtained, blueprints are bound to the player's account and are retained through player death. So, if you're looking for a very specific blueprint for, like, I don't know, doing mining stuff, you have to do mining, right? If you want to get, like, a better FPS gun, you want a blueprint for that, you have to do FPS missions, I think. I'm sure someone out there will figure out what the pool is and, like, start writing stuff down. But they don't tell you exactly what missions you have to do to get what blueprints. You have to figure it out yourself. So, material quality, mining updates. Mining materials have been updated to closely support crafting. This includes updates on how harvestables are displayed on radar. Additionally, new materials inclusion of quality levels. All minables gathered through mining now have a quality value. This value can be viewed in the mining UI, inventory, and crafting interfaces. Quality is preserved when materials are refined. For example, turning iron ore into iron carries the quality rating through the refined output. The quality of materials placed into a blueprint directly influences the resulting item stats. So higher quality inputs yield better performing outputs. Some blueprints may give negative stats if below quality threshold. Mined minerals of the same quality can now be stacked. Yeah, but considering you have 1,000 different quality levels, like the chances of having 2 of the exact same quality stats is going to be really difficult. All right, material distribution overhaul. There has been a large update to the distribution of ship and FPS minables with the goal of making it easier to find particular resources, particularly for ship minables. Pyro has increased chance of higher quality materials. Please note, this is not a course final. Mineable distribution will be changed with each Planet Tech, with Planet Tech version 5 later down the line. For ship minables across the board, the amount of SU of resources within rocks has been reduced. As a general rule for ships minables, the more valuable the resource, the smaller the SU size. There are some drastic reductions in cases of high value materials. Nodes will give multiple resources with a small amount of higher quality resources within them. Genolite has been added to the surface of some moons and planets. Mineable locations have been updated on planets, moons, star map records. Mineable nodes information UI update has been more readable to show main resources of the node when scanning. I don't know who gets the blueprint drop though. Does everybody who accepts the share of the mission get a blueprint when it drops? Or does only the person who accepted the mission originally? I mean, it's Star Citizen, so it can go either way. Crafting an item. To craft an item, open the fabricator, select a blueprint. Each blueprint displays the required material slot alongside which strat each slot influences. Players can manually assign materials to slots or use the autofill option to automatically populate slots with either the best or worst available materials. Double-clicking a material will place in the first valid slot. Automatically, slots have a minimum quality requirement, will not accept materials below threshold. Actually, they will accept, because CIG changed that. You could make a completely junk item if you wanted to. So they walked back this sentence. Materials can be removed from slots before confirming the craft. Before confirming, players can set a delivery location of the finished item, either the local inventory within range or to the machine's cargo grid. The selected delivery location is remembered when switching between blueprints. Crafted items display their specific crafted stats on the tooltip. Thomas says everyone is getting a BP, but not necessarily the same one last night. Okay. It starts as which would feel like an uppercut to the groin, so they'll do that one. they'll always choose the worst one. I'm still kind of like, I wish they had like the ability to trade blueprints. Like if blueprints were actually a physical key you can give other people in game. Maybe one of these days. It'd be nice to be able to like get blueprints and trade the ones you don't want. But otherwise, like you just have to find somebody who has the blueprint you want and have them craft it for you. So you either trade them something valuable that they want for a blueprint. Well, at least we'll have more. We kind of need a player auction house in game now. I mean, we have UEX. Crafting queue. Upon starting a craft, players are taken to a queue view. The fabricator maintains separate queues for crafting and dismantling. Queued items can be moved between in progress and pending states, and delivery locations can be adjusted per item. The machine also keeps a history tab showing previous completed jobs. Dismantling. Items that have crafting recipes associated with the item can be dismantled in the fabricator to recover materials. Items that were originally crafted by a player will return materials of the same quality used to make them. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's nice. That's going to be deleted a year from now. Same quality used to make them. Items found in the world rather than crafted, such as looted weapons, will return materials of a flat default quality value. There you go. I mean, that would be nice, Gandalf. To have like a comparison like the NPCs, but I don't think CIG will ever do that. They'll force us to make like third-party apps to actually track what's going for what where. Additional gameplay updates. AI overspawn guard. Put further safeguards in place to help reduce unintended AI overpopulation during missions. Added Yormondi and Apex irradiated hunt missions. These missions require high amounts of bounty hunter guild progress to acquire. I guess Yormondi and Apex irradiated Valakar are just going to be in the wild now. That's going to be crazy. Ship's a vehicle. New ship RSI Aurora Mark II. We talked about that in depth already. Engineering update. Shield balance. Increased overall shield health and brought shield variances a little closer together. Energy weapons don't deal damage shield more. So basically they buff shields, but then they buff energy weapons. So shields versus energy weapons is going to be like the same as last patch. But ballistic versus... This is basically a nerf to energy weapons and distortion weapons. So energy weapons and distortion weapons, damage against shields got reduced this patch. So CIG's trying to make energy weapons more valuable against shields. Like, finally, after all these years. Armor balance. There's now a minimum damage threshold for projectiles penetrating vehicle armor. This means that ship rolls will play a much higher part in damaging high armor value ships. Armor at full health will block certain projectiles from damaging the armor, ships, and components. Armor, once brought down to a lower health state, will allow smaller bullets to damage ship and components. It's basically the shield system, but not. This is how the shield system works with ballistics. When the shields are at full health, it lets a little bit of damage through. And when the shields start getting lower and lower, more and more damage starts going through. Except with armor, when armor's at max health, no damage gets through. And as armor gets damaged, eventually damage starts getting through. It's whatever. It's the exact same system, just applied to armor. It's just another shield hit bar that doesn't regenerate. Armor, once brought down to a lower health state, will allow smaller bullets to damage the ship and components. This update completely overhauls armor and removes armor values on all ships and reflect more bespoke difference between ships and archetypes. Turrets, thrusters, and other subparts of the ship now have a modifier of deflection values, determining them as weak points. If destroyed, the pass-through damage will be affected by the normal armor values. So, yes, if you were a Gladius and you shoot at a Perseus, you will not be able to damage it. Unless his armor's been weakened. But if you're a Gladius and you shoot at a Perseus's thrusters, turrets, or guns, you'll be able to damage those parts of the Perseus. Even if the armor isn't weakened ahead of a time. I mean, this is what people gave Chris Roberts for. They wanted a complicated game. And I'm fine with that. I think small ships should be a somewhat of a threat to larger ships. To make, because we want fighter-centric gameplay, right? We want the Idris, the Polaris, hangars to mean something. Yeah, Chris Roberts was talking years ago about how complicated Star Citizen was going to be. Like armor penetration, shield stuff, and, you know, all this other horse shit he was going to do. Medical gameplay, repairing. We read through last Star Citizen stream we did on like last Thursday. We read the repair thing, the repair thing design document for like 2015. It was just this huge complicated thing about how you had like materials you were going to put into a machine, and you had two players. One player was going to manage the job and like pick out areas where the repair was going to happen. And another player was going to be actually using this robotic laser arm to actually carve out parts of the ship and spray on new component hole points or whatever. Well, that's what people gave Chris Roberts money for all those years ago. Turret thrusters up support. We already read that. Life support. Increased life support cost to maintain atmosphere. Decrease the exchange rates of life support in the room. Decrease the exchange rates between rooms. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to turn life support off. Who gives a shit? Like, single-seater ships don't need life support. Just live off the air in your suit. Radar, assign power now affects aim assist. This is the biggest change this patch. To ship combat. Assign power now affects aim assist. Increase power demand for all radars. Activation power is either the same or lower. CS is only picked up on ping. New radars are available in shops. Added VMA support for radars. So, your default radar power stuff is going to be massive. Like, for the Polaris, it was like 7 pips to fully power the radar. And the more power pips you put in, the further away you get a projected impact point and aim assist, like ESP, and like, there is a little bit of auto aim for like turrets and like ship weapons. For your guns and whatnot. Bullet nudging, they call it, which kind of like, if you're close enough, they'll like nudge your bullets to the pip. But all that is very much dependent on how much power you have into your radar. And quite honestly, it's not worth fully powering your radar to get like the maximum range, because I think like at 2 power pips on most radars, you can reach out to like 900 meters. And that's pretty standard for most ship-to-ship combat for like light fighters and like fighters just in general. Like if you're engaging out to 2 kilometers, like I don't even think most radars go up to 2 kilometers. Does Urkel have the radars? Da, 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 da. Yeah. The military A is like 2 kilometers. Max is 8 on this one. If you put 8 power pips in this thing, you can go out to 8 kilometers or 2.1 kilometers. Aim assist maximum distance 1300. That's min distance. Max distance is 2.1. Yeah, honestly, like 1.3 kilometers, 1.3 kilometers is fine for most ship-to-ship combat. 2.1 kilometers, that's if you're like shooting at like a hammerhead from a Hornets. And the terrible thing about this is like the hammerhead's gonna lose that fight every time. Yeah, a lot of these are like hilarious in terms of, so you can have a lot of power tied up in your radar. Do any of these have like any different stats? Like no, IR and EM, CS 90%, 100%. Some have hit point differences. Self-repair times all the same. No, self-repair time's a little different sometimes. Ranges, it's mostly just the ranges that change from the looks of it. And these are like size 2 radars. This is the Starlancer attack. Let's look at size 1. How about the new RSI Mark II? Aurora. Yeah, so the Mark 1s, the maximum they can get is 1.3 with like the military, but that's like 5 power pips. So, what is self-repair time? So ships that don't have access to their components, like the Avenger Titan, the Mark I Hornet, the Mark II Hornet, the F-8C Lightning, the Constellation, the what else? There's a few other ships out there that have components you can't access. I think the Carrack has a few components you can't get access to. The Starfarer, the 300 series, the Cutlass series. There's quite a few ships in Star Citizen that don't have access to the components, so you can't repair them. And there's also a lot of single-seater ships that, if you get disabled, like you're not going to be able to pop out of the ship and then like get a tractor beam out to fix in space. So you can repair Faka's arm. So ships like a lot of ships that have size 1 components, like the Gladius and the Arrow, you can repair the components. They have like a button you can press to auto repair the ship's components from the pilot seat, which I think is kind of dumb. I think you should be forced to get out and repair the ship components manually with a tractor beam or the repair tool. or you should be asking for a ride back to like a station, a tow. But it makes sense to keep a self-repair option on the table for ships that don't have physical access to components, like the Constellation, for example, the Cutlass. They just don't have access to their components. So they can't even repair themselves if they get disabled. Radar-based aim assist. Aim assist range is now tied to installed radar. Ship's aim assist is now governed by the radar equipped on your vehicle rather than applying uniformly at the fixed distance. The effective engagement window is determined by the power, tier, and model of your installed radar, defining both the minimum and maximum distances at which aim assist is activated. Upgrading to a higher grade radar will extend the range at which aim assist engages targets, which smaller or lower powered units will support assist only at closer combat distances. Aim assist now also includes a retention buffer. Once aim assist is locked onto a target within range, it will remain active for a short additional distance beyond the listed maximum before disengaging, preventing it from flickering on and off during close range maneuvering at the edge of its effective range. New radar variants added. A large number of new radar variants have been added across multiple manufacturers with ships and sizes, size 0 through size 3, significantly expanding loadout customization options. These radars can be purchased in New Babbage, Omega Pro. Each variant has been individually tuned with distinct aim assist range profiles to reflect its great intended role. Recon-focused units enterprise extended engagement windows, while combat-optimized models offer tighter, more aggressive assist profiles. The following manufacturers have new radar variants available. Basilisk, size 1 and 2. Combat models includes the Prophet Cassandra variants. The Choo has expanded size 0 through size 4 lineups, including full spec, broad spec, observer variants across multiple grades. The Garuda Goringberg news S0 through S3 options, including the Tiger, the Tig, the Vigilance, the Savior, the Fideli, Resolu, and Devo modules. The Vagante has new size 1, size 2 sensor, including the Sensor 5, the Sensor 7 extended variants. The Willen has new size 0 through size 3 options, including the Abeti, Agrippa, Ansta, Calypso, Capsulo, and the Socria models. New Wicklow ship offerings. New vehicles and equipment added to the ever-expanding Wicklow Emporium, RC Apollo Triage, with upgraded components and unique base library. This work can unlock with completing Wicklow contracts. Whew. And we're still going. Additional ship updates. Large health increase for doors, ramps, and elevators across all ships. Added limited gimbals to Aegis Vanguard's node guns. Oh my god, we've been asking for years for a little bit of gimbal to the nose guns for the Vanguards. Adjusted heavy bomber ship flight performance to match their intended values. This includes increase and decreases to the thrust performance of the Eclipse, the Redeemer, Spirit Series, Starfighter, Freelancer Series, and Zeus. I'm sorry, it's the Freelancer Series. What is this, like Farscape or something? Aegis Redeemer ship price greatly reduced. Updated Origin 890 jump with size 4 radar. Updated Origin 600i with size 3 radar. Missiles and ground missiles rebalanced. Explosion radius min max and boost phase burn duration for ground missiles. Locked switching of gimbal mode outside the appropriate operator modes. Thruster adjustment for Corsair 400i Constellation Aquila to bring them closer to intended values. Implemented new size 3 neutron weapons for the persistent universe, the Maxox NN-15 cannon. New ship rentals added. RSI Apollo Medevac, Triage, Asperia, Prowl Utility, Drake Golem, Misfortune, Aegis Avenger Titan. Really? The Aegis Avenger Titan wasn't rentable? All this time, I never noticed. New hairstyles. People service stations. So they added new, implementing 4 new social stations and NICs managed by members of the People Alliance. These service stations offer a safe haven for basic restock, rearmament, and fueling options, along with many different shopping options for pilots traveling through NICs. Weapons and items, FPF weapons, art refactor, new lootable armors. New upgrades for the visual material and textures of many weapons and equipment throughout the PU, including bearing the B2, the BR2 shotgun, the GP33 grenade launcher, the P4 AR, sorry, the P8 AR, P8 SC, the S38, Gemini, the A03, the C54, the LH86, the R97, S71, Clausen Werner, Arclight, Arrowhead, Demico, Gallant, Lumen, Lightning Bolt, the Ubrev, and the Atskava, Castic Arms, the Karna, Apex Fire Extinguisher. They just added the Apex Fire Extinguisher and they changed its art. Additional weapons and items update. Implementing multiple outfit variants for claw salamander getting a nix, a complete light armor, cape, and a mask. Added 2 handheld tractor and salvage tools for more shops. Armor short names were added, giving armor pieces abbreviated display names for UI context and inventory grid. Cortec audio and VR experimental updates. Virtual reality dates, experimental. Further updates to our experimental VR features have been included in 4.7 to add more control and fix multiple issues experienced in the first release. Fixed mirror mode smoothing, which is smoothing the camera incorrectly and not headset HDMI rotation. Fixed hardware mouse not returning the same values when transferring from into display space due to rounding errors. Completely rewrote via VR cursor. VR cursor no longer has any bounds and can be moved indefinitely. Cursor updates only once per frame with the position multiple times. Since it can view camera can also get update multiple times. Hit HVR cursor in personal inventory when V2 no longer is needed. Added new EVA yaw pitch mouse action to mobiGlass menu since they control the VR cursor. Removed EVA action fails from PMA mobiGlass, which was stopping the cursor from being moved. Note, I'm not sure this can have unintended side effects. Alternatively, the VR cursor can be controlled directly via the mouse move event, but doing it this way is hooked through our normal action system. Should work within the AR controls directly as well. Added new seat bars, R stereo UI width height to control the UI resolution of VR. Default res is 2560 by 1440 for high crisp text and UI. All render detector renderers after post-processing use the size and UI skill form. Get display width height returns the res in VR. Large refactor of display render size values. Rename. Oh god, I'm not gonna read all this shit. Whatever the hell this stuff. Render detector after post Render texture after post-processing it only once in VR. Force piss wheel in VR to be always centered on the screen. This will render the world in the future. That's the personal inventory system. That's that little wheel that pops up. If anyone's seen that. Removed R stereo debug drawing as it doesn't give any benefits anymore without the proper UI rendering. Additional Cortec updates. Screen render pass. Screen ratio added to render pass for improved display compatibility. New music added through the PU, throughout the PU. Further entity count update and nix to reduce unintended high amounts. And they fixed some crashes and whatnot. Gameplay mission. The star map should no longer be zoomed into the ship in the cockpit instead of showing the system of region space the player is in. So now, if you're sitting in the cockpit of your ship and you open your star map, it'll display the star system you're in. Which is great, because I hate having to zoom all the way out in the pilot seat. If I'm in the pilot seat of a ship, first person, or if I'm in a single seat ship, or if I'm in a multi-crew ship with an interior, if I'm in the pilot seat, chances are I don't give a shit about the map the ship is in, right? I want to be able to set up plotter quantum routes. Have a button that zooms into the ship, or a hotkey or something. That would be my recommendation. You press a button on the star map and it zooms into the ship. You press another button on the star map and it zooms back out. Fixed due to causing fire damage to players to be much lower than intended. Fixed an issue where some industrial missions directed players to drop off locations that did not have freight elevators available. Fixed an issue with recovered cargo VIP milestone missions to display deliver 00 cargo in the HUD objective tracker. Fixed an issue where industrial missions were incorrectly accessible to players in 4.6 Live prior to the scheduled release. Fixed an issue where materials requirement listed in some industrial visual objectives were incorrect. Fixed an issue where some industrial missions display a reward of 0 UC upon completion. Fixed an issue where some industrial missions paid out incorrect rewards amount upon completion. Fixed an issue where FPS mining cave markers during delivery locations only became visible when players within approximately 1 kilometer. Fixed an issue where mission objectives would register as complete, but the mission itself would remain stuck as accepted. Rather than progressing to completion, this affected haul and collect, recover cargo missions as well as industrial salvage and mining missions. Yeah, I had those errors before. Fixed an issue where one of the clean air interstellar medium cargo haul missions had no listed rewards. Fixed an issue where killing ship mission could fail to progress after the player engaged with enemies before completing the first objective. Fixed an issue where enemy AI ships and kill ship missions could respawn outside the designated action area. Fixed an issue where the next QV stations where the NPCs carrying the data packet and the Polaris would fail to spawn. Fix an issue where hauling contracts listed potential wildlife locations to collection or delivery destinations. Fix an issue where at Wicklow Emporium stations where the show floor doors remain stuck closed with opening soon even after completing the collector intermission. Fix an issue where players who repaired the Avenger Titan Renegade obtained through the Recovery Cargo milestone mission could become unable to use the jump points and leave Nyx. Oh god, there's a ton of bug fixes in here. There's a bunch of known issues. Oh god, locations environment. Fix an issue where entering a jump gate tunnel as it was closing and place a player in a valid black screen state, preventing from loading back into the persistent universe. Fix multiple art coloring issues at Levski, where selections of walls in the XL hangar dressing assets near the cargo center and structural art within the cargo center would disappear or pop into view at very short distances. Fix an art culling issue in the Nyx social stations, where the auxiliary station entrance door would disappear at normal viewing distances. Fixed a visual area issue causing side doors at the lower level of the Polaris at the Nyx social stations to render incorrectly. Fixed an issue at Levski where decorative false door panels had visible open gaps around the control panel slots. Fixed an issue at the ASD delving facility where players would be automatically rescued and respawn back at the facility after being incapacitated in the field. I remember that. That was kind of weird. Like you get disabled inside the ASD facility, and then 20 seconds later, it just forced you to respawn back to the medical facility. And it's just like, really? Sometimes you would even have a chance to heal your teammates before they were forced to respawn. Fixed issue causing ASD delving facility phase 2 mission not to progress after reaching the mission location. There should no longer be a chance for the terminal to say not authorized on downloading despite completing the required puzzle activity in ASD delving phase 3. Fix an issue in the Nyx QV station where streaming the location out and back in would cause inventory to stop functioning. Fix an issue where the Destiny... Destiny? What are we playing? Destiny Vertigo now? Is it Star Citizen? Fix an issue where the Density Manager could remove instance hangars while they were still in use, causing players to lose access to their personal hangar. Fix an issue at the Nyx QV station where the Cargo Deck B freight elevator was obstructed by entities spawning within its obstruction zone. Fix an issue where external freight elevators were missing their obstruction bounds. Fix an issue where ship's cargo inventory was not visible at the commodity kiosk unless the ship was physically stored at the location. Fix an issue where players were unable to select destination locations on ore sales and refinement processing kiosks. Fix an issue where pyro contested zone locations where access doors could not be overridden. Fix an issue at Grim Hex where incorrect bed exit animations cause players to clip through the hab walls on spawn. Fix an issue at Nyx QV stations where bullets could pass through the glass windows of the registration room. Okay. I don't know if I remember that one. Vehicles. Fix an issue where destroying a vehicle would incorrectly generate duplicate collision field and a second set of weapons hardpoints at the wreck. Switching from SCM to nav mode should learn cause the engines to turn off. Fix an issue where ships were being physically displaced by the impact force of incoming ballistic weapons fire. Yeah, I remember that. I mean, it felt almost intentional when CIG redid when they added the engineering and armor update, where certain ballistic weapons would push your ship around. I thought that was intentional. Maybe in the future they'll do something with that. Fix an issue where sure grip tractor beam components could not be repositioned using another tractor beam. Fix an issue where some or all of the MODs displayed across multiple ships would appear blank. I remember seeing that one. Fix an issue where selectable elements within mobiGlass tabs had small dead zones that made interacting with them unreliable. That's not the first time I've seen that patch note. Fix an issue where pressing the missile launch key in SCM missile mode was incorrectly toggled SCM gun gimbal mode on and off. Fixed an issue where the RSI Aurora, where the female character animation appeared offset for when entering or exiting the vehicle bed. RSI Aurora LX atmosphere re-entry effects should no longer be backwards. Fixed an issue on the RSI Apollo, where the nose section was not registered damage independently. It was routing all impact damage to the main body instead. Fixed an issue on the RSI Constellation Phoenix Emerald, where the cockpit windshield was not visibly as transparent when viewed from the outside the ship. Fixed an issue on the Aegis Hammerhead, where the ship's cross-section values for the X and Y axis were swapped. Fixed an issue on the Aegis Idris M, where the S-10 destroyer mass driver turret was missing its visual geometry. Fixed an issue on the Anvil Paladin, where visible gaps present inside the interior beside the lower bridge door walls. Fixed an issue on the Anvil Andguard, where the clean air green paint scheme displayed incorrect colors on the vehicle modification app. Fixed an issue on the Starlancer Max, where players could fall through the ground at the gap between the cargo ramp and the surface. Fixed an issue where the missed Starlancer attack, where the rear ramp just appeared as a disconnected element engineering screen 3D map preview and toggling open and closed. Fixed an issue on the Drake Clipper, where the cargo ramp clipped slightly into the vehicle chassis when retracted. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the pilot could lose control of the ship when the exterior cargo bay was completely full. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the co-pilot seat could take priority of the flight controls over the pilot. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the ship would stop automatically ejecting cargo after entering quantum. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the whole salvage was occurring at incorrect rates. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where salvage, disintegration, visual effects were rotated and misaligned. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where floating sparks appeared incorrectly in the cargo bay while the ship was in emergency states. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the crew elevator interior lost lighting when viewed from certain angles. Fixed an issue on the Argo Moth, where the player character shadow rendered incorrectly in the habitation room. I don't know how the Argo Moth got released with so many goddamn bugs, but they're finally getting around to fixing them. Hopefully it actually works. Knock on wood. Characters and items. Fixed an issue causing AI characters to remain stuck in a cowering state instead of resetting to normal behavior. Fixed an issue where helmet-mounted torches would display on incorrect side of the helmet and on certain helmet models. Fixed an issue where ballistic rifle variants could fail to function due to missing ammunition parameters. Fixed an issue where the FPS mining multi-tool contextual power increase hint did not indicate alt also need to be held. Zenith Landslide Laser Sniper Rifle should no longer be incorrectly labeled as a base variant. UI Technical. Medical beeping should no longer be continuously played after being healed when in third-person camera. Fixed the issue where Get Up Coffee decaf item displayed an oversized image card and quick buy interface. Fixed the issue where seat interaction prompts for gunner and pilot position appeared mirrored and approaching from the front. Okay. I guess this shit just ships in general, not any specific ship. Fixed an issue at Wicklow Emporium where collector's contract recipe overlapped the HUD objective text. Fixed an issue at Wicklow Emporium where armor and weapons was incorrectly listed as requirements in their very good customer reputation rank despite not being needed to unlock these contract types. Fixed an issue at Wicklow's Emporium where collector's shiny builder suit contract required more recombinant regolith items than intended. How much was it supposed to be? Because I had to do like 30 of... I was like 15, if I remember correctly, of each. It was a lot. And it wasn't worth it. Fixed an issue in engineering screen. Replace lower text with appearing in a component ear list. And here's the known issue list. Note, the stack all button was temporarily disabled for live. Manual stacking still work, and we've fixed in the works for this issue, intended on re-enabling as soon as possible. Current mineral sales price for Savrilium has been increased greatly for 4.7 with the intent of lowering this price in a future build while increasing the amount of mined to bring the amounts earned back to even. The front hangar elevator 8 jump is temporarily disabled pending further fixes. Multi-system PU ASOP. Moving the mouse cursor over a different vehicle in ASOP when attempting to deliver a specific ship will deliver the different ship vehicle instead. Multi-system PU ASOP. There's a chance that a blank information of a vehicle may appear in hangar delivery requests using the ASOP terminal. PU next Livsky. Transit. Going prone whilst in a moving limbo elevator carriage will cause the player to follow the carriage. Use star map. Star map is zoomed into the ship when in cockpit instead of showing the system region spaces in. They literally said they fixed that in the patch notes, and then it says it is a known issue. Did you guys fix it? I swear to God, if I was this indecisive back when I was a mechanic, I would have lost my job damn near instantly. Or at least had to talk to the boss. Vertigo, you can't say that a thing you fixed is still a problem. If you fixed it, you fixed it. And if it becomes a problem in the future, then it's a different problem. Because we're gonna charge the customer money for this crap, so it can't be. It has to be fixed when you're done with it, whether you like it or not. Few inventory rework. Inventory does not update capacity and space for changes in personal inventory. Pew stat UI. Party marker does not show party members' names and distances. Pew next Levski Grand Border locations. Some shop floors missing collision. Well, looks like you can fall out of the stupid thing. Multiple location. Pew locations. While settings are set to low, surface of moves and planets will render any art assets. It may be distorted or pixelated. Multiple locations. Pew stand. Shopping cargo. Buying any commodities locks buying others until they are removed via the freight elevator. All right, so if you buy commodities, you have to bring up the freight elevator and then load them off the elevator, I guess. Or if you buy commodities and then bring up the elevator, you can't buy more commodities until you take them all off the freight elevator. But if you buy commodities, you can buy more until you bring those commodities up the elevator. I don't know how that works. Pyro contested zones. No loot crate spawning contested zones. Oh. That's the best part of contested zones. And then we have the QV station breaker FAQ. There is also when we have the crafting FAQ as well. Oh my god, I'm not reading all this stuff today. We'll do it some other time. There is so much shit to read through. Ooh, the Aegis Hammerhead Gold Standard. We've preemptively marked the Alpha 4.7 cards as released ahead of the scheduled fly publish happening later today. We've already read through all the fucking 4.7 shit, so who cares? 4.8 is probably the one we care about. Refueling missions. Implemented refueling missions centered around servicing NPC ships. Players will also be able to request fueling via the beacon, which will initially be fulfilled by NPCs. Refueling improvements. Implemented refueling docking improvements, simplifying the refueling process with simplified fuel delivery and updated docking to support mutual requests and automate docking at close ranges alongside more impactful itemization for fuel capacities and transfer speeds. This card has been set to tentative. Flight suit G-force resistances. Implementing G-force resistances modifiers to flight suits, enabling players to choose specialized equipment for improved maneuverability and endurance. Ship hangar service T0. Implementing service gameplay updates to draw from resources stored in your ship's cargo grid to fulfill refueling, repair, and restocking requests via dedicated service hangars. So this is for like the Polaris and the Idris, so they can service their ships and their hangars. Vehicle command module. Implementing vehicle command module docking and docking ship system transfer. I wonder if the Caterpillar is gonna get their command modules. Because if I remember correctly, there's a few ships that actually have command modules baked into them. The Caterpillar, the Ironclad, and the Endeavor are like the 3 ships I can think of that have command modules. New Wicklow ships for 4.8. The Kruger L-22 Alpha Wolf. And that's it. Oh, the crossbow! The Utility Flex crossbow, implementing long-awaited crossbow, featuring devastating shattering bolts, harsh projectile drop. The Utility Flex crossbow rewards skilled aim with immense power. Its near silent fire mechanism lets you strike quietly and gain the upper hand on your foes. Plasma grenades. Hey, the first time we get a different grenade. The Kesar plasma grenade, implementing Castec Arms area denial grenade. Prime and throw to lock down an area and prevent enemies from pushing through. Transport system. Implementing the new transport system. A full rewrite of transit across the universe supporting trams, trains, and elevators to improve reliability and scalability for technologies like server meshing and instancing. And the Aegis Hammerhead Gold Standard. Updating Aegis Hammerhead to Gold Standard, implementing improvements and updates interior art. And then Maelstrom has been added to Star Citizen 1.0. Implementing new physics-based destructive system. Holy Bully 48 looks with a little bit of strange not having updated roadmap for 471, 472. They really don't put 471 or 472 type patches on the roadmap. They kind of like just kind of mention them off to the side. Next mission pack 2 has been committed and planned to release later in 4.7.x. All right, so there we go. We'll read the crafting guide and Operation Breaker FAQ tomorrow. I'm kind of getting tired of reading. I'm sure everybody's tired of me listening. I'm tired of listening to me read. All right. Let's see if we can actually get in. Oh, hold on a second. Shit, I gotta get my joystick set up. Maybe if we're quick enough, we can actually get in here. I actually want to show off the Wizardum demo at some point today as well. I was playing that. It was actually really fun. Apogee's actually back to making games. Good old classic. Remember those Apogee games like Duke Nukem 3D and like, what else? Commander Keen. Those were fun. All right. So, let's get our character set up. Actually get some fucking gameplay. We're going to set our spawn point to Nyx, because I guess we're going to be doing more stuff in Nyx. Oh. Gotta remember how to actually load my character. There we go. We're totally going to skip the tutorial. What is it? What can you spawn in? Okay, Ruin Station Checkbook Obituary. Okay, cool. And then Nyx. Oh, you can actually spawn at the people service stations in Nyx. Okay. What do you just do, Bluesky? I'm sure everybody is going to be spawning at Bluesky this patch. All right, so we're in. Oh, they added a more aggressive, holy crap, that is really aggressive. They added a far more aggressive, like, drop shadow to the inventory. Oh, and they actually changed it so you don't get remote access anymore? Or does it? Do I have to wait for it to load in? We'll find out here in a minute. Because on the PTU, you had remote access to your inventory terminals just by being near them. Yeah, this drop shadow is like super aggressive. I mean, it's fine. Like, makes it so it's actually more legible. All right, so they did change it, so you no longer have you no longer have access by default. All right, so do I have my usual crap? I really need to like get rid of some of these white flight suits. I have way too many of them. And then let's get helmets. That's right, stack doesn't work this patch. I think I may have broke my, I think I may have broke my inventory. Wow, that was quick, Vertigo. You load into your hangar and suddenly you just can't do nothing. Okay, so we got our helmet on. We got that. Nope, it's green legs, not blue. You can't just double equip to swap stuff out. You have to like drag it over. All right, so there's that. Weapons. Primary. Yeah, I'm gonna have to relearn how all the icons look. Desert Shadow. Hold on, can we like search for like P4 ARs? There's a P4-AR? There we go. Yeah, P4AR. Fortuna rifle. Boneyard. Get ourselves a Boneyard one. Then we need our medical gun. Oh, and then we have to clear the search because it overrides everything. I mean, it is taking a while for this inventory system to work for us, that's for sure. Let us get some more water while we're waiting. Yeah, okay, so using filters and whatnot kind of like messes with the their filters. Sidearms. A bunch of med tools. There's the AA support one. Sure, let's use that one. All right, so we got the sidearm. We don't carry melee throwables. Do I have any grenades on me? I don't think I do. Nope, I have a user flare. Attachments. I guess we'll look at attachments. We have laser pointer. That on there. Suppressor. I should really get rid of these size 3 suppressors. Aim recoil, visual recoil, audible range, plus 20%. Oh, so the suppressors do reduce damage by 8%. Okay, that's a first. God, I wish, like, the... Oh, man. There's this flashlight. What is this? Placeholder, whatever the hell that is. Spread, -10, projectile speed, -25, or 12%, recoil. Aim recoil, -20%, visual recoil at 40%, damage 10%. That's actually a huge nerf. Your projectile speed and your damage. 10% reduced damage. For what? Reduce spread, reduce projectile speed? Those scorch compensators aren't very good anymore. We'll have a 4x. There's a stoic suppressor. Aim time plus 12%, spread -12%, horizontal aim recoil -45%, vertical aim recoil -15%, visual recoil 33%, recoil time 5%, audible range -33%. That is actually like better than just about every attachment. It doesn't even reduce your damage. It increases your aim time, which kind of does hurt you a lot. Tweaker. Wow. Okay, so the tweaker gives you plus 25% aim time, spreads plus 25%, aim recoils -35%, visual recoils 50%, damage negative. Wow, they really don't. I guess you could like craft a better version of the P4AR to overcome that. We also have the flash hider. We could try the flash hider, see what that does for us. I could live with that. I could live with the flash hider. Well, what else do we have? Visual recoil, aim recoil. I really don't care about audible range because enemies are going to hear you regardless. How's Fortnite 7? Well, people were having trouble logging in recently. Looks like that's cleared up a little bit, so we just got in. We were Hollow Destiny. We were reading like patch. There was a ton of reading. There was the Aurora Mark II, the Aurora Mark 1, the Aurora Mark 1-2 FAQ. There was the patch notes. There was the propaganda videos we watched for the Aurora, behind the ship's Aurora stuff. There was the 4.7 patch notes video. So we literally, after being live for about 3 hours now, we just literally got the ability to like actually get in stars for this one. So we need ammo, we need meds, we need food, we need grenades. And then, yeah, that's pretty much good to go there. What is this? Jaeger? Okay. We also need to set up some of our ships for like the QB stations.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So far so good. We should probably play with the Aurora Mark II a little bit. I don't know if I have like the components, but I did. Man, it was like I was talking for a good like 2 hours. It feels like. And there's even more stuff to read on the website, and I'm not exactly looking forward to reading it today, so we'll do it tomorrow. The big thing with the new inventory changes is kind of like disabled, like the stack button. For some reason, CIG disabled the stack button. Take the TS module. I don't really care about the DM module. It only adds like an extra backup shield, so who cares? Frostar. C, great civilian. Yeah, Mark's missiles is fine. Badger laser repeaters is fine. So we'll just like slap that on there. We'll play around with the Aurora Mark II today. We don't get finish up our stuff. So like the stack button doesn't work. They disabled that. The filters work, but aren't really necessary outside of like dealing with your main inventory. Same thing with like the search. The filters really not necessary for like your. It's if you have a lot of stuff in your inventory, like the filters, the search. What else do they have? The yeah, the various filters they have, and like the sort function, the stack button, the search. These are kind of necessary for like dealing with your main inventory, for your like your hangar. Just for dealing with like your personal inventory, you really don't need. You're not going to have that many items in your backpack. At least I wouldn't recommend having a lot of items in your backpack. All right, so we need to go this way down.
That's the way it is sometimes.
So those are nice. Otherwise, it's just a visual upgrade. It still has a lot of the same issues the last inventory system had, which is like responsiveness and like the weird way it'll lose items from time to time. Mostly just like the lack of responsiveness with like the back end.
Why the rush, my friend?
All right, let's get some med pens. Let's buy 200. I don't know what else I want to buy here,
Be
but
ready in a moment.
hell, we'll buy 200, not 2,000, 200. We have med pens, has them all, sure. We'll buy like, I don't know, 100 of these.
Sure thing.
Do you have water? Do you have food? Consumables. I don't need oxypens. We don't have radiation in the next system. Well, not really.
Keeping busy? I hope everything works out.
I really don't think there's any other ammo we need.
Come on in.
Actually, you know what? I do need to get my multi-tools attached.
Not to buy that. Okay, some other time. You know where to find me. You know you are basically robbing me. This price is so low, but okay, a deal is a deal. Step right in, yalla, yalla.
Hello? Can you put this in my inventory, dipshit?
Alright, some other time then. You know where to find me. Hey, where are you going? Oh, yes, very good choice, very good.
Oh, shut up.
You there. You are a person of good taste, I can tell.
Got a bunch of those.
Looking for something special? I got it all. Welcome.
If you need it, I've got it. Coming right up.
Alright, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, like the inventory kind of has the same problem as the last inventory. It's like responsiveness becomes an issue.
My friend, I got what you need and stuff you didn't even know you wanted.
Oh my lord. Come on, guys. I just want to get some stuff going here. Maybe these pods are just busted. Oh, there we go. Oh, that is my...
What's new with you?
All right, so I don't know what the hell's going on there. It's not letting me...
It was just luck. Did her parents spend too much on it? Sure. But I guess
Every time I hear Jared's voice, I just hear Jared.
you gotta celebrate any wins you can get.
He basically has the same cadence as he's like delivering lines on SCL. I think he'd make a better news anchor instead of like NPC in the universe. He just sounds like when he's delivering lines in the game, he just sounds like he's delivering lines on like Star Citizen Live. It just doesn't blend very well with the rest of the NPCs. In my opinion. He sticks out a little too much. Audibly. Alright, here we go. What do we want? We wanted medical. We need ammo. P4AR magazine, Karna. So we'll take... What do you think, Vertigo? 20? 28? Because we gotta remember... What? 28. Split. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, Tech Zero, you just know his voice. All right, so now we need utility. We'll get our red tractor beam going. Tractor beam multi-tool. And then we just need a basic one. And then we need a Cambrio SRT attachment. And then I need the repair juice, which is under ammo, I think. It really doesn't help that frame rate really like fucks with this. Hey, Marcus.
In the middle of it too, and now I can't shake this weird feeling. Like I know
I don't need to carry this much inventory with me. There we go. And then we need...
Well, that's life for you. You keeping busy?
That's life. That's what all the people said. I need... What is it? It's under utilities or something? Medical? There we go. And we'll take, like, I don't know, extra 4. Split that off there. And I think that's good to go. Well, we actually need to, like, okay, so we got 4 of those, 8 magazines, armor, inventory's got shit in it.
That's how it goes, I guess.
Apparently the Caesar, yeah, it's in the patch notes. I remember I was reading that in the patch notes. They're like, oh yeah, all the loot in the CZs doesn't spawn. I'm like, that's the whole point of CZs. Like, why? What the hell is this? Drake ore pod? Okay, so hey, they let me keep the ore pods from one patch to the next. All right, so do I have the Alliance Aid Fabricator?
What's up on your end?
I'm just gonna check.
Feeling a bit out of it. My sister just enlisted in the Navy. We were supposed to start our own settlement.
Vandal Metal.
Wish she would have told me.
Armandi Tongue. Marok. Is that a Marok gem? That's Romantii. Then I have all these. What are these? Passcode disc for what? Oh, that's for like the QV stations.
Anything happening?
Got another contract snaked from me by Trevor. We stay on this path, and I swear we'll have words. I'll never begrudge anyone for making a living, but this feels personal.
Well, that's life for you.
Well, that's life. The whole York. Yeah, we still have to wait for the stupid screen to load everything. So the boards for Wicklow don't spawn. I don't know. Like, they're printers, so I'm assuming they would. I'm assuming the printers still work. I assume the printers still work. I haven't done a CZ yet. I just read the patch notes. I'm not really interested in flying all the way to Pyre to check on this either, so someone else can tell me if it works or not. I'm assuming the stuff that prints, the red key cards, the blue key cards, the comp boards, they still work. And I make the assumption that the loot that spawns the ship components, the weapons, the weapon boxes, the loot containers that actually spawn like the special armor pieces, I'm assuming those don't show up. It would require me to like fly all the way over to Pyro and go through the CZ just to double check, and I just don't really give a shit right now. Welcome to Star Citizen, where shit just fucking breaks. Every goddamned patch. Like, it just... We've never had a patch where everything fucking works. There's always been something that breaks. And it's usually the old stuff that breaks, too. CIG has to maintain that old shit. Alright, I don't see... oh, there it is. There's the ready-made item fabricator. Blah, blah, blah. Where's this one over here? Copium display. That could be just something that CIG gave everybody. I don't know if I don't think this is the Alliance Aid version of the item fabricator. But I have one. It's at the very end of the list. We can head over to our hangar and pull it out and see what access to, what blueprints we have access to. I know, right? I've been playing Death Stranding as well. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. And I agree. It's nice to play a game that works. You could walk around and like do stuff in Death Stranding 2, and it's just like, wow, it's just like, it's a holistic game experience. It has a plot, it has cutscenes, it has gameplay. You pick up an item in Death Stranding 2, and you pick it up, and it's very snappy. I've had a couple times in Death Stranding 2 where my frame rate like drops substantially. I'm like, it could just be my computer because I have a really old CPU. But yeah, it's just it's an experience. I wonder if that like kind of tailors my expectations for games or my enjoyment for games. I load them up and I play. Okay, good night, Janelle. I load them up and I play them and the game works properly and I'm just like, wow, this is really good because I play too much Star Citizen. So I just my expectations and experience is corrupted because of Star Citizen. Is it under other? It should be under other. Right? Maybe. I'll try not to Jonelle. Alright, let's clear that filter. Or we just won't have anything show up on the inventory. Now I have zero capacity at 0. The freight elevator may just be broken this patch. That's nice. that'd kind of be like kind of sucky. Yeah, I got nothing on this freight elevator. I guess we could try the other freight elevator. Let's actually pull the Aurora Mark II out.
Welcome to the ASOP
Aurora.
vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been...
And let's add our Nyx glasses on. Our dirty, filthy hacks for stars. Oh, it's already 50. Look at that. Let's turn it up to... How about 6, 7? Since all you motherfuckers love this number. There we go. Kinda need those freight elevators to work for various gameplay loops in Star Citizen. Hey, look at that! I can actually see what the fuck I'm looking at in my hangar. So it'd just be nice to have a patch in Star Citizen that just isn't just broken, right? So we'll have a nice little looky. I had to turn my visuals up because I can't look at the goddamn Aurora in my goddamn hangar. I want to be able to actually appreciate the look of the damn ship. And for some reason, Nyx is just like really goddamn dark. Is the stream really breaking up? I know, right? I mean, the best way to do previews in Star Citizen for like new ships is like to spawn on like the Microtech hangars. Because they have the best looking hangars, and they're actually like bright, and you can actually see what the fuck you're looking at. Pyro. Oh, there we go. Pyro was probably the worst place to do like a preview on a ship. There you go, folks. Here is the new Aurora. Got a bunch of size 1 missiles on the tips. Now the thing is, you could in theory put an 8 size 1s on the Mark 1 Aurora, so that the extra missiles like aren't a huge deal. Since the LN, this thing beats the LN by virtue of having 4 size 2 instead of 2 size 2s and then 2 size 1s. The LN only has 2 size 2s and then 2 size 1s. This thing has 4 size 2s. But even then, 4 size 2s is not that big of a deal. Here is the external cargo. Now, that center pillar is gonna fuck you over. I didn't realize that the center pillar was a thing. If it had, like, a thing back here... Hold on a second. I have to check something. Pause that. I have to like double check this.
It began with...
Shut up. Do they actually show off like the modules? No, not on this one. Shit. I don't want to close that. Behind the ship's Aurora Mark II. I swear to God, the elevator was a little different. All right, we'll have to test that one, the mantling. Yeah, it's okay. So I thought it had a attach point towards the front. All right, so that limits you to like 6 SCU individual containers or 2 2s and then 2 1s back here. So you can't load like a single 4 SCU container. Oh, that's gonna be brutal. Then you have a couple 2s in there. For a starter hauling ship, I guess it's fine. The Tetris is going to be strong. So here's your shield generator. Just a civvy one to start with. Then we have our door. Very complicated. Got a nice little ladder here. This thing's already more luxurious than the goddamn 300i. The 300i requires you to climb a goddamn ladder to get into it, but this one doesn't. And then you have a couple of like single. These are like for the 1/8 handheld SU boxes here. You have your life support and fuses. At least they're inside the ship. Fire extinguisher. And you have your weapons rack here for like your pistols and your multi-tools and your rifles. And you have a suit locker over here. Already more feature-rich than the original Aurora. I think it's a fine ship. I think it's the price of the thing is fairly reasonable. It's like it's under $60 most of the time. I'm sure it'll go up to $60 eventually, but right now it's actually really reasonable priced. Just kind of looking around. You can also use this back end as a transport too. Like you can have people lay down. I hope there's a button inside here for like lowering it. Otherwise people are gonna get trapped inside here. You're gonna have to call Space AAA to get you unstuck. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there is a button. So yeah, you could use it as a kind of a crappy dropship or a transport taxi. I'm glad CIG was like, yeah, we should probably put a child release lock in the back because someone's going to lock their dumbasses in there. Only one entrance. That could be kind of an issue. That's probably a fuel port. Yeah. All right. Yep, you can definitely climb up on top of the roof. Yeah, LTI is also really good. Long time we haven't seen a starter ship. I'm sure what those are. Batteries, I guess. Computer. Gravity gen. The hell was that? Battery. Okay, and this is like the ship sensors, radar. That's it, pretty much. So yeah, a lot of the components on the top. Luckily, like, they gave you the ability to climb up on top of the stupid thing to get access to the components up here. Oh, that's why the coolers. Okay, so the cooler's on the wings. So if you lose one of these wings, or if you lose this, well, I mean, this is the engine, so if you lose this thing, you're gonna be kind of really fucked. More ways than one. Get screwed over more ways than one. All right. Oh, they even have little windows. Look at that. For the bed. Can let some light in. You always need a few... Oh. You always need a few windows in your spaceships. If you're going to have... You know, the actual Majesty... I mean, in a real spaceship, you really don't need any goddamn windows. You have auxiliary lighting. Is there no off button for lights? There's emergency. The windows are kind of small, though. Eh. And I think you have internal... Yeah, here's your personal storage, which is... 1 million? SCU, or... I don't even know what fucking... I don't even know what unit this is. We need to be, like, more consistent with our unit of measures, CIG. Engineering. You really don't need engineering terminal on this ship. I don't even... it's too small. I'm not quite sure what you do with the engineering terminal. I guess just check for damage. It's like a damage state indicator. Yeah. I mean, it's not... You're not really scaring anybody with the firepower in this damn thing. It's a starter ship. It's not like the Hornet Mark II. It's a slight increase in firepower over the Mark I. You have Courier. We really do need to change out the quantum drive. If all possible. Unfortunately, you can't detach the jump drive from the quantum drive, so you have to like I'm gonna have to send the ship down to like change it out. If only there was a way to separate those two modules. Or a Mark II. Oh, it's space. All right, can we get our components up? Can we get our crafting machine up here? Okay, so all that stuff is available while the elevator is up. And then we need to head over to other. And then it doesn't show up anymore. I mean, I don't hate it either. It looks prettier. That's it. Hi, Green Ghostman. The big thing with the new inventory system is just like the sort buttons, which are nice for dealing with like big inventories like I do. The stack button would be nice if it worked. But the search, the filters, what else do they have? Search, the filters. I'm trying to remember all the stuff they have. So the filters they have, the other filter, the generic filter here. The sorting. This really isn't necessary like 90, 80% of the time, I would say. Because most of the time you're dealing with like stuff in your backpack. And you're not going to have that much stuff in your backpack. So, not a big deal. But when you're dealing with like your bulk inventory at your home system, or one of the hangars or something, you have a lot of items to go through. Filters suddenly become a huge boon. Having a search function just everywhere it's fine. I'm not going to complain about it. All these filters, they're not really that necessary when dealing with small inventories, but when you're dealing with your big inventory, so you might as well just add it to all inventory screens. Why not? Implement it for one or implement it for all, right? The stack button, that's the one thing that would be useful no matter what inventory screen you're looking at. Because if you have like a lot of magazines, if you loot a bunch of stuff and your backpack's full of stuff, being able to stack everything so it's easier to like manipulate from one inventory to the next would be nice. It looks like my inventory broke. Yeah, so that's a thing this patch. I mean, honestly, I didn't mind the previous inventory. It was fine. Now it's a little bit easier to understand. You deal with the bubbles. For like a new player's perspective, for like quality of life, for like if you're just starting out in Star Citizen, this item port system they have here is a lot easier to understand instead of having to manipulate stuff on your character. You know, having to drag armor off your character. They had an option up here to like turn on and off item ports, but now it's a little easier to know. Okay, so instead of having to grab the helmet off my character and drag it into here, I can just drag it off the item port into my inventory. I wonder if it's just like lowering the thing that causes that. Because I had stuff in my backpack here, and it's not there anymore. Yeah, okay, so now stuff is back in my inventory. Now if I get off this stuff's still up in my backpack. We'll give it a few. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, 6 potato, 7 potato. No. Yeah, exactly. Armpit bangs. If you have like a... Yeah, so you can kind of see like there's an armpit bag here. And if you didn't know about the option to turn on item ports, like in the previous inventory system, like having to like grab this guy was like you have to kind of like adjust the camera so you can get to him. If you had one magazine you didn't want to have, like if you had a Karna magazine, but you were using P4AR magazines, and you had like medium armor and you only had like 6 mags to deal with, and you had 1 Karna mag equipped and like 5 P4AR magazines, and you're like, you wanted to get rid of that 1 Karna mag so you can have 6 P4AR. Just getting to that 1 Karna mag without having the item port helper on was kind of a gigantic pain in the dick. You'd have to like unequip like your core armor to dump all that stuff. And you had to know that trick too. But now you just have access to all your item ports by default. And I think this is fine. I do miss the ability to manipulate your character stuff directly, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that going the way of the dinosaur. Just like, fuck it. This is fine. Just fuck with your item ports. So yeah, it looks like I really can't mess with the fabricator. All right, what if I just search for fabricator? Hey, there it is. Ready to make item fabricator. Let's pull it up. Time for DS2? No. We'll do that Saturday. Or if Star Citizen starts pissing me off so badly today that I just can't stand it. Alright, so what do we have available to us by default? Blah, 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 blah. It's thinking really goddamn hard what blueprints we have. I may not have any blueprints. I should have a few by default. We may not have any. Oh, we do. So we got like some of the crappy field recon armor, Aslarites and Orites. Okay, I really don't give a shit to craft any of that stuff. How do I get out of this? There we go, blueprints. So we can craft P4R magazines with iron, Hephaestonite. Well, at least Hephaestonite and iron have something going on with them. The problem is P4AR magazines are so cheap to purchase, why would you want to make them? Unless you're in the middle of goddamn nowhere, I suppose. And then, of course, we have a P4AR. I probably want to be able to hunt this down, so you need aluminum, Hephaestonite, and iron. That's actually not a huge ask. All this stuff you could probably acquire, like, in Stanton. So if you just want a better P4AR, start hunting that stuff down. And of course, we have S38s. Iron, Hephaestonite, aluminum. Yeah. Perfectly acceptable, like, bullshit. Of course, we can recycle stuff. I know, Exodus likes the P4AR, so maybe we should start hunting stuff down. Will it really be useful? Use her hide. Nah, it's useful. There is a substantially upgrade potential. for like crafting. Just having better stats for your crafting, for your crafted weapons. So, like, first you have to find the blueprint for it, or you have to know somebody who has the blueprint, and then you gotta get that stuff like equipped. Let's see, what do we have for the quantum drive? If we're gonna be operating inside, I don't have any Atlas quantum drives. If we're gonna be operating inside like the Nix system, we definitely need a better jump drive on this guy. I'll put some polars on this thing. I'm not gonna waste my stealth A-rated shit. I have a ton of Pharrell Cascades. Force walls. I have a shit ton of force walls as well we might as well use. Vehicle weapons, I don't really care. Do I have any size 1 bullshits? I have pioneers, which are slightly better. The marksman is an infrared. And then I don't know, I think attritions would be better. Attrition 1s? No, we got attrition 2s. I don't have any attrition 2s. Oh yeah, the old Aurora is not that good. We need to find better, like, just everything. I don't think... Well, we can go check Teach's ship shop. But before we do that, I want to grab this guy. And put him closer towards the entrance. I don't think Teach's has like better radar, but hey, it's one more component you can look for, like in destroyed ships or disabled or abandoned ships. If someone has like a good size 1 radar out there, you can slap it onto your ship. We don't have ship parts for blueprints this patch. We only have FPS gear, armor, weapons. But if you can get like a damage reduction for your armor, or just better like survival bullshit for your armor, crafting does make a lot of sense. Having like a generic heavy armor that just has better rad resistance, and suddenly now you can go do Stormbreaker a lot less without having to worry so much, or exist in the ASD engineering wing where the radiation pulses are very dangerous. Remember that crap? We'll just swing it around. Oh my lord, this takes forever. That's so heavy. Okay. Oh my god, it just wants to keep spinning. And sometimes it doesn't want to spin at all. You know what? I tried to line it up and then it just decided to, whatever, fuck it. You just be the way it wants. We'll have to teach a ship shop, see if they have any radars there. From reading the patch notes, it said all the radars were at, like, New Babbage. We're not going to go to New Babbage to buy these fucking radars. Let's see what we got here. Oh, hey, that terminal. Oh, no, it's not broken. Apollo modules are here. Oh, we do have the attrition 3 and the 4. How come we don't have attrition 2s here? We just don't stock those? Colossus Drive, Colossus Bomb, Rift EOS, FL33 Cannon, Heat Safe, Fuses. We may want to buy a couple fuses, a couple dozen fuses. We have those in the Aurora. Panthers, Badgers. Heat Safe, Fuse, Heat Sinks, Hurricane. And then 13 and then 14. I think those are size 2s, yeah.
The Alliance needs to be proactive against this vandal. Because here's my concern. If we all sit around debating what to do, by the time we get around to doing it, it'll be too late.
Those are size 3s. I don't think they have radars here. Miscellaneous, yeah, fuses, power plants. Really hard to read this shit. Bombs. Quantum drive. Attachments. Shield generators. Okay, so yeah, it's probably over at Hey, the prisoner, welcome. Just gonna be one of those things where you just gonna have to go out and do some missions and hope you get lucky on wherever the hell you have. Let's just go play with the Aurora a little bit.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
The Mark
Your
II.
vehicle has been delivered to the following.
Not much. 4.7 release. We read the patch notes today. We read the propaganda on the Aurora Mark II. We watched the videos. There was a lot of reading. Oh yeah, we read the roadmap updates. Tons and tons of stuff to read. I'm gonna read more tomorrow. You have no, I do not have all the Auroras. CIG has given me. Hey, Spiffy Joe Bob. CIG has given me all the Auroras to show off to everybody. I have no desire to own any Auroras, even the Mark II. I just have too many ships. And I have too many ships I don't even play with, so I have to scroll through my inventory a bunch to even register that I have certain ships. But here's the new Mark II Aurora. We're gonna be taking out for a test flight. Probably just doing a simple courier mission. Just gonna do a very simple courier mission to start with, because we have the cargo module on it. What do we got here? Salvage. Bling family cargo. Yeah, so we cannot do these 24s. 8 SU containers. Yeah, so we can't do that. Free of aid, smuggler intel, collection. What happened to the courier missions? Hauling interstellar. Yeah, we can't do these interstellar because we have 8 SU containers. Oh, here we go. We'll do this one. I could do like light combat. It's a starter ship. I think it looks fine. Kind of reminds me of the Mark I Aurora just a little bit. Oh shit. Okay, so I have my hold on. Key bindings, advance. I think I have my, there we go, dual joysticks. I have my previous, mouse and keyboard controls. There we go. That's, I was doing something, I think, taking footage last time I was playing Star Citizen. And of course it does the thing that everybody wanted. Has the foldable wings. And the question is, can I press the toggle configuration mode? Yes. So you can toggle the configuration without landing gear. It's a little slow. You cannot fire the weapons while your wings are retracted. It looks like. Oh, I actually have to put power into, let me guess, all my power is in my goddamn coolers and like life support and there we go. All right, let's try that again. Cycle config. Yeah, you can't shoot the guns while your configure's retracted. Which module starships. If you want to be upset about the Hornet Mark II, which was clear power creep. The Aurora Mark II is a little power creepy, but considering how anemic size 2 weapons are, it's not that bad. Not nearly as bad as the Mark II Hornets. The Mark II Hornet is just straight up better than the Mark I Hornet. The Mark II Hornet has just a little bit more firepower compared to the Aurora LN. The Aurora LN has 2 size 2s and 2 size 1s. The Aurora Mark II has 4 size 2s. And honestly, size 2s are like the bare minimum for like ship-to-ship combat. Any ship that has like a lot of size 1s now are just, they're not good at anything anymore. Yeah. 4 size 2s is like the bare minimum for like light fighter combat. If you're doing like, the Titan is most OP for Starship for DPS. Well, you also have the 325A, which has the exact same gun loadout as the Titan. But there's a little bit more than just like the gun, right? Because if you can't hit any shots, you're not going to win any combats. And if you don't have enough like tank to actually resist DPS, you're not going to do anything if you just die too quickly. So there's a little bit more that goes on to combat than just straight like gun sizes. Like ship performance plays a huge deal. All right, so there's that. It also has VTOLs as well. I can toggle the VTOL fans. Now, do the VTOL fans stay in the extended config as well? Yes. So the VTOL fans deploy, which doesn't make any goddamn sense because in that configuration, the VTOLs wouldn't actually help you with anything. Even when they're retracted fully, the VTOL fans still wouldn't fucking do anything for you. Because they're too far back, you'd have to have them like equidistance from each other in the front. You'd have to have them 2 fans in the front and 2 fans all the way in the back. That way you'd have like equal lift. With the way they're set, the fans are too far back, and your ship would have a tendency to tip forward, like nose down constantly. Unless you had like a VTOL in the front or something. Whatever, it's a video game. So, yeah, so if you want to be more upset about Mark II ships, be upset about the Mark II Hornet, because it's the clearly the worst offender of the bunch. But honestly, the Mark II Aurora is not that bad. But Vertigo, it carries 8 size 2. You can do the same with the Mark I, the LN. Let's go here. Go to RSI, Mark 1 LN, because it has a size 4 mount. Okay, so you can't put a 4.8, what is it, a 4.82 on there, 4.81? I swear to God, a 4.81 exists. Or is it maybe a 5 mount? Let's take a look at this. Let's see here. Missile. They don't have a list of missile racks. Star Citizen missile racks. Is there a 4.8? 5.32. A 4.14. Nah, it's just a 4. That's a size 3. There is a 4.81 missile rack. Okay. Missile rack size 4 missiles that able to carry 8 size 1 missiles. So Urkel doesn't list the 4.81 as an option, but I know there is a 4.81 that exists somewhere. So in theory, you could do the same missile loadout on an Aurora LN and you can do Aurora Mark II. The modules are what really kind of is the bullshit for the Mark II Aurora, because the Mark II Aurora has a combat module which adds an extra 8 size 2 missiles and another shield generator to this whole thing. Can we turn off this goddamn lights? Because I don't think we can. I don't see a button. You have to go to the back of the bed to turn it off, I guess. It holds more cargo. It also holds more cargo than the Aurora CL. I think. I think the CL is like 6 and the Aurora LN or the Aurora Mark II is like 8. Let's see here. Quantum mode. Yeah, 6+2, okay. Alright, only 24 gigameters for this guy. It is pretty snappy on the maneuverability. Even with one of the modules actually installed. It rolls pretty quick. I don't know how it compares to like a Arrow or Gladius, but it feels pretty snappy. And of course, it decides to put full power to my goddamn radar. Every flippin' time. According to the FAQ, supposedly, according to what CIG put on their website, in their words, in their FAQ for this stupid ship, the extra mass from the modules does affect flight performance a little bit. Does it actually affect? I don't know. I'd actually have to sit down with like a stopwatch and like the Aurora Mark II without the modules versus the Aurora Mark II with a module and then the other module, and I'd have to like time how long it takes the ship to do a 360 roll and a pitch and a yaw, and it's not worth your time. So like it may be like what you add like the combat module to the Aurora Mark II and it reduces your pitch yaw roll by like 1 degree per second or half a degree per second or 0.45 degrees per second. That would be like placebo levels of like nerfing. You wouldn't notice that like just with your naked eye. that could be what it is. I don't know. I'm pulling numbers on my butt here, folks. Sue me. You'd literally have to get like a, you'd have to get a second person, right, into Arena Commander with a stopwatch, and you'd have to watch that person do a 360, and then you'd have to like record that with some sort of software, and you'd have to watch the number of frames it took the person. You know, you have to record at a very specific frame rate, like 60 or 30 frames per second, and then how many frames it takes that person to do a complete 360. And you count the number of frames, and you figure out how many degrees per second that is. Like, I don't know. You know, we don't need life support for combat. We need actual pew-pews. Yeah, this thing is pretty snappy. Like, I was able to follow that. I'm used to like flying like the Corsair and the Constellation, and I was able to keep up on that that Prospector doing that flip. Like I said, I'm used to like flying a lot slower ships. So for a starter ship, this thing's actually not terrible, like a light fighter. I think like the anemic levels of firepower is probably what's going to hold it really back compared to like a Gladius. Also, this thing has a kind of a big cross section, like the front. But CIG's like nerfed how cross sections are like dealt with. So you know, it's probably gonna be better just to like take people's like guns off them instead of like trying to kill the ship. God, this thing has such pathetic... Oh my god, size 2 guns are so bad. At least these guns are bad. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty decent. Like keeping up with, like, this Prospector. Yeah, shields are failing. But hey, you get an extra size 1 shield vertigo, which improves the amount of hit points you have by 50%. Yeah, considering how anemic size 1 shields are, 50% extra hit points is not that much. Vertigo, you put the FL laser cannons on it. Okay, when I shit those out, I'll be glad to slap them on. I do not have any FL-33 cannons or FL-22s or FL-11s in my inventory, so I'd have to fly somewhere to buy them. Hey, Shuckley, thanks for that resub. Appreciate it. 83 months.
Shuckley just resubscribed for 83 months. Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark,
the letter I.
Exclamation mark, inverted 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 exclamation mark, inverted.
Also, like the ship is
inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted exclamation.
Also, my ship is already red.
Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark.
You know, maybe
Mr. Blister, deadly twister.
Oh my god. Oh my god, please.
By Mr. Magister on testosterone sister.
Oh my god.
Inverted exclamation mark.
Jesus Christ.
Inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark 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 inverted exclamation mark.
Okay, now it's not funny anymore.
Mark inverted exclamation mark inverted exclamation mark inverted exclamation mark.
There we go. I could just, I mean, it's probably still playing, but I could just reboot. 2 minutes later, yeah, I'm just gonna kill the fucking process. Fuck this. Yeah, so thank you for that resub. Now fuck off. That's obnoxious. Oh my god, speaking of obnoxious, why are these fucking things like invulnerable again? Is there just no way to kill like prospectors? They don't seem to want to take damage. Maybe it's just the guns I'm using just suck ass. I mean, it's taking hull damage. There it goes. It's finally red now. Oh my god. We may want to get like attrition 2s or something. Oh my god. So the problem is it's hard to like stop DPS from coming in. So I guess I need to be able to target ship weapons and just shoot the weapons off just to reduce the amount of incoming DPS. Because you can't kill ships quickly anymore. So we're just gonna get beat the shit out of, like, have this prospector beat the shit out of us. And because of the way... Oh my god, just because of the way, like, laser weapons work. Jesus, how fucking tough is a prospector? Maybe I need to get some ballistic weapons. Half and half, right? Okay, I have another fucking prospector to fight here. Jesus Christ, they're asking way too goddamn much. You saw how long it took to kill that prospector with my default loadout? CIG, please. I think your best bet is, like, to disable the prospector instead. Focus on, like, taking its engines off and then, like, blowing its power plant out. Or coolers or something. Because actually just killing the ship outright is, like, really, really pain in the buddy. Pain in the putty. Yeah, man, I don't know how I feel about this combat. It just takes a lot of time to actually, like, kill stuff. How is the master of this ship over 2.5 times the amount over the LN? I don't know, man. It just is. The ship mass numbers are made up, and they don't make any sense. The mass of the Cutlass Black is greater than the empty weight of, like, a 747, I believe. And the Cutlass Black is, like, substantially smaller than a 747. Like, hilariously smaller. Like, the M1 Abrams tank, I believe, is, like, 20 tons. I can't remember how much that goes into. Like, I've looked it up one of these days. Like, M1 Abrams... like weight. The Wikipedia listed as 66.8 metric tons. A ton is a unit of mass equal to 1,000 kilograms. It's a non-SI unit accepted for use with the SI. Also refers to as metric tons in the United States, used from non-metric tons. So, what is that? 66,000 kilograms. Kilograms is the M1 Abrams. And then you go look at, like, the Matrix of Lies on Rubber Space Industries. You look up, like, the Cutlass. The Cutlass Black is like 100,000 kilograms or some shit like that. It's ridiculous. Ship Matrix. So the Aurora Mark II weighs more. I think it's like 68,000 kilograms. Actually, the Mark I probably weighs about that much. No, the Aurora Mark I weighs 26,000 kilograms. The Aurora Mark II weighs 68,000. It's basically a little bit more than the M1A. Yeah, 66,000 for the Abrams. The Aurora Mark II weighs more than M1 Abrams. And you see, look at the Cutlass Black. And what really kills the Cutlass Black is the Cutlass Black is just mostly empty space. Yeah. So the Cutlass Black is 246,000 kilograms. Right? And the Cutlass Black is mostly just empty space. I don't fucking understand how the Cutlass Black can be that heavy, considering it carries almost nothing inside of it. The Abrams is just basically a solid chunk of machine and armor, right? It has almost no space inside just for the crew and machines that run it. So it being very dense. So if we go a Boeing, I don't know, how about a 747, right? A Control F KG. Let's see, 747-400, 747 improved model, increased ranges, wingtip extension of 6 feet, blah, 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 new glass cockpit, types of fuel tanks, anchorage, loaded with 120 pounds, fuel flying. What is the weight of this thing? Here we go. The 200B. General characteristics, 3 crew, passengers, 366, 5 cargo pallets, 14 cargo containers. Length, 225 feet, or 68 meters. Right? 68 meters long. For this thing. 68 meters. The Cutlass. The Cutlass Black. Length. Wait a minute. Why is the Cutlass Best in Show longer? Oh, they fucked up the... no, they fucked it up. I thought they had, like, inverted the stats. No, they fucked up. It's 29 meters long. So the Cutlass Black is 29 meters long, and the 747 200B is only 68 meters long, and the empty weight for the 747 is 170,000 kilograms. Max takeoff weight is 377 kilograms. This thing could haul a Cutlass Black inside of it if it wanted to. I don't fucking understand why the Cutlass Black weighs so goddamn much. There's probably variants of the 747 that are like heavier, but yeah. But yeah, the Cutlass Black is stupidly heavy for how little there is of the Cutlass Black. And it just blows my goddamn mind every time I look at it. Drake bad design. I just think it's Star Citizen. A lot of the vehicles in Star Citizen are bigger and heavier than they actually have any right to be. Or just heavier than they have any right to be. All the spaceships, in my opinion, in Star Citizen are just way too heavy. Some of the capital ships you could probably get away with just having fictional numbers, but like I said, the Cutlass Black just kind of stands out as like the big... Oh, by the way, that's actually used for the shelf. For those who don't know, like, yeah, it just has a little 1/8 FU box thingy, so you don't have to throw it on the floor like some fucking caveman. Keep your hallway clear. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, you can just walk around. You don't have to stand on top of boxes like the Mark I, like a fucking Neanderthal. Remember, for those of you who don't remember, like, I used to play 3.0 back in the day. And we do these are the only missions we had, these little cargo pickup missions. Yeah, it's not me. It's not me dropping frames. My broadcasting software says I'm good to go. So if you're having problems with Twitch, it's Twitch. We are streaming on YouTube. So if you want to switch over to YouTube, you may want to like try that out. Instead. See if that gives you better experience. Because Twitch, maybe just Twitch specifically having a problem. But like I said, my broadcasting software says I am broadcasting with 0 drop frames right now. And I would like to believe that is correct. I would like to believe that's correct. But anyways, what was I talking about? Yes, back in the 3.0 days, 3.1, 3.2, these were all the missions we had, really. Was go out and collect boxes and then deliver them to places. We had some like kill ships missions as well, but we didn't have any FPS missions at all. But you go out to these wreck sites and you find a whole bunch of miscellaneous boxes as well. You could sell for like some credits, bring them back to like Port Olisar or Levski or something, sell them for a little bit of money. Or I don't even think you can sell most. Well, some of you can sell at Port Olisar. Some you had to go like to other outposts and whatnot. But I would go out and I'd collect all the crap that was at the wreck sites and I bring them back to my hab and I throw them into my hab. But I figured out there was like it was like 8 of these fucking little boxes was the maximum you can have in the Aurora. Back before we had a Mark II. Back in my day. Because if you loaded more than 8, it would force your character through the roof of the Aurora, and then you couldn't get inside and like fly the ship anymore. All right. Oh, you know what? We should have repaired the outside. Shit. Let's do that. Let's do that right now, in fact. Because we do have our salvage tool. We can't repair the armor, but we can repair the hull. I don't think opponent damage really works on these ships right now. Okay, so it doesn't look like we could actually repair anything on this. Whatever. Well, we tried. So yeah, considering how tough some of the ships are, you're probably better off just going for the, You're probably better off going for weapons and engines to start, just to reduce the amount of DPS you take in the fight. I do kind of like the design of the ship. It's starting to grow on me. I figured the ass end's a little too fat, but it's fine. What are we gonna do? So we can set our options. Let's see, key bindings, advanced. So we can go over to joystick. Let's see here. Do we have precision guided? I want look behind to be like 9 still. Oh, that's on my joystick. I don't need that. Precision toggling. There we go. Button 2. We want targeting. Target cycling. All right, that's fine. There we go. So at least I have sub-targeting, like, set. I mean, it's fine. It's a starter ship. It's nothing really too crazy. It's got some nice features compared to the original Mark 1. More cargo space, access to all the components. You can climb up on the nose mantle point up there, so you can actually get on top of the ship and access to the top components, which is kind of cool. In gravity, a lot of ships need that, like the Gladius, the Arrow. Well, the Arrow actually needs components to be added to it. Like the Gladius, for example, it's got some components on top. The Gladius, the Talon. I'm trying to think of other small ships that have components on top of the ship that it's kind of a pain in the ass to get to. External access. The Talon comes to mind readily, because I actually own a Talon. Rippery nose. Oh yeah, there we go, we're back. So apparently, like, I'm just dropping my connection every so often. That's just a thing that's happening. I just noticed that. I even resetted my internet this morning before I started streaming. Yeah, so it looks like maybe I am just absolutely disconnecting every so often. All right, let's ask for a landing. Yeah, I mean, it's not nearly as bad as like the Mark II Hornet in terms of like pay to win. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, there are worse ships in this. Oh shit, dead. Shit. I am not used to how much thrust this thing has. I was talking, I was looking over at my chat to see if anything was over there, and I hit full thrust on my joystick, and I was just like coming into land, and I was just like, oh shit, I'm fucked. Not quite used to how powerful this thing is. It's got a lot of thrust on it. Nope, wrong button. There we go. Yeah, so been flying like heavier ships for a while. Yep, Ripperonos. Like, we get to see how long the insurance cooldown for the Mark II is. I have all the assists turned off that actually like makes it so you have less of a chance to crash. I turn all that shit off. I'm just like, I'm just gonna learn how to get good vertigo, and this is part of the process of getting good. I've actually done this several times with like the Titan, the Avenger. The Avenger has the exact same problem the Aurora Mark II has, where it has a lot of forward thrust, but absolutely no retro thrust. So if you commit to a line, like you're gonna die if you have anything in front of you. You give it a little too much oomph, because that fucker will give you all the power all at once. Yeah, me too. I've been flying like last time I played Star Citizen, we were on the PTO. I was flying the Polaris. And I was flying the Golem. And then live we were flying like the Moth, because the Moth just released a whole bunch. Let's see, Aurora. There we go. It's a double I vertigo. So it's 5 minutes. What's the expedite? 5,000? About 6 minutes. That's not that great, but it's not awful. It's not horrifying. All right, we're gonna start counting, or do we have to like back away?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Okay, for some reason, like the insurance timer does not want to go.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
We'll just manually go find it. There's the SE, so it's hard.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Okay, I still got, because I died inside of an armistice zone, I still have all my inventory. So yeah, for some reason, the Mark II doesn't want to claim insurance. I don't remember that in the patch notes.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Yeah, so that's a thing. Okay, so now it's going. It just took a while. So it's 5 minutes. What's the expedite? So it's 5,000 UEC, and it brings it down to a 60 seconds, about. That's nothing. Like, holy shit, 5,000 credits for like a... Again, it's one of those things where it's just like, why bother having a timer at that point? Why not just make it like instantaneous? You pay 5,000 credits and it's just up immediately. Because at that point, you're just kind of waiting around with your thumb up your ass.
To the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
It's about 20 seconds. Pretty sure the timer on this damn thing is shorter. I'm pretty sure I can just cancel the contract I just did because I couldn't deliver it. There we go. So it's ready to go. Let's just get back into the hangar. Actually, you know what? It's probably time for like a break. We've been at this for a while. It's like almost 1 p.m. So Vertigo's gonna go take a bio break. Use the restroom, get a snack, stretch her legs a little bit. And we'll be right back with more Star Citizen messing around in Nyx with the Aurora Mark II. Thank you everybody for your patience. We'll see you in a few minutes. Should probably get a new snot rag. This one's a bit dirty. Sorry, filled with boogers. There we go. We fill this one with boogers. This one, much cleaner. Smells cleaner. Oh boy. Alright, let's get back into the persistent universe. We do have some M&Ms. Probably calm down on the M&Ms so we can have some for dessert. I do love these. Alright, let's see if we can do with more of the Mark II Aurora. I don't think there's much hauling to do with the Aurora and the Nix system. The contracts I have access to are like 8 SU boxes minimum. Mark II can't do that. Yep, peanut M&Ms. They're fat because they have peanuts in them. Oh. I keep eating all the peanuts out. And we have some iced coffee as well. And a banana. The banana is far healthier for us than the M&Ms, but...
Welcome to the Aesop vehicle.
Like I said, one of my favorite candies. Excuse me. Apparently I forgot how to eat.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle, please visit us again.
I never understood why people are obsessed with fucking mining missions. What was it, number 2 pencils? I wish someone would hold my hand. Let me get you back to bed. Like, I never understood why mining missions were necessary. Like, you get paid to go out, collect some materials, and bring them back. You could do that exact same bullshit without the missions. Right? You go out, you collect materials, you sell it to the refinery. Why have missions? Why? Why the fuck am I having problems with my goddamn throat eating M&Ms? Wait, why does the Aurora Mark II suck? I guess because it doesn't have a size 10 fucking railgun on the front of it. Hold on, let me mute my mic a little bit.
Enjoy the ride. System check. Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Oh my god. 50 mil sign-on bonus for signing up for this guy's org. All right. Let's try one of these collection missions again. This time, let's not run to the goddamn station. Delivery. Oh, Jesus Christ, 50 million. Okay, so Nyx has a severe problem when it comes to, like, its mission locations are way too fucking far out there. Amount of time. Got 60, yeah. Like, Jesus Christ. What is the timing on this? I should have checked. 4 fucking minutes. CIG, you're fucking killing me. But hey, at least when you open your star map, like, it actually opens the rest of the solar system. Look at that. Now, if I get out of the seats, assume I don't fall out of the damn ship, that's always an option. And I open it up, does it emit? Hey, look at that. They actually programmed the thing to work the way it's supposed to work. And there's a bunch of shit we can read on the website, but I don't want to read. What is Star Citizen talking about? Modox is amazing! 2 pulse spikes, yeah, of course the pulse spikes fit into the Aurora. Refining mechanics updates from Deck CHE. Future iterations of refined will change it so that at least 2 inputs of material to produce a refined material. So using iron example would be iron ore, primary puts carbon, secondary to produce steel. Alright. Quality of primary inputs determine quality of refined product. To use the iron ore example, if you had quality of 901, then you would get steel with quality 900 via refining. The quality of a secondary input determines the amount you need, so low quality carbon means you just need more of it. That's So I see it's mentioned in this thread already, but this also covered something called Concept UI Visual Assistant Cloud Presentation Crafting Your Home. Some optional material inputs in the refinements may also include influencing like refining time or quality of a certain degree. Once this change is refining occurs, craft recipes require steel instead of iron, as some do now. There's also advanced exotic refined materials. Durasteel, which is used for higher tier crafted items. In this case, example would be to be determined raw resources, primary plus steel secondary, resulting in a chain of most common basic materials being used to make most advanced. Okay. That's fine. Hey, it's Uncle Van Life! Welcome. We're flying around with the new Aurora Mark II, if you haven't heard about it. This is the new Aurora that was released a couple days ago with 4.7. 4.7's out to the live servers. Everybody has access now. So we just got started streaming today. The first 3 hours of the stream was us just talking about, reading and talking about the various propaganda pieces CIG put out. There was a video on there's 2 videos on the new ship. There was a video on the new patch, and there was an FAQ for the Aurora Mark 1. They have a new what is it? The Aurora SCX or something, SL or some shit. They have a special edition. SC, I think, is special edition. The Mark 1 has an SE, a special edition, which incorporates all the good features from all the Auroras, all the Mark 1 Auroras. The Mark 1 Aurora is getting sunsetted in 6 months. It's not even going to be on the website. You're not going to be able to buy it in-game. Only the Mark 2 will be available in-game on the website after that. And honestly, the Aurora Mark 2 is not that bad. It's a starter ship, so it's not brilliant, as we're discovering. Combat-wise, it kind of sucks. 2 size 2 guns is the bare minimum for like ship-to-ship combat, in my opinion. But it barely tickles like prospectors. It's got modularity. CIG decided instead of doing variants, they decided to do modules with the Aurora Mark II. So you have a combat module, which adds extra missiles and an extra shield generator. You have a cargo module, which is what we're running right now, which adds just an extra 4 SCU cargo. The Aurora Mark II by default has 2 SCU. So even in the combat module, you'll still have a little bit of cargo space. But this thing does not do a very good job on like killing ships with the default guns as they are. Oh my, I really hate the zoom. The zooming in. This guy's beating the shit out of me. That's the problem I have with, even with like military grade shield generators, you're just getting the shit kicked out of you by like a prospector. My front nose is already red, and it takes me like a half hour to kick this guy's ass. Also, yeah, the key bindings for like changing how you target stuff is not like a thing right now. I hate the precision mode. I really do. The zooming in, it does. How hard it is. It's mostly used for like small ships versus capital ships. That's where like the precision mode really comes in handy. But the Aurora Mark II is very maneuverable for a, it's technically classified as a light fighter. Like the Aurora MR is. I guess CIG disabled, like, the ability to change targeting, because I can't... Yeah, I'm not seeing the projected impact point changing at all. So I really only have like the precision mode, which sucks ass. I don't know how CIG expects you to do anything with this precision mode. I really don't. Who thought this was a good idea? It's not. And 2 more guns? No, you don't. You get like 8 more missiles, not guns. You become a missile boat. Which is just, you know, more being able to throw missile, you know, money away at... Fuck me! Like, just die already. That would be like a big deal if like the combat module gave you like extra guns somehow. I don't know how it would happen because it's on the asset of the ship. So you have to have like guns that pop out and point forward. 6 size 2 would actually be pretty decent for a light fighter. Be like the Reliant Tana, I think, has like a bunch of size 2s on it. It'd have like 6 size 1s, I think. Yeah, I need to upgrade them to something better. It's a prospector, for fuck's sake, too. This ship could definitely afford to have guns that have a slightly lower velocity. And for more firepower.
Shields damaged.
But you're seeing what I'm dealing with here. This is ridiculous. One of the reasons why I wanted to, like, target, like, weapon systems is so I can, like, reduce the amount of DPS I'm taking. I have full power pips, too, to weapons, and it's just like, eh. And what the hell? Oh, we must have a server crash recovery coming in here in just a little bit.
Shields damaged.
Yeah, size 2 guns are not that great. I could just sit here and just, like, trade shots with this guy as well. I think this guy, well, this guy has size 3 FL-33s. I can't use those. Oh my god. This thing also is really easy to damage once the shields go down. All right. Options, key bindings, advanced. Target cycling. I swear to God, I haven't bound. Yeah, I do. Backspace is like, yeah, we're not going to do that. So yeah, like, sub-targeting is just broken, near as I can tell. It's good for me, I guess. Like I said, I was hoping to be able to target, like, weapon systems and just, like, okay, cool, I can just target weapons and reduce the amount of DPS I take by knocking guns off. Because that would be faster than trying to destroy ships. Or maybe target power plants or coolers or something. But nope. Nope, 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 nope. Can't even do that. Yeah, this thing just, oof. I don't know why you have to, like, actually, like, rotate the boxes to fit properly. Probably uses the same code that the component system uses. So that's why. Alright. Yeah, this thing gets damaged way too quickly, like once your shields go down. So like my nose is red now, I don't even know how close to death I am. Alright, this time, Let us not fly into the station and die. Oh my god! Like Nyx has some really bad intro missions. Where it's literally like 10 minutes to go out and do like one of the basic intro missions in Nyx system, which in my mind, Nyx should not have intro missions at that rate. If it takes this long to do them, and Nyx should be more advanced missions. Like you grind up. This is a fucking video I could make, right? You grind the intro missions in the stand system because that's where you're supposed to start out as a new player. And then once you get rep unlocked once you get your rep built up a little bit in the stand system, and then you can go into the Nyx system and like, oh hey, we've heard about your work from over here. If you ground up positive rep with like corporations and companies, and people are like, oh, you're not an asshole, and then you come over to the Nyx system, like, oh hey, we heard you're not an asshole, so we'll let you start out at the mid-level instead of like the ground floor. That way you can like run intro missions in the stand system at shorter distances instead of having to grind intro missions in the Nyx system that require you to fly like 15 minutes to complete a fucking single box delivery like we're doing right now. This is ridiculous. If you have big pieces of content you're traveling to, fine. It's fine. But for simple, dumb bullshit like this of just hauling a single box around, this is not okay. This is not how you design missions, as far as I'm concerned. This is way too much. Yes, sir. I need to look up where I kind of get some, like, attritions or something. Unfortunately, like, SC ship... I don't think SP Viewer has the updated stuff for 4.7. Whichever one wants to load first. Yeah, so 4.7 has been moved to live on SP Viewer. Oh my god, close that fuck off. So, I do have a door 2. Dominance, a door 2 salvage repeaters. I do have a bunch of those, but I don't have like 4 of them. I can use those as the energy equivalent. What is the ammo speed on the Adors? God, I hate this fucking UI. I have to scroll. Yeah, like this scroll bar doesn't scroll the center area until you like you get too far down. It's just extra scrolling for no fucking use. Fucking garbage. I need to know what is the speed of the thing. 1,000 meters per second. I could live with that. It's a little slow, but... Door 1s, door attrition 1s, dominance, havoc, M3As, door 2, attritions, dominance, hellions, M4A, sawbucks. Buzzsaw, so you're looking at the sawbucks, which is 1,200. There's, okay, so CIG wants us to run mixed loadouts, but they don't have any fucking weapons that line up with each other in terms of, like, speed. So I could probably buy, I don't know if I can get the sawbucks. Where could I buy those? Stanton. Yeah, so I have to go over to Stanton to buy these. Not even Pyro, not Nyx. There is a search function. You can go to, what is it? Seastone. Even... Patricia, 2 repeaters. Even, like, our third-party apps have other third-party apps you use as companions. Yeah, so Lorville Central Business District, HD Showcase, District Hall, according to this. So there you go. Near as we can tell. Like, you can only buy attrition 2s at the Lorville, according to Seastone. Of course, Seastone may be out of date. Let's see if, like, it changes here. Yeah, HC's okay. So the only place you can buy attrition 2s is, like, Lorville. Did we actually come to the correct location? Like, it's... I don't know. I'm not seeing, like, a marker for this. It says deliver to the next caster jump point. I think I came to the right location. Well, I think the this jump point's gonna be mislabeled because the it's the Stanton Gateway. Well, the marker's pointing here. That waypoint could be from, like, the box I have in my my thingamabobber. All right, again, don't fuck up this time, Vertigo. All right, how badly did we get damaged? Repair is only 800. Fuel quantum as well. Processing. All right, now do I deliver it to the freight elevator or do I deliver it to the drop-off box? You can sit right there for a second. Let's see here. What are we doing? Contracts. Yeah, just says deliver to the caster jump point. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that this mission... Yeah, me too. I'm gonna head to the kiosk. I wouldn't surprise me if this mission's busted. Just, it wouldn't be surprised at all. Oh my god, we have this stupid... Go. No, I don't want to put the goddamn box down, CIG. I want to go to the lobby instead. If only this was like Death Stranding, where you can put a box on your back. Have a special backpack with a cargo, like a cargo slot on it for 1/8 SU boxes. A couple of them. You could probably stack 2 1/8 SU boxes on it as a backpack. Ugh. We want to go to the Galleria. You think it would be the cargo place, but like I said, I don't have a drop-off location, which is really suspect. Watch it air out. Yeah, okay. Pick up. I don't know, Thief Prisoner. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a backpack like Death Stranding, which envelops a which just has a mounting point for 1/8 SU cargo box. That's what I'm talking about. Not inside the backpack. It is the backpack right? You put on a device on your back that accepts a 1/8 SU box, like a shelf. And you can put 2 1/8 SU boxes. Would you like me to get... you know what? I'm going to get out paint. I'm going to draw this for you to make it more clear, because apparently I'm not describing it clear enough. So you have your character here. There you go. And then you have a backpack with a shelf on it, and you can put a 1/8 SU box on that shelf. Or if CIG figures out how to do it, you can have a second shelf with a second box, like that. And they're outside the backpack, because the backpack is open to the air. Oh, here we go. Want a free NPC, everybody? Alright, let's see this. Otherwise, this mission's busted. Because I can't think of another place to put this. Yeah, this mission's fucked. I don't know, maybe deliveries here. Nice to see, nice to see Star Citizen being Star Citizen. Yeah, exactly, a frame pack or something like that. You can carry a 1/8 SU box in your arms. You can have 2 on your back. Got a hot date tonight. Steal an NPC. Yeah. Her collision mesh is like somewhere else. Oh, she's gone. She got away. God damn it. No, it's not my specialty. Ah! Fuck you, bitch. I'm Rick James. Fuck your couch. Alright, so yeah, I don't know where else I could put that. Maybe, hold on. Actually, there is one area I can think of. What if we throw it on the cargo elevator and just send it down? That would be another good idea. That we had me and the prisoner had at the exact same time. Anybody can block stairways in this game with carts. It's not that hard. It doesn't have to be me. I'm wondering what the heck that was all about. Didn't I have it on its side? Alright, so we go to hangers and halves. What a pain in the dick. For 15 minutes to find out that this mission doesn't work. That's, you sure are, CIG, you sure are asking for a lot for your dumb game. You're the only one I've seen doing it. Oh, sure, blame Vertigo for all the problems in the game. I didn't even block a stairwell. That was just, I just threw it down the bottom area. The stairwells are still clear. So fuck you. Blaming me for shit I'm not even doing. Got rude viewers up in here. Vertigo, you're griefing. I'm not even griefing. I didn't even block the stairwell. Still, both stairwells are still clear. I just knocked over an NPC because I thought it was funny. Unless griefing NPCs is now just griefing in general. Oh, okay, cool. Like, that works. Here's a crazy idea. If I go open the contracts manager and I go check that contract, it probably says delivered to the freight elevator, and I didn't even fucking read it. Pickup location, e-courier dispatch to Rek'Sai and Galaxy Marine to be a package down ship. Drop-off location, package need to be delivered to the freight elevator. This is what happens when you're elected to read, or when you're not elected to read. When you're expected to just fucking do stuff. If you had read the goddamn mission report, Vertigo, you would know exactly where to take it. But Vertigo didn't read. He just like assumed. All right, fuck this thing. All right, blah blah blah. So yeah, I have the Adore salvage retreaters. I have no idea where we're gonna get these sawbucks. Yeah, we're just gonna have to like deal with like having terrible guns. We're gonna have to just deal with having terrible guns in this piece of shit. Unless I have a ship that has like ballistic stuff on it by default. Yeah, and that's what I assume too, Prisoner, is I've been dealing with those 1/8 SU box delivery missions for so long, I usually just assume that you deliver them to the kiosks. But we all know what assuming does, right? It makes an ass out of you and me. For those of you who don't know, for those of you foreign to the English language, assume has the word ass, you, and me in it, right? So it makes an ass out of you and me. That's what assuming does. For those of you who have never heard that saying before, like, congratulations, I've exposed you to something new. Yeah, I do player prop. Well, I mean, you're assuming people actually read shit, Prisoner. You'd be surprised the amount of people who play video games who don't read a goddamn thing. I want to say there was like a Prod Z skit on like TikTok or something that dealt with like players not reading anything and then getting into trouble. Like, where am I? How did I get here? I know there's a I know, right? Gamers read. I think I have like a meme or something about that. It's like a Tarkov meme. I swear to God, I have it somewhere in here. I have to, like, man, I need to go through here. Steel Battalion. If I could find this dumb meme. I love this stupid cat. I just don't know why I find this goddamn cat so funny. Also, here's the meme I'm looking for. When you're playing a game and you start skipping dialogue and cutscenes, I don't know who I am. I don't know why I'm here. All I know is I must kill. This was the meme I was talking about. All I know is I must kill. Also, Soul Reaser. All right, what the hell are we going to do with this damn thing? What happened to the clip I clipped this morning? I don't know. What happened to the clip you clipped this morning? Did it get deleted because it was like too vulgar? It's there, it has 2 views, but no reactions. Like they have thumbs up now. Oh, actually clicks on the Star Citizen thing. You know, Darkest Mind doesn't like peanuts. I love peanuts. My favorite nuts. If I'm gonna have nuts in my mouth, they're gonna be peanuts. We could probably tighten up the timing on that clip just a little bit. Oh my god. It's there, but it's just not seen. Right? That's kind of the problem. So there's salvage, which we're not going to do. Delivery, Red Wind package, freight over at next caster jump point, which we're at right now. One Agresium. What if we just, like, accepted all of these? And just, like, figured out how to do this properly? Because this is really... Oh, hey, black blocks recovered. Were necessary. Wait, can I not accept multiple deliveries at once? It won't let me do it. Yeah, it just won't let me do them. Alright, that one is 16 gigameters. I can live with that. You picking your nose. I'm playing with my mustache, okay? When my mustache starts getting a little long, I like stroking it. Like tugging at my mustache. It's a joy some of you children will never know. Alright, also need to get the hell out of here. Hey, Star Citizen, can I get a departure? Ugh, this fucking patch. Okay, so we have to manually call stand getaway. Another foot for you to clip. I'm actually doing this on purpose now. Remember, folks, if you tug on it more than 3 times, you're playing with it.
Shields are off. Landing gear raised.
Can we Galcium ring? Alright, we only got... Wait, what? Wait. What's going on here? It's 18... something... Why was the other one, like, a hilarious... What? What is this? Why are you taking me out there? I don't want to go out there. It's like 79 gigabytes. What is happening? It wants me to go... What? No, I don't know. No, I don't want to go out there. I want to go to the mission location. Oh my god, they have absolutely fucked over how this shit works. Alright, there we go. Now we can go to the quantum beacon. 18 gigameters. Because 79, almost 80 gigameters is like 5 minutes in this damn ship, and I don't want to do that. I'm sorry, sir. Hmm. You mean geeky chads? I prefer goth mommies. Yeah, here we go. Another fucking vile clip by the cursed Shem pasta. Oh, is this still? I have to refresh her. Ugh, this fucking patch. This fucking patch. You clip the patch. Just that's just kind of how I feel right now. It's just like trying to like do stuff. We do need to get up one of the QV stations. All right. You can tell by my excitement, I know, right? Just actually frustrated.
Shields damaged.
Okay, like, this guy's actually red now. Maybe it's just the prospectors that just have more hit points than anything else. And they're just kind of a pain in the ass to fight. I never really understood why CIG... Yeah, so it's the prospectors. I never understood why CIG decided, like, prospectors needed to be, like, a valid target for, like, ship combat. It made sense in some respects. Like, if you're doing, like, a mission that had, like, some mining aspect to it in the vicinity... But prospectors are just very tough. Like, intro missions should have intro ships, like the Aurora, the Mustang, maybe a Reliance, maybe a racing ship like we're fighting right now, like an M50. Also, the NPCs have their radar power maxed. They're power maxing. So their radar. I don't think NPCs fight and fly with the same restrictions that the players do in terms of, like, pips. They just fly with, like, their power maxed. Maybe change the prospector to the golem. That would be a good start, right? Oh yeah, the Terrapin.
Shields are off. Shields are off.
Yeah, this thing's pretty snappy for a starter ship. There we go. Yeah, exactly, prisoner. Like, it has a lot of hit points. Also, I'm surprised they didn't add, like, a door or something, like, back here, just in case the, you know, this door gets breached. Or a safety door on the bed, in case, like, this compartment gets breached, but then again, you wouldn't be able to put a helmet on anyways back here, so it doesn't matter. They could add something right here, but a little roll-up door or something. This rolls up over the top. Or underneath the floor. I'm asking for too much. Forgive me, CIG. You've done good work with the Mark II Aurora. It's fine. It's a video game. Don't... If you're gonna go sleep in the Aurora... I just heard someone arrive. Could be another player. Could be a NPC ship coming to kill me. Not really expecting anybody to, like, find me out here in the Galcium Ring. But a lot of the mission sites are, like, shared. I know, right, Borkware? I'm so goddamn neat. I'm just talking just idly, like... And it's fine, we don't really need... What is this guy? Yeah, it's an NPC. We don't need, like, extra bullshit in the Aurora. Like, it's a fine ship, it's fully featured. It's got good features, it doesn't need more. Exactly, Prisoner. I think starter missions should entail fighting other starter ships. The Prospector is no longer the starter miner ship. There now is the Golem, right? Let's see if we can get another mission before we get out of here. So we're heading to the Nick's caster jump point. So if we can get another collection. There we go. Here's another one. Oh, cool. We actually had all three of them. Pyro jump points. All right. So where does this one take us? Hey, look at that. 2 gigameters.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Another goddamn Prospector. Oh, you know what? Actually, no, it's fire 2 missiles at a time instead of, like, 4.
Target acquired.
That didn't do anything. Yeah, just having a DPS race. We need more, like, status effects to, like, apply to ships. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We need, like, spell casting in Star Citizen. Be able to, like, E-War or something, or hacking gameplay where you can, like, disable, like, a ship's, like, right thruster or something to make it, like, slow it down some way, you know, disable the boost. Being able to just, like, hack a ship and, like, make it so it's like certain thrusters don't work nearly as well for like a small amount of time would be like a good step to help positional combat a little bit. That Mantis really isn't interested in me. Killing the Mantis would probably be quicker than killing this stupid thing. I think I'm definitely going to install those Ador Mark IIs or Ador 2 salvage repeaters on this thing just for a little bit extra DPS. Because this is redonkulous how long this takes to kill. That'll at least give me a little extra damage. Unfortunately, I don't have any ballistic weapons that fit this ship in the system. I feel like they could probably improve the amount of damage that energy weapons do a bit more to shields.
Shields damaged.
Maybe not so much armor. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, this is kind of silly. Yeah, we need to have like ships that can actually disable a little bit better. I don't know if having like ballistic weapons on me would actually help fix that. Maybe one more power pip into scanner would help out a little bit.
Shields damaged.
I don't know where I'm gonna spare. That power. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's not like the I don't want to take it from guns. Oh, well, we can definitely take it from there. There we go. 4 power pips. We really need like profiles that we can save, so we're not fucking with our power pips. Like we can have like a combat one, we can have like a life support one, we can have. I can probably have like less power into my coolers as well.
Shields damaged.
Yeah. Should have gone for the Mantis first. I don't know, like, so here's my problem, prisoner, now that I can actually go read chat. Is like industrial ships have to have something going for them to help with combat a little bit, otherwise they're just prey ships, right? They're ships that are designed to be preyed upon. I would have given like industrial ships should be made out of lighter, cheaper materials, so they have like good power to weight ratios, so they can just like either have higher top speed or higher acceleration, so they can get away from a fight. Maybe some defensive armament, limited defensive armaments, some small missiles. Really, like the size 2 missiles should be the smallest missile in the game, as far as I'm concerned. Size 1 missiles should be like man portable. Like the TOW missile launcher. That's like a size 1 missile, and it's designed to be used against like vehicles, or maybe like really small like spaceships. But if you want to hurt any size of spaceship, you know, something Idris size or Polaris or like Perseus or smaller, if you want to have any chance in hell of hurting ships that size, like size 2 minimum. Kind of like how it happens now, but like it's this trap where it's just like, oh, size 1 missiles exist. I don't know if I can put this in here. I can. Boop. Unfortunately, it fits in sideways, which... Alright. It fits in the... Hey, it fits in there. It clips. It should have rotated that 90 degrees, but whatever, it is what it is. I don't think CIG covered every edge case. All right, so we have that one. So now we need to go this, which is going to be the next pyro jump point. We can actually cancel that one and just do these two. Why don't we just do that? Why don't we just... It's like a fucking cat. It's liquid. Right? You always end up with cats. Like, the cats I've owned over my life, or I've lived with, have always gotten in weird spots or fell asleep in weird ways. And you're like, you look at the cat like, how is that comfortable? All right. Dun, dun, dun.
Quantum fuel is at 75%.
The devs. All right, so we're able to drop off these. Okay, so let's read the actual mission contracts and like see where we're dropping the stuff off at. Freight elevator. Freight elevator. Freight elevator. So all three of them are freight elevator. Freight elevator fodder. So many F's, Vertigo. Freight elevator. Fantastic freight elevator function. This thing has absolutely no retros. Hold on a second here. It's the usual shit. Yeah, even with space break, it doesn't help that much. All right, let's get a landing. Swap over to nav mode. This thing is more... You have more command, like, in the forward direction than you do, like, strafing or retro. Retro thrusters. Alright, take her in nice and easy, Vertigo. Or decoupled mode.
Landing gear deployed.
Yep, I hit the back of the hangar. Oopsie.
Landing complete. Engines
Yeah, this thing's a decent courier. Do small, like, delivery missions. Yeah, just toss. It's a black box, everybody. Like, what are you complaining about? It's actually, it's designed to be tough and damage resistant. Calm the fuck down, everybody. All right, send these down, get this completed. Yeah, that's basically what you can do in Nyx with this thing. Delivery. Delivered marked off Bluesky. Pyro, here we go. Pyro jump point. That space is for pizza boxes only. Pyro 4. I have no idea why it wants to send me a Pyro 4 here, but it does. Cargo hauling. Heavy-duty tractor beam. One of our haulers ran into some engine trouble while transporting some cargo for us, was forced to abandon their ship, looking for contract recover cargo and complete delivery. Carbocation, Galcium ring, freight elevator service at People's Station Lamba in the Keeger Belt. It doesn't even say what size boxes you're going to be dealing with, so I don't know if I'm going to have like a ship that capable of dealing with. Watch this one. We're gonna take our Aurora Mark II out there. This one's Pyro. I think we have another collection mission. Collection mission that goes to the Pyro jump point. Bluesky. Yeah, Pyro jump point. So these two go to the same space station. All right, so I'm really curious to see what cargo we're gonna have to haul back. I do like the entrance to this thing. Problem is well, it's a small ship, so it may not be a problem. But if you don't have if you're not on a complete flat surface, that stairway coming out will push the ship over. That could be an issue. Stanton Gateway. That could be an issue in the future. Does this thing even need to have all that power? It is also really thin, so you don't have to wait for the doors to open all the way. It does have really good straight line acceleration. Almost as good as the Avenger Titan. What is the top speed on this thing? 1230? That's decent. I think the Avenger is like almost 1400. Alright, okay, so where are we going with this game? Yeah, for some reason it wants me to go where the hell that is. All right. Burke's testing the Aurora Mark II. Let me guess, he falls out of the goddamn ship.
Let's test it. It's pretty good. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... I suspected that would be a thing in Star Citizen.
Oh, there's no way!
Just...
I spoke too soon.
Just, it never... CIG cannot seem to stop the player character from clipping through crap. It's just one of those things that happens from patch to patch where the players figure out how to clip through garbage. Ships, planets. Apparently the studio director at DICE got laid off. Studio art director. I guess those Saudis and Kushner decided that they're just gonna gut the company for all it's worth. Alright, so here we are. Where's our mission? Oh no. I don't see markers anywhere. Where's a Cuddy Black? Alright, so they did not tell me what size cargo box I should be dealing with when I came to this thing. I came out here with a ship that has a cargo module on the back of it. It didn't tell me how much cargo I had to retrieve. I kind of knew what I was going to get into here, because I've done this mission before. That's good enough. So we have 6 SCU to deal with. And I guarantee we're going to pop the boat back as open. It's going to be like an 8 SCU crate staring at us. That's even worse. Okay. Thanks, Star Citizen. Fuck you too. I'm gonna pull your guns off because, you know, I can. Oh, god damn it, Star Citizen. Fly all this way out and mission doesn't even spawn any cargo. Man. I was expecting to have, like, boxes that the ship couldn't fit, like, for this mission. Because they didn't tell me what size boxes. And the reason why they didn't tell me what size boxes were going to spawn, because no boxes were going to spawn. Vertigo, it was, like, foreshadowing. But they really need to tell the player what size box are you going to be dealing with. Or what selection of boxes, like, up to 8 SCU, like... That way you know what kind of ship to bring. But yeah, this mission just fucked up. There is no anything else in there. Let's see here. That's unfortunate. So that's 95 gigameters. Oh my god, that's the opposite side of Nyx. Yeah, no, we're not doing that mission. Absolutely not. That can go fuck itself. Where's this one? Nah, that's no, that's way too far for us as well. So that's basically how I'm gonna deal with these missions, is if I'm over 90 gigameters from, if I'm over 60 gigameters from something, I'm just gonna cancel the mission. I don't know if I'm gonna get hit like really bad negative rep wise. $72 gigameters, like, I think it's based on the distance to like the endpoint or something. Recover Vandal tech, recover Vandal corpses. How about some Vandal bullshit? Or like... Oh, here we go. This one's actually, like, doable.
You got all the details and you know play it smart and come home safe here.
Yeah, here. Weapons free, y'all.
Water drive is now on.
All right, so yeah, so we're on our way.
Water fuel is at 50%.
All right. We'll see how this thing works in like PV content. Trying to think if there's any ship with like size 2 Starbucks on there. I mean, there's size 2 cannons on my F8s that I could rob off. Is there any other MR? It's got bulldogs. Ellen's got bulldogs. CL, bulldogs. I swear to God, some of the Auroras had like, yeah. I know the Amble Arrow has a couple of yellow jackets, size 1 yellow jackets. And then I have like size 2 tarantulas on the F8C that I can use. I know, Shem Pasta, you can just say shit on this channel if you want to. You don't have to censor yourself. It's fine. That is a freelancer? What the fuck are you doing to me, Star Citizen? This was like... Okay, hold on a second here. This was like a low-paying mission, too. Oh, this is a high-risk. The mission paid 30,000. Not 300,000. How much did this mission pay? What was his offering? Yeah, 44,000, and it's... Fuck you! Absolutely get fucked. 44,000, I have to kill a god. That's like starter entry-level fucking ships. There I go thinking that... You know, I could take on... Oh, it's only 44,000. That's like entry-level ship like payment. Wonder if I can get them to fly into the asteroids. Because Star says an AI sucks with flying. But yeah, I should not be having to kill, like, a Valkyrie, a Freelancer. I mean, the Arrow makes sense. The Vanguard doesn't. We'll reduce power to, like, engines to give ourselves a little bit more.
Shields damaged.
Oh, please fly into the asteroid. Yeah, this thing is not going to be able to kill this. Great. Yeah, my shield went down and instantly red on the nose. Okay, so yeah, don't do bounty missions in, like, Nyx, because they're just all sorts of messed up. Think I can fit through that? I can fit through that. Bro, you gotta switch over to nav SCM mode if you want to fight me. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna be able to, like, take on, like, a Vanguard with the shields up. 4 size 2s is just not enough. Not with other stuff like out here as well. Yeah, I can't take on all this. Not on this thing. This is not a starter mission. For how little this mission's paying, like it should hey, fuck you, Moby Glass. For how little this mission is paying, yeah, high risk, large multiple. How little this mission pays, it should have been like a less risky mission. But apparently, like 44,000. Maybe CIG is just nerfing NPC bounty missions, because people keep like running them constantly. Oh well. Hey, we have a banana. I like bananas. Sorry, we're gonna abandon that one. We can't do that in that ship.
Water fuel is at 25%.
Vandal Blade, one MG script. Yeah, here's like this thing. Pressure Tight Renegade. Save ship, no. We repaired.
Rather have you drop a bounty than do a half-assed job.
Bro, I couldn't fucking even complete that brownie if I tried. Like, four size 2s is not enough to even get through, like, the Aurora shields, it feels like. Let's get a repair and refuel here. So yeah, with this loadout, the only thing it's really good for is like... it's just doing hauling missions. In the next system, this thing sucks. Well, let me rephrase that. Starter ship sucks. In the next system. There's not a lot of starter missions to do. Besides courier, like starter, like low level, like hauling missions, nah, they don't exist. You're basically just stuck doing courier missions. I've done the Rockbreaker mission on the PTU. That just eats up all my fucking profits. Alright, so where is this fucking thing going? Yeah, we're not. No, absolutely not. We are so not going 90 gigameters. That far. The what mission? Hungula. Which mission are you talking about? The one I just canceled or the Rockbreaker? I canceled that mission now because it was 90 gigameters from me. And that would have taken like 5 minutes to get to the mission travel time, Rockbreaker. So I did Rockbreaker by myself. Last Star Citizen stream, I think it was Thursday. I believe. And it took me like almost 4 hours. I had to get, it was on PTU, so it was a new PTU patch, so I had to get all my stuff hooked up and ready to go. So that took me about a half hour, 45 minutes. I put a golem in the Polaris, set my spawn to the Polaris, traveled to Rockcracker. It took me a while to actually get the mission offered. Flew all the way over there, and I think I managed to do it in one sitting. I died a couple times and I had to respawn at my Polaris, but nobody really came and messed with me, so it was fine. And I was kind of fumbling through it. I had attempted it previously, so I kind of knew what I was doing. And there was one point where I had to Google where I found one of the codes, because I kept walking past the terminal, the code showed up, but about 3-4 hours by myself. Probably could have gone a lot faster if we had, like, more people and we kind of spread people out to, like, get the different power plants and get them tossed up, plugged in, and then had everybody go out and, like, work on getting various other aspects. The AI is pretty underwhelming when it comes to, like, combat in Star Citizen. They basically just stand there and get shot. There's a few times it was a threat, but it was mostly me being a little too aggressive and being out of position and got cornered. And then guy just shot me in the face. But yeah, I don't consider it difficult, extremely difficult. It's more tedious than anything. But yeah, you could probably cut it down substantially if you have more people, 4 to 5 people. Have people kind of like spread out, get the power cores tossed up to you, and then had to get the laser thingies, not the lenses. I think the lenses require, you need 3 lenses, you need 4 chunks of that palladium or whatever the hell it is for the lenses, so you need 12 in total, which you get while you're getting the power cores. So you have people like running around looking for all the palladium you need to make the lenses while you're doing the power core, getting the thing powered up. And then you need the little batteries for the laser itself. So while you're printing the lenses, you have one person you just give all the palladium to print the lenses, and then you guys have like other people go out and do the batteries for the laser itself. I think you have to turn the thing on. So yeah, you probably want to go turn it on the op center first. Which can be done by like 2 or 3 people. You don't need like the entire team to go turn it on. Let's get some water. We're done with our coffee. But yeah, you can start having people spread out after you get the power cores. After you get the station turned on, you can have people spread out and just kind of start doing all the side objectives. And then, of course, you have to make sure you have like a mining ship nearby. But you could probably get it down to 2 hours, if not lower than that. I haven't figured out like a route that's efficient just yet. I'm sure there is probably someone can make a route that's far more efficient in like getting stuff for the power cores and whatnot turned on and whatnot. Pyro jump points. All right. 69 gigameters. That's doable. It wants me to take the pyro jump points. Which is actually kind of like okay. I can live with that. Pyro jump points. Point Bluesky. This one's at 38. It's kind of out that way, so yeah, we could do that.
Take off.
I do like how condensed this ship is for like its landing mode. Yeah, when the wings are folded up, you're actually really thin. You can slide right through the doors. We also have to see like the mission to show up if we're going to accept it. I haven't seen the mission pop up. I don't even know if the mission works. It's like in its own category too. I also have a bunch of like dead saints and whatnot. Scout and scan, they don't pay damn thing. Alright. Is it worth upgrading from the Aurora MR to the Aurora Mark II? Yeah, sure, it's a better ship. Upgrade mining system's big disappointment. Took all skill and thinking about a solo mining. As Terranite, Quantum Miner, and Cellin, I was happy to see Cellin keep those 2 resources, but only there were about 1/4 of the ores than before. I was unable to break rocks bigger than 5 SU. That means picking up on purple outline rocks, no breaking rocks, just extracting. We're in 4.6. I would spend 15 to 30 minutes filling up a Terranite. I was almost full, and then going for Quant. 4.7 made me spend 1.4 hours. I found a non-purple rock I could actually break. Even then, it was only 3.8 SU, only half full. Not fun. That's why you have a mole instead of a prospector. I'm a working person that loves spending 1 hour having to relax, 1 to 2 mining trips. The pressure of how much time I have left until I have to leave because of the Quantanium, now I can't even mind that. Because quantities are so low, the timer will run out before you even get to 1.8 SU. Which you need to even get 1 SCO. I'm still blitzing along mindlessly, halting at Terranite. And only to use 1 brain cell because I only have to extract. Not to mention the inconsistencies, like having like the stats of shale and granite being applied without being visible, even more UI formatting errors, or sometimes having raw in front of sometimes at the back. Of course, it's raw. I just mined it. They took the wording from already existing smelting list. We can't even see our materials since the amount of differences in quality is so high. You end up with 20 mining orders for 1 resource alone, which, yeah, that's one thing that kind of pisses me off. You have to, like, you have 100 to 1,000, and if you go out mining, you can literally have 100 different mining orders for all the different qualities you have to deal with. So, 597 quality, like if you mine iron, for example, 597 quality level iron is different from 598, which is different from 599, which is different from 601, 602, 603, 604, 605, 606, 607, 608. It just goes. It goes and goes and goes. And so I did a little bit of mining on the PTU last I played, and I had like 14 different entries for the, what was it? Oh yeah, it was the rock cracker that I did. I had 14 different entries for 2 different materials I had mined. The torite was, and the other fucking material I can't remember the name of. I think these laser repeaters are more useful for like tearing down. What else do we have here? An M50. I think the M50 is going to die faster. I think maybe. What the fuck is the max range on this goddamn radar? I have 3 power pips in it, and it's like 900 meters. I need to check to see that. Because I don't think 3 power pips is worth it. Yeah, it's like 900 meters or some shit like that. Like 2 power pips feels like it's already 900 meters. Alright, that reduces the amount of DPS I have to deal with dramatically. I can focus on just the prospector. God, fighting prospectors is so boring. It's just this goddamn DPS trade. You don't even have to maneuver. Wait for your ship to your weapons to recharge. I don't know how CIG can fix this. Yeah, it's 1 kilometer. I have 3 power pips right now, and I'm at 1 kilometers. Hold on, let's turn that off. Put an extra power pip into radar. Where do I get an aiming reticle back? 1.2, 1.1, nothing. 1.0. So it's. You're killing me, Star Citizen.
damaged.
But yeah, you're just trading DPS, feeding the guy DPS. You don't even have to maneuver, really. I mean, can't we just bring back really dumb World of Warcraft ideas of like just shoot him in the weak spot for massive damage? That would at least be like interesting. You can Vertigo, don't you know you can aim for the power plant? Yeah, but the system used for that is like really awful. Yeah, 4 power pips for like 900 meters range is it's dumb. I mean, I guess for a light fighter it's fine, but like, come on, give me at least like 1.1 kilometers or something for 4 power pips. I feel that should be my reward for turning off everything. Putting it into my radar.
System critical.
Yeah, now it's starting to overheat. Yeah, we don't need that much power. There. Kind of eyes glazing over. Waiting for this stupid thing to die. I wonder if I can get away with just, like, not fighting the Prospector and just doing the mission objective and just full power to shields. Just part where it's like roll up right next to the objective like this and just oops. Well, good thing I didn't lose the goddamn wing at all. Alright, actually I wanted to check to see what Urkel says about this. Aurora Mark II, default. Caspian, reset that. So what is, so 800 it says. It doesn't really give you an idea. Boop, boop. Yeah. It's 800 meters with like the default power. 978. Okay, so I already hate this UI even more. Okay, I'm trying to like adjust the power and like look at like down here, it's 929 versus what is that, 978? I have to like write this shit down. Uh 978. 1 power pip is 800. Is 829. So the 1 power pip is your most effective because it gives you 829 meters range. What's 2? Let's use 879. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. 928 for 3. I'm gonna say 3 is probably the max you ever want to put into your radar. by default in the Aurora Mark II with the cap spin. The difference between 1 and 2 is so minor, you probably won't even notice it in a combat scenario, but an extra 100 meters would probably be noticeable. Is that 50 meters? Let's see, 2 plus 5, yeah, that's 50 meters. So you get an extra 50 meter range per power pip. Except for when you go from like 2 to 3. Yeah, you do. You get like 49 extra meters, which is kind of like you get ripped off by that 1 extra. But yeah, like putting a bunch of power into your radar doesn't make any goddamn sense if you have the default one. A lot of them have like pretty much the same minimum distance. 845. So, yeah, 80. Is that 80 seconds or sec? I have no idea. So if you're looking at just like minimum distance, like there's a whole bunch of like ones here you can go with, like the surveyor lights. Yeah, counter. That's 2 minimum required for 850. I mean, like, this guy right here, which is 1 power for 845. If you're just looking at minimum distance and you just go like a surveyor or something, or observer, that way it saves you a bunch of power. Or you can go with the Betty. 78. $29. Aim assist range. Minimum. How does that minimum distance even work? Is that like the absolute minimum? Okay, whatever. I guess the maximum distance is like with the current power pip, I suppose. This one with like, yeah, the Abeti with 1 power pip. Why does it say... Huh? This is really fucking weird how like the minimum maximum works. Because the Abeti says it has a minimum aim assist distance of 780 with a max aim assist of 1173. And when you equip it to here with 1 pip and power, it has an assist of 878. How the fuck do these stats work? All right. So what about 2 power pips in this stupid thing? 977. You're already laughing off, yeah. So 2 power pips in this fucking thing, this Abeti, is so much better. And 3 is like, what? 1 kilometer? I mean, I'm still gonna say 2 is probably all you want to put in there. Especially with, like, small ships like light fighters. Alright, where's my ship? Parked it around here somewhere. Disable your goddamn life support and all that happy horse shit.
System critical.
Yeah. Do you not like, If only there was a way to show us, like, temperature, instead of just bitching about our about the temps. Cooling system is at 200 and some odds %. There we go. What's critical? Apparently the coolers I installed into this thing are not enough to run it. They're B grade military shit. I think they were force walls or something. And power plant was a B grade. Wasn't a slipstream. Was a Farrell Cascade. I think it was Polars. Quantum drive doesn't really matter, but it was like a Colossus and default Betty. Yeah, according to this, I could put like 4 power pips or 3 in there. It'll be just fine. But according to the in-game, I barely have it. Oh, there we go. What the fuck? What is going on with this damn ship? And it's like... Its cooling system. Yeah, I turn it down to 2 and it's just like, it spikes like really hard in temperature. Overloaded. Amount of available coolant in use by active systems. Apparently the radar has decided to like, well... I have no idea. Like, it says we're at 209% demand, I guess. And according to Urkel, like, we should not have a lot of problems running this. Now we're at 83% demand. It doesn't really matter. Like this configuration will work. All right. That's good. All right, so we have another mission we want to pick up out here. Track this guy. Crusader No Regret soundtrack. I have no regrets. It's a good soundtrack. It's kind of old though. By the way, what is it? Tony Zervik worked on Crusader to No Regret. He worked on that, the game. He was a programmer. I don't know if what position he was. He may have been lead. I mean, we can always go look at the credits for Crusader, but a lot of people cut their teeth on that game. I think I have a physical copy somewhere of it still. I like the destruction in that game. It was really awkward. It had like almost like tank controls. Because how your character had like sidestep really slowly. You're strafing. It was similar to like Ultima 7, Ultima 8 movement for those who played those games, but I'll almost say like the original Resident Evil, because Resident Evil like recently got a remaster. If you remember like the tank controls from those games, that's kind of how Crusader No Regret No Remorse played. Your strafe was like really slow. You can like rotate. You can rotate in place and jump. Move forward, move back, but your movement was so clunky that it was almost like a puzzle game, not really a combat game. Hi, was CIG sending an email regarding a security breach alert email? They should have. They had a security breach last month. I want to say they alerted everybody. I don't think the security breach was last month, but I remember that people talking about the security breach, and to me, it's just like, yeah, you know, everybody's getting fucking hacked these days. My personal information is just like public knowledge at this rate. I ain't got nothing left to hide. Aren't you guys supposed to have everything, like, encrypted? So if anybody gets access to the files, like, they can't actually do anything? We may not have enough fuel to actually get to the Pyro Gateway. We'll see how it works. You have to fight another goddamn prospector. Oh yeah, we could also, oh, we could, like, dupe the Adore 2s. Well, this was like the customer information on their servers, Gandalf. So, like, I don't know how to describe it, but you think you would have encryption, like on your customer lists. So someone would have to access to the terminal itself to get the decryption. So if someone got access to this customer list on the server, they wouldn't have a decryption key available. That's how a lot of businesses run it. I'm pretty sure there's a server with .exe. Yeah. All right. Oh, it's nice that we didn't have to fight anybody here. Oh, hey, Pyro Gateway's just like right there. Ever turn off a radio tower before? No. Never done that. I mean, in Star Citizen, it's not a real life. It's true. All right, here we go. Trying to think of how we're going to do these at door 2s. Equip them to the thing, save them, destroy the ship, claim the insurance on it, spawn it again, pull them off, destroy the ship, claim the insurance on it. Or hell, just like claim the insurance and have them just outside. All right, let's get I'm surprised they still haven't fixed this bug where this goes all cattywampus. Also, another problem with this thing, I just realized, because I always turn off my engines, so I don't think I have to worry about it. But with this ladder kicking out like this, if you leave your engines on, you could potentially kick the ship in such a way that you can't get back into it. Not without, like, help. If you're in gravity. say you're going down to Pyro or something, one of the planets down there, land this thing on a hill or something, or in like a little ditch. You open the ladder with the engine still on, the ladder pops out, hits the ground, and forces the ship to begin, flings the ship on its side. And if you're dumb enough to get out of the ship at that point, like, you're not getting back in, maybe. That could be a huge problem. Unfortunately, we don't have any planets in the Nyx system to try out, by theory here. Of course, at that point, you should pretty much be aware. Right? Then we got Red Wind. Do we have like a completely separate reputation for Red Wind in like Pyro? Hawkrow, FTL Courier, Hawkrow, Red Wind. Yeah, this one was just garbage. Hawkrow. Yeah, I'm neutral. It's gonna take a while to like actually grind up Hawkrow. Government form advocacy agents dissatisfied with the corrupt Messer regime. Investigation firm has built a reputation around refusing to back down no matter where the case leads. Tackling everything from corrupt government officials to powerful criminal syndicates. Croshaw system. Paul McWaters, commissioner. Alright. I tried this, but it didn't work. This easy cargo recovery for Red Wind. Alright, let's head back to Levski, see if we can do something with these stupid guns. See what we've got for size 2 guns. Maybe we just use the neutron repeaters or some shit. Neutron cannons. NB-28s, M4As. Well, actually, M4As are 1,000 now. And N14s are 1,400. Yeah, they definitely have a lot better DPS. At doors, what else we got? Attrition 2s. Yeah, because these only have 167 sustained DPS. Probably a lot lower. Turret circle facilities. Yeah, they do. Where is the NN14? So 1,400 meters per second. Yeah, if I have a bunch of NN14s, it's 378, which is... But it's 90 ammo, which is 36 seconds of continuous fire. Can I buy the NN14s anywhere? Nyx shops. Yes, you can. So if we could just upgrade to NN14s, that'd be great. Alright, I don't know where Levski is. We'll head over there and... Wait, where is Levski? Where? What the fuck is with the goddamn... Looks like they still haven't fixed the... You have to click multiple times to, like, set a quantum destination. There we go. Turn on. Just happy the map loads, I know, right? It's been forever since I listened to the soundtrack. Hey, Real Exodus. Just dropping by. Yeah, we've been streaming a lot of Star Citizen over the years. All right. And we're still planning on streaming more. We're also doing Death Stranding. We've been enjoying the Death Stranding stuff. Enjoying 4.7? It's all right. When it released yesterday, I wasn't streaming yesterday, so I didn't bother playing. When the patch released yesterday, there was a bunch of people who had problems like getting in to the new patch, so they had to get some hot fixes out and fix that up. I mean, good thing they didn't release the goddamn patch on a Friday, right? Who would do that? Who would release a new patch on a Friday? So at least they had, like, you know, they released it on a Wednesday, so we had Thursday, Friday to fix it. That's mighty Christian of them, to say the least. Hell, I just release every patch on a Monday if possible. Are they? I know, right, Wombats? Are they learning? So a bunch of people were just blocked from actually like playing 4.7 when it released. Unfortunately. Which is, you know, just kind of how Star Citizen works. But we logged in today. We were able to get in, created our character. 3 hours today, this morning. I was talking the entire time. We watched the Aurora, the 2 Aurora Mark II videos they had out. We watched the patch video, and then we talked about patch notes, the roadmap updates, the Aurora Mark I, Mark II, FAQ. I think I said patch notes already. There's more shit to read. I think there's like, what else is there? There's crafting FAQ. There's the rock breaker station FAQ I have to like read up on. We already did the patch notes. We talked about the stupid weight of all the ships in Star Citizen again. Yeah, so we did a lot of, like, 3 hours worth of talking this morning. I'm kind of done talking. As a result. I know. Like, I'm not really looking for, like, specific blueprints right now. So, I'm just gonna keep playing Star Citizen as normal and just doing missions I like, and we'll just get blueprints as we go. If I need something specific, I'll probably, like, try to trade with people that has them. Yeah, it's an MMO. It's... For those, like, you have the P4AR blueprint by default. Yep, this is the Mark II. It's a fine ship. I've been using it this entire time. It is very limited in what you can accomplish with it. It is a starter ship. How is it, like, different from having Aurora? Well, maybe the Mark I Aurora did get gold standard pass, believe it or not. It's the Aurora Mark I is finished. Like, it's up to, like, it has all its components, has all its skins. It's done.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
So there really isn't much to talk about the Aurora. It's like it's just outdated now. It just doesn't really live up to the modern Star Citizen standards. Is it better than the Mark I? Yes. The Mark II is better than the Mark I. I looked at it, I played with it. If you have a Mark I and you're interested about getting a Mark II, get a Mark II. Gameplay-wise, in my advice, is the Mark II is much better than the Mark I. It has better cargo capacity, better weapons, but honestly, the firepower of the Mark II is really garbage. But the Mark I had the exact same problem, had garbage levels of firepower compared to, like, modern Star Citizen. There's been way too much power creep over the years. Oh, look at that bottle breakdancing. Look at that. Whee! Avenger Titan gold standard when? Probably as soon as CIG figures out they can sell a Avenger Titan Mark II. But the Mark II costs more than the old Aurora. No, it doesn't. You can get a Mark II Aurora for the exact same price as the Mark I that was released years ago. But of course, it's war bond. That's when people complain about the price of this fucking thing, the Mark II, they're complaining that it's locked behind a war bond. But even at $50, even at the $50 non-war bond shit. Where is it? Yeah, so you get the starter pack here for $45, which is limited time. This is a good starter pack. Ah, fuck off. Close the ship matrix. Like for like new players. Too bad most new players aren't going to get access to this thing because, you know, who the fuck knows to log in right now? What potential? But yeah, like this thing has a whole bunch of good shit in it. If I had money to spare, I'd buy one for a giveaway, but I don't got any fucking money. I need to pay rent. I'm done kind of spending money on Star Citizen anyways. Lifetime insurance, self-lend hanger, 1,000 UEC, digital download, paints. You get a fucking paint with it. The Star Citizen, you know, Aurora Mark II. This is fine. It's a war bond package, and it's a starter pack for $45. It's decent for what it is. Even at $60, this thing is better than the Pisces. Like, CIG priced the Pisces at $60. This thing is better than the Pisces. Yeah, I mean, like, welcome the tight Tutan. I like it, Wombats. This thing is almost competitive with the Avenger Titan. The one thing the Avenger Titan still does better than most of the other starter ships is the Titan can carry, like, small ground vehicles in the back. Full-size Dragonfly, Nox, Pulse, Greycat PTV, Greycat. I think the Greycat STV fits in the back of the Titan. I'm not entirely sure, but I vaguely remember being able to get the Greycat STV in there. And here we go. We also have the VIP stuff. If you spend $1,000 on Star Citizen, this is nothing. This is a drop in the hat for people who are concierge. $55 gets you the Mark II, a cool skin, both modules. And if you just want the Aurora Mark II in your buyback, here you go, $40, War Bond. And then, of course, you have the standalone ships, $40. Warbond for just the base Aurora. No starter pack, no nothing. Warbond with the 2 modules is $55. Non-Warbond is $45. I don't know how anybody says that this thing is unaffordable. How this thing costs too much. It's $45 for the plebs. The store credit version of the Aurora Mark II is $45 fucking dollars. And of course, it doesn't come with the modules, doesn't come with LTI, doesn't come with anything special in it. But it is the ship, right? It's a starter ship. So just melt your Mark 1, use the money to apply to a Mark 2, or just upgrade. Most Mark 1s were like $35, if I recall correctly. So spend the $5 or dollars, get the Mark 2. I don't even know if they have a pledge. So they may have a special like limited edition like Warbond upgrade that gets you LTI or something. Yeah, if you're not happy about that, just get, just keep your ship. Don't give CIG more money. And I don't let me tell you something, folks. Yeah, this is a standard. So they don't have a Warbond edition upgrade. Let me tell you about something, folks. Life is sometimes like being a pubic hair on the rim of a public toilet. Sometimes, sooner or later, you're bound to get pissed off. So getting mad about the price of spaceships in Star Citizen in the year of our Lord 2026 is like not fashionable anymore. You should have been mad about the price of spaceships in Star Citizen back in like 2012 or 2013 when they were offering the Idris for like $1,600. And then the Javelin gets pulled out. Like, here's the Javelin, $3,000 for a fucking spaceship. That was when the time to get mad. The difference between the Mustang Alpha Vindicator and the Aurora Mark II is $15. You could buy a Happy Meal at McDonald's for $15 these days. Like there are ships to be mad. There are things to be mad about, right? In Star Citizen, the Aurora Mark II is not that bad, right? The modules are kind of like to me. Like I look at the modules and the modules are like $10 a piece. That's $20 for both modules. And then you realize that the modules will be in the game for in-game credits at some point in the future, and you don't have to buy them. They do enhance the functionality of the ship, right? But they do have, like, Warbond versions. Yeah, I don't think any of the non-Warbond versions have access to any of the modules. So, yeah, that's... Some people look at this as a requirement, an extra $20 on the 45, that's $65. I think it's more of like $45 to get the game and not the ship. I don't get the different versions rather replacing the old ship. CIG needs more money. Real Exodus. That's all it is. CIG needs to keep turning out new ships every year in order to keep funding Star Citizen, because starships are the only thing the payer base will buy. It's a cow that CIG can milk indefinitely, near as they can tell. But there's no end in sight. And so CIG can just keep churning out new ships every year, keeping their game afloat, keeping development going. Yeah, they have to pay their devs. They have to keep the lights on. And so the only thing I really kind of like don't like about this is the modules. But honestly, like, these modules are cheap enough that, I mean, you're taking a $45 ship into like $60 range, and that's the cost of like some new games. And there's starter ships in Star Citizen. It's like $70 just for the goddamn ship and no modules. $60, $70 for a new game isn't that bad, quite honestly. Like, you buy this super special edition right here, this $45 package, gets you LTI, gets you equipment, gets you a skin. You add the 2 modules for $20, takes it up to $65. Whatever, right? That's just kind of how it is in Star Citizen. But honestly, this starter pack here is fine. In fact, this is probably one of the better value starter packs CIG's had in a long time. Even though this armor is something you can get in game like immediately at most places. The fact that you just start with it, you can just immediately equip your character with a bunch of bullshit and then just hop into your ship and fly off is good, in my opinion. Comes with LTI, comes with the ship, comes with the skin. Good value adds. Doesn't come with any of the modules, though, because CIG wants to sell you that for extra. Kind of making old stuff obsolete sounds sad. Yes, it does. But, I mean, I hate having to, like, I don't want to defend CIG here. I just want to understand. What I'm stating here is not me defending a CIG, it's me understanding what they're doing. CIG needs to make money to support development. Whether or not you agree with what they're doing by making certain ships obsolete and then selling just better versions of those ships, that's up to you. People have different red lines when it comes to gaming. People that didn't like the $1,600 Idris or the $3,000 Javelin have just left the building at this point. They're posting about this shit on Twitter and like Bluesky and Reddit, and they're saying just how stupid everybody is for supporting this project. Those people are just not in the project anymore. But yeah, as far as like selling Mark II versions of ships, the Aurora Mark II is not that bad. I mean, the combat module adds an extra shield generator and a couple extra missiles, and there's something to be said about the missile meta and kind of being really obnoxious to deal with. I don't know, Wombats. I'd agree with you, but that's not how CIG makes money. Again, that's not me supporting what CIG's doing. This is just me understanding and just stating the obvious. Is that CIG has to prioritize new money over, like, pleasing, like, old backers. Do I have my helmet on? No, I don't. I should probably put my helmet back on. Because I heard my character gasp as he walked in. Same thing with the Idris kits. Idris upgrade kits. That CIG released years ago. Get 6 of these. That's, you know, the Idris was you're supposed to hunt down, like, stuff in the game to re-equip your capital ships, and the CIG's like, nah, just spend $200, bro. You can buy an Idris kit and get weapons on your Idris. Your Idris P. And then CIG comes out with the Idris T kit that has a torpedo launcher on it. Like, hey, even more money you gotta spend. I don't even know if the TS modules... I haven't even used the TS module while I've been playing. So we'll just throw the TS module on there. Or I can put Omnis on this, too. Because we do have Omnis. What's better, the NN14 or the Omnis? Yeah, so I don't know what CIG's gonna have to, like, people were like, hey, let's sell skins. And, well, skins don't make nearly as much money as selling just, like, whole spaceships. Skins can only be applied to a certain spaceship that people have to purchase. Very few people are buying skins for ships they don't own. Or if ships they melt, right? Unless they really like the ship. I own a skin for a ship I don't own, or even own in game, that I like. It's the Anvil Hurricane. I have a skin for that thing that looks really cool, but I haven't flown Anvil Hurricane in a long time. What are we gonna do here? Weapons. Type filter. We're gonna do size 2s. Boop boop. And then 14 in Omni Skies. Compare selected. So yeah, Dora have better burst DPS. Omni Skies have slightly better. They're pretty similar to the NN14s. The NN14s have lower penetration distance, which is okay. Omni Skies have higher penetration. Penetration radius. Power consumption. NN14s have lower power consumption, which would help out dramatically. Max ammo. They also have higher max ammo. Speeds are 1400 meters per second. The Omnis are 1400 as well. All right. So the NN14s it is. Why do I have just a generic missile rack? What the hell is this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. So the combat module. Let's talk about the combat module on this stupid thing. All of the missile tubes on the combat module are their own rack. So you have 8 individual tubes that count as one size 1 or one size 2 missile rack. Oh geez. Oh, that's delectable. At least they come with dominators. So yeah, it's its own. Wait a minute, I could put a marksman IG missile in there. That's like the anti-ground missile. What the fuck, CIG? Yeah, why? Interesting. Well, that's kind of the problem with Star Citizen Combat Wombats. And the writing's on the wall that a lot of ships are going to become obsolete eventually. And they're going to the Carrack's going to become obsolete with a Carrack Mark II. Do they have missile racks over here? I don't think they do. Because they tried that shit with the Odyssey. Like, the Odyssey was supposed to be a Carrack killer. They were trying to make the Odyssey, like, better than the Carrack. And I'm pretty sure CIG is going to keep pulling that shit out of their ass. The Paladin, basically just a straight upgrade to the Redeemer. They don't even have to do a Mark II version of the ship. They just need to make a ship that's just straight better than the old ships. You know, I'm pretty sure we're going to have a better Retaliator heavy torpedo bomber at some point in the future. And the thing, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know, that's probably going to be a breaking point at some point in the future, this whole Mark II thing, Wombats. People are going to start realizing that their accounts are, like, highly devalued when they start playing. They're going to pull out their Idris. You know, a whale's going to pull out his Idris and then get absolutely just fucking splashed by a Mark II version of the Idris. Is this the, what is this one? The Fortuna? It's the Fortune. The salvage variant. Because, like, the Mark II Aurora is just straight better than the Mark I. In terms of combat and cargo capacity. And or cargo capacity. You have to pick which module you want to be better at. But luckily, you do have the ability to melt and cross-chassis upgrade, but you do lose value on store credits. That's one of the nice things that CIG does give us. Unfortunately, there are some ships that you cannot cross-chassis upgrade to. I don't know, maybe if you have, like, permission from CIG, you could probably use store credit to purchase an Idris, but you're also stuck... You're also stuck waiting in line with the rest of the idiots, right? Trying to buy, like, a Mark II version of the Idris, if CIG decides to do that.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
But for ships that aren't like exclusive, you know, ships that aren't like limited edition or exclusive or something like that, yeah, you could just like melt the ship you already have and just buy the new one. That's what Exodus does. He just constantly has a rotating store credit that he keeps buying like the new ships, playing with it for a little while, and then melting the ship and just having it as buyback. So there is that. If you're several tens of thousands of dollars into Star Citizen, you could just melt some ships and just buy whatever new overpowered piece of shit there is with store credit, assuming CIG keeps that system going into the future. So it's almost a free $0 CCU, almost, but not quite. And honestly, Wombats, if you're, I almost sorry, not sorry to say this. If you're several $1,000s into tens of thousands of dollars into Star Citizen, and you're whining about the cost of like acquiring like a Mark II version of a 600i or something, that's just straight better than the 600. You know, hypothetical situation. CIG releases. I don't even remember what the original cost of 600i was. I have to look it up here. Let's look at the 600i cost. Okay. Pledge was was 475. So CIG War Bond was 335. So you bought the War Bond edition of the 600i for $435, and CIG releases a better version of the 600i for $500. That is a $65 increase. Right, and that's the War Bond. So the store credit version is going to be an extra $50 more, so $650. I just like if you're tens of thousands of dollars into Star Citizen, you probably have the cash flow to support that increase, right? That's like what, $100 extra? You know, almost well. You go from 435 to 500 something, right? There's a lot of whales in this game that have bought a lot of stuff over the years, so a lot of people will justify it. It's like, CIG needs to pay the bills, right? Hey, Danger Hobo. So that's kind of like how I view it. Like, if you spent like tens of thousands of dollars on Star Citizen, you probably have the cash flow or the bank account to continue supporting development if you want to do so. Or you're going to be like Combat Wombats and you're just going to be like, fuck this. I'm done. And I've said this many a times, or said something like this many a times, is the business model is going to turn people off. One of the reasons why, if new people come in here and start asking about Star Citizen, one of the first things I do is I show them Legatus, right? Because that's usually where a lot of the conversations in Star Citizen, Kagatus pack, that's where the conversations go to die. Is the game package that's $48,000, right? Yeah, you spent how much? So that's where a lot of new backers tend to draw the line. If they see that, and I tell them like, well, it's every ship that CIG's ever released, right? Well, just about. And here we have the new neutron cannons. We'll see how these work out for us. And so if that kind of crap pisses you off, like you're not gonna want to stick around. Apples and Anarchy says, I kept the $300 after getting rid of a bunch of my shit. Never been happy about the state of the game. There you go. See? Some people like Star Citizen the way it is. I think Star Citizen can do better.
That's clear. Go ahead and launch.
Hey, is that Estlin?
Take off complete.
Love that, man.
Landing gear raised.
You can definitely afford to like turn that off. Oh yeah, we only got 3 power pips in this thing. We got blue lasers now. Set him $3 to shut him the fuck up. Yeah. Selling UEC, yeah. And people forget about that, too. They forget about the UEC on the website. Voyage Direct is eventually going to come back. Something like that. Anyways, let's see, deliveries. Food supplies to Bluesky. Yeah, that's 48,000. That's not that bad. 40,000. Oh, the paid power. Yeah, the blades. Luckily, CIG ate a ration of shit over the blades, and I'm glad that the community made a big stink over the blades, and they got CIG to pull back on that shit. I wouldn't be nearly as upset if blades were like bundled with like the ships they came with. If they released in game for the exact same time, like, hey, you could buy this special edition of the ship that comes with the blades and the skin and whatnot, you know, value add, but it's in game at the exact same time. Buying UEC is such a terrible idea. Happens in every game. CIG just gets on the ground floor of it. So it sets a floor for like real UEC trades, because people are gonna buy and sell UEC on eBay and shit, whether you like it or not. It happens in every fucking game that has the ability to play or trade currency. And CIG could just like set a floor for that, right? Like people will deal with the developer instead of getting scanned from like eBay and whatnot. People just buy it straight from the developer. But of course, CIG controls the game, so they have like the they have motivation to make the game bullshit in such a way that you're forced to buy stuff from the website. Happened with GTA and shark cards, GTA 5 and shark cards. You just make like the supercars that people really want cost hundreds of millions of credits or hundreds of millions of dollars in game, and it takes months worth of grinding to get one supercar. So you're better off just buying shark cards to get those things. And basically, like, me and Wombats are saying the exact same thing. we both know where this goes. Same with like ship grind. It makes with selling ships on the website, it makes CIG has motivation to make acquiring new ships really difficult. So you have to go to the website to acquire a ship in any reasonable amount of time. And certain ships should be kind of difficult to acquire, but you know, considering how long Star Citizen's been in operation, and if you've been spending $100 a year on Star Citizen for the past 14 years, you almost have enough to buy an Idris if you melted everything in your account with store credit. I think Idrises start around $2,000, so you'd have like $1,400. So just add another $600 and you can buy an Idris. Yeah, honestly, some of those smaller Wicklow ships I don't care about. Right, that's just kind of normal gameplay horseshit. You know, Firebird, the F7C Mark II or whatnot, and the F8C. That stuff doesn't upset me, like, at all. The Idris and the Polaris, that stuff requires a hellacious grind to even have a chance at unlocking. But I really should think those are, you know, I should probably put a power pip into our radar. There we go. All right, let's see if these guns actually work a little better. Oh, Jesus. His shields are going down a lot faster now. Hull is not taking that much damage, though. I have a lot more energy to play with compared to those laser repeaters. Those laser repeaters are power hungry. I don't even have to wait for my weapons to recharge for the neutron cannons. Oh my god, they come back up really fast. You know, I could probably afford to reduce the power to my weapons just a little bit. 56 shots may be enough. I may want to like use like stagger fire or something. Can't remember what the stagger fire keybind is. Yeah, these neutron cannons, so much better. They're a little lower velocity. Ow. The hell was that? That motherfucker just hit me with a rocket. Now this thing has almost no hull hit points. So as soon as your shields go down, you start taking hull damage. It's just like... It's so much better using these neutron cannons. I think I changed it like a long time ago. Let's see here. Turret mode. Do I have... Where is it? Fire mode. There we go. Doesn't really tell you like what fire mode you're in, but I can tell I'm in like stagger fire. This UI is sometimes hard to read. Oh, we can also go into like missile operator mode to like look at the cool animations. Oh, the missile launchers are just deployed permanently. Oh. I was kind of hoping there'd be a cool little animation of the missile launchers like deploying and undeploying, but no, they're just open like that. I mean, that could be a bug too. Hard to say. Oh, these are the NN-14s. These are the neutron cannons. New redesign. Yeah, they've recently... The NN series, the neutron cannons, were like the oldest weapon in the game. I think there's missiles that are older, like some of the new Vanduul shit now. Is like the Arrow missile, the Wrath cannon, the basically the guns on all the old Vanduul ships are probably older than the oldest weapons in the game now. Yeah, so here's the missile launcher. And it still has like the cargo side thingies. So 2 SCU. There you go. I think it looks pretty cool. Yeah, definitely getting rid of those laser repeaters was probably the best idea going forward. Those things suck. All right, let's close this guy up. Life support, hull, armor. Yeah, like the whole front of the ship is red according to my damage display, but my armor's only 96%. So something fucky is going on with how the damage is displayed on this thing. Yeah, look at this. Look at this horse shit. You look at this thing and it's just like, the ship looks like it's ready to die, but no, according to your damage numbers, that's fine. Yep, Wanderer 04, this is the new Aurora. It's fine. I think it's a pretty good ship. We got some neutron cannons on it now, because this thing really is bad with the default weapons. You need to have weapons that have a little bit more oomph to them. In order to accomplish anything with this stupid thing. It does have a lot of missiles on it, though. When you put the combat module on the back. Unfortunately, Bluesky doesn't have any, or the Nix system doesn't have any hauling missions that the Aurora Mark II can do even with the cargo module on it, so get fucked, I guess. You have to do courier missions, and also need to look at getting the, I haven't seen any of the QV stations pop up. I've been kind of keeping my eye out for them. Usually they cost like a hilarious amount of money to unlock. Yeah. Same thing with the other station. There's like 2 QV stations. There's the Vandal Tech Smuggler missions, and then there's the QV Rockcracker dungeon stations. I haven't seen any of those pop up. I do like how the old Mark I version of the Hasmor raft-like cargo. Yeah, that was another thing about the Mark I Aurora. I did like the old Mark I Aurora had all the cargo on the outside. I kind of hoped that CIG would have kept the same for the Mark II. Just all the cargo just kind of clips in and just kind of hangs on the outside. Now they have you do have to admit the drop-down doors are cool looking. Right? But they could have had just like little cutouts in the hull that you just put cargo crates into. But having the drop-down stuff, it does make the ship look, the silhouette of the ship look more consistent. But I would have preferred to have like the boxes just snapped to the outside. Like the old Aurora. But whatever. I mean, it's a minor complaint I have for the Aurora. Would have been hard for the modules? Not really. Not really. I don't think it would have been bad for the modules. CIG could have had a module that had just had a cargo grid on it. Because they can have a module that has a drop-down cargo grid, and then cargo attaches to it. They could have had a module that you snap on that doesn't have a drop-down cargo grid. It's just you snap 6 SCU in a line. And I think the reason why CIG did, well, they could have done it like the same thing with the Intrepid. You could have just had like bespoke with like a line down the center, so you couldn't like put like an 8 SCU box in there or something. There's ways of CIG could do that. I sincerely believe that CIG could have figured out a way to have just like a cargo grid like the Raft on the back of the Aurora, where you could just put 6 SCU boxes, 6 single SCU boxes back there, just having them hanging off, dangling off the back of the ship. No, that's not 55%. That's like 25%. Yeah. Maybe on the Mark III. Yeah. And like I said, it's a very small complaint that like having external cargo would have looked cooler in my opinion, but it's fine. You have cool little drop-down bays that come down, and you can like load cargo into them, and the bays go up into the ship. It looks cool in my opinion. Has that real cool kind of flair to it. Also keeps the cargo protected. People can't steal cargo off your ship. It also just looks cooler. having like moving pieces, having ships that have moving pieces. It's fine. That gives a different feel. We ever gonna get not an Aurora? Are we gonna get a Mustang Mark II? Probably one of these days. Or a truck bed like the Nomad. Yeah, they could have done that. Carved out a top of it. The top of the Aurora Mark II for like a... But would have made unloading a little awkward. Because of you land on landing gear, so you have to make the rear of the ship a little bit lower so you can actually put stuff and take stuff off back there. Having underneath the ship would have been more convenient, I think. It is what it is. Hangar request. Oh, that's right. We're in an extra large hangar, so we sent our spawn point here. I'm kind of worried about the new QV, the rock cracker stuff, because I haven't seen them pop up. Hey, Mac1701! Thanks for that raid. How you doing today, Mac? You doing okay? You do some Star Citizen? We've been playing with the Aurora, the new Mark II, all day. And it's okay for a starter ship. It's not brilliant by any stretch of the imagination. Because it is a starter ship. It's not going to break the game. It's not going to break your bank. It is the continuation of the very unpleasant Mark II for ships that quite a few people don't much care for. We've had more than a few people come in here and complain about it. But as far as the Mark II ships go, it's not the worst. It does have problems with like the default loadout being kind of lame. Refuel. Also, the amount of quantum fuel in this thing, it seems a little low. But it is the Nix system, so maybe that's the problem. You're having to travel like 60 gigameters. We've been doing a little bit of combat and like delivery missions. Nix doesn't have any like low-level cargo missions that you can like really do with like just 2 SCU. Oh, okay, cool, bye. Alright. I have to look to see where the drop-off location for this thing is. Marked drop-off points. Okay, so we have to go up the elevator. It's getting there. Yeah, the Moth. Yeah, I was going to make a video on the Moth, and then I just got distracted by other stuff I was going to... It's one of those things where I probably should have just, like... just pounded the shit out of that Moth video. But now it's a little too late, because CIG's fixed most of the issues that are wrong with it. Oh, well. We got another video coming out. We're not doing that. Shout out to Mac. There we go. Get you a follow. People that raid get a follow. You heading out, prisoner? Okay. Oh, no. But what's happening here? I think prisoner's heading out, I think. Or is it? No, it's Real Exodus. Real Exodus heading out. Sorry, I'm trying to read chat here. Trying to figure out what the hell's happening in my chat. Yeah, so have a good night, Real Exodus. So yeah, we've been playing with the Mark II. The Mark II's fine. People are complaining about the price. Yeah, I bought a Mark I all these years ago. I should get a free one. You can melt it and spend a little extra money and get like the Mark II Hornet or Mark II Aurora. Like there is the right, there is the melt and buyback system that CIG has, so you can always take advantage of that. It's not as bad as like just having to buy the ship from scratch if CIG does a Mark II version, so you can get rid of the ship that you don't like and just buy the ship you do like on the web store. And of course you do have to fight with the war bond system. So you don't get like bonus stuff like you don't get like the lifetime insurance because you can't buy stuff with lifetime insurance because it's war bond only. So you have to use your credit card. Store credit can't be used to purchase war bond stuff. But honestly, they have a really good package, a really good starter pack for $45 that has the Aurora Mark II, has lifetime insurance, has a set of armor you can easily acquire in game, but you just start with it, so you don't have to go buy it. Has 2 skins, the default skin plus another special one I can't remember the name of. And it's all $45. So for like new players, if I had the money, I'd buy it, but I don't have any cash. I gotta pay rent. So that one's gonna go underneath my radar. Yeah, if you upgrade the problem. Okay, so Wonder, here's the problem. The Aurora Mark II is so cheap that there may be no ship you can upgrade from to get LTI, right, with it. So you're gonna have to buy, like, so you can't. So in order to get like the Aurora Mark II, you have to have a ship that's below like $50, or a vehicle below $50. And there's no LTI upgrade for the Aurora Mark II, so you have to buy a Mark II and then you can upgrade from it. I think that's what you were trying to say, but it sounded like to me you were trying to say, well, Vertigo, if you have a ship cheaper than the Aurora with LTI, you can upgrade to the Aurora Mark II. The only problem is the Aurora Mark II is so cheap that the number of vehicles and ships that have LTI at that price range is like the Merlin, maybe the Argo MPUV, maybe like the Rangers. Like, so we're talking like really, really old like LTI tokens from back in the day that people may not have access. Not everybody has access to, because not everybody had that foresight. The better way to view the Aurora Mark II is like it as an LTI token. Very rarely do you see on Star Citizen a starter pack that has LTI. That's almost never seen. I'm trying to think of the last starter pack that had LTI. I want to say like the Pisces. There may have been another one that I missed. The 100i, the Pisces. I think the 100i maybe. Only downside, you have to buy the modules to store for it. Yeah, the modules, that's one of the sour points I have too. It's not a big one because I know CIG is going to put the modules in game in a few months. We're going to skip over this song. LTI is only with the war bond? Yeah. You have to buy new money only, war bond. They don't even have like a 10-year insurance option. Yeah. So let's get out of here. I'm thinking about switching over to a game I want to show off briefly called Wizardrum, because Apogee is actually making games again. I saw one of my YouTuber I follow, CV11, and he showed it off on his YouTube channel recently. And I played the demo, and it's actually a pretty cool game. I kind of wanted to show it off to everybody today. So, MPV Dragonfly, Original Roar, and such. Yeah, there was like... Yeah, it's like 4 viewers. There we go. Just gonna switch over. It's a cool little like cool little like shooter from like a throwback. 10-year insurance, pretty much LTI, yeah. I mean, CSG hasn't even activated like the insurance system, so like So like 10 years is basically like LTI. All right, so here we go. I played 2 hours yesterday, so this is not going to go. I played it for a bit last night when I should have been like working on a thumbnail for my YouTube. But I was just like, I saw this game and I'm just like, oh, that's so cool. That's a little throwback game. All right. So we have changed our, oh God, I have to turn the audio down just a little bit. So this is just the demo. Gameplay, like you have weapon bobbing, weapon sway, gore amount. Let's just turn the gore to max. Auto switch weapons, show score, gameplay time, aim assist strength, camera shake strength, weapon camera shake strength. And you have the video. It's really very, very basic stuff. Oh, field of view, vertical sync, right? Screen flash factor, screen flash colors, lightning, show crosshairs, CTR effects, HUD size. And of course, you have the audio. I'm gonna turn the music down. There we go. Ambient volumes and whatnot. And you have your inputs, mouse sensitivity, gamepad, look smoothing, invert vertical look, invert weapon switch, auto run, gamepad rumble, custom key bindings. It is a really basic game. So we'll do the cleric, and we're gonna play a nightmare.
In the once peaceful realm of Terra Bruma, the ancient seal was shattered, unleashing an untamed surge of darkness upon the land.
They play this very seriously.
Their hearts blackened by chaos, descended upon the unsuspecting.
They don't play it like a joke game.
Pillaging and plundering without mercy. As the darkness crept southward from the treacherous northern mountains, it seeped into the very essence of the land, corrupting the water, the soil, and even the very air itself. Amidst the growing despair, the people of Terra Bruma sent forth a desperate plea, a clarion call that echoed across the realm, reaching the ears of those who could confront the encroaching chaos. The magic wielders of wizardom. Sanctuary and bastion of arcane knowledge. Responding to the urgent summons, Wizardom dispatched his finest spellcasters from every school of magic, united in their resolve to combat the chaos and unravel its source. Yet despite their valiant efforts, none of these emissaries have returned, their fate shrouded in mystery. You, a young and promising magic wielder, stand as one of the last remaining spellcasters of Wizardom.
The last remaining spellcaster.
The outskirts of the desolate town of Grimbrook, once a vibrant hub of commerce and life, now reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory, its streets ravaged by the relentless onslaught of chaos.
All right. Cool little loading screen. Well, there you go. Here is, like, it's just cool little, like, pixels. The soundtrack is also pretty good, too. And you're running around, smacking stuff with a hammer, finding secrets, just like old Apogee games. Of course, I've played this before, so I kind of know there's a secret there. I think it's just a really neat game. Boop, 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 boop. Kind of throwback to the old Apogee gaze. Oh, I should have eat those. I know there's another secret around here somewhere. Got a map. Need a gold key. Very simple. Need a key to continue kind of gameplay. Goblins throwing fireballs at you and shit. Ah, friendly fire. Hey. Then nobody told you friendly fire isn't friendly. Fuck you. This is a demo. This is shareware, basically. Door opens elsewhere. I get that door open. I think there's another secret around here somewhere. You could download this demo off Steam right now if you wanted to. It's got like 2 levels and everything. And yes, gold, unlike like Wolfenstein, like gold actually has a purpose at the end of the game where you can like upgrade your character. I'm eating like the fruits on the bushes to give myself more health. All right, let's see where we're gonna go in here. And you have like little loading zones for like new areas, underground areas. Oh, where'd that other guy go? Oh, eat fire, bitch! It really does remind me of, like, Hexen. And, you know, Return to Castle Wolfenstein. I'm out of fire essence. Shit. You gotta be careful with your ammo. And you have like cool little stuff you find all over the place. And check corpses. Let's continue. Oh, you son of a bitch. They decide to ambush me. This door's open elsewhere. You son of a bitch. Where's the other son of a gun go? Ow. There we go. Should probably use our special ability. Ah, shit. Good thing those sons of bitches are pretty weak. So I forget we actually have spells and stuff and special abilities. We don't have any specials right now. This is on the hardest difficulty, so you take a little bit more damage. Of course, those guys are pretty weak by themselves. Get some magic drink. All right, Mac, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. There we go, another secret. Usually they don't have secrets within secrets. Usually. Yeah. Oh, shit. You have like a shout, like a thum from like... That opens elsewhere. From like Skyrim. You shout people into walls and shit. Oh, and we also have like lore drops as well. Like you can read like, look at that, it's actually diegetic in gamers. The enemy's almost here, the guide The guild's valuables are safe down the cellar. I pushed a few bookshelves around it and blocked the entrance. You need to find somewhere to safe hide them. Of course, we can read the next page. Grimbrook has fallen. First, a twisted, corrupted air weakened the people's mind. Then a horde of orcs and goblins fueled by dark sorcery overran the city. The words must reach wizardom at once. Only through combined efforts of ancients and their mortal champions can the chaos be contained and the universe be saved from its chaotic embrace. Secrets revealed on your map. There we go. Another... Come at me, bro. Okay. There's no secret over there. Looks like we have to go back to where we came from. Fucking rats! You dirty rats. Oh, secret. There we go. Like I grew up with these kind of games. Blake, was it Blake 7? Blake Stone? Blake Stone. Back in my day. So I saw Civi 11 play this game, and I'm like, oh, I gotta talk about this on stream. And yeah, there's nothing in here. Commander Keen, yeah. Boop. Boop the snoot. Ah, we got the Ice Scepter. I knew that secret was there. That's the nice thing about the Ice Scepter is like you can use it to like shatter dudes. Alright, so let's see if there's any more health pots anywhere. We're at that point where we're getting kind of bled out here. Of course, we are playing on the hardest difficulty, so... no, I already ate that. Alright, well, I guess we just continue. But there is a secret in the second level, which is, like, basically, like, straight out of the old Apogee games. There we go. Then, of course, we do have another secret over here, according to the map. All right. Where is our... It's this way somewhere. Right here. Oh, hey, there is some more health pots there. Hello? Yee! They have monster clauses in this game as well. There, all bonus loot found. And it ends like Duke Nukem 3D, where you smash the button.
I've got just the thing for a hero like you.
All right, and you also like even demo your. So the more runs you do, the more upgrades you get. How much money do we have? 4,000. Yeah. We've managed to upgrade all the weapons, and of course we have like repulsion, hellfire, holy nova. You have to find these out in the game world, but you can upgrade them and have like additional charges when you pick up the spell scroll. Of course, you have like Vega Holding, increase the maximum amount of consumables you can hold per type per 2. Increase the max amount of magic orbs you can hold by 5. Those are grenades. Increase the max ammo for each weapon, which would be nice. But I'd have to play a bunch to actually earn enough to actually like get those. Yes, and it gets even better like later on in this level when we get to that secret area. Like I said, the music's actually pretty decent. I don't hate it. And the art style's pretty quaint. I'm trying to think of a way to say that. It's not horrible. Oh, there's a secret there. But it's not like it doesn't hurt my eyes either. So there's that. Unlike, what was that game I was playing a while ago? Teardown. That was one thing I was complaining about in Teardown, like how much it hurt to actually look at the game. There we go. The old wall humping. Where you're looking for secrets and you have to like press the use button all over the walls to see if there's a secret there. It goes down. Oh, I just gotta check the portraits. Right. Oh, and if you like press the use button on the fireplace, it hurts you. Also has a chance to light you on fire. Oh, hey, there we go. Always check the portraits. You never know what you're gonna find. Nope, we got one of the grenades, finally. I should probably rebind that. Okay, here's settings, input, custom. There's just really good. Let's see here. What do we want? Magic orb. There we go. Now we can throw grenades out all willy-nilly. You do have to be careful about the magic orbs because they will do friendly fire damage. Yee. I love the goblins. Yee. There you go. Yee over there. And of course, you can't use those. Once you're up to a certain hit points. Itchy nose. Oh, you son of a bitch. Put a goddamn rat. Always check the portraits, and I knew that switch was there. I've played through this level before. I was looking for, like, I had the map to show all the secrets in the level. I was just like, there's one secret in here in this room it's pointing me to. Where is it? And then I noticed that very conspicuous drape by the entrance there. I'm just like, is that it? We got another secret I knew there was there. Oh, we have a cloak of invisibility. There we go. There. Suck on some fire, buddy. Not enough magic orbs? Okay, that's fine. You could just shatter those guys with, like, the ult, but it saves money. Or it saves mana, not money. Just shatter them with your mace. Ow. I walked into that. Come on, throw your stupid fireball. There we go. I think this would actually be pretty good on, like, I have to look at the, shit. I have to look at the system resources, but yeah, this thing would probably run pretty good on, like, low-end hardware. I'd imagine. There's been a push recently for, like, really, you know, it's nothing. For, like, games that, like, indie games, you know, very nostalgic indie games. Like the good old days. Okay, so we got a key for that. Health is full. Get some gold and some silver. Okay, let's go into this next area. Trying to think of how to describe that. What are you trying to say, Vertigo? What are you even trying to say? Huh? Good old games like the good old days that run like modest requirements, yeah. We should probably use the ice scepter a little more here. Once we're maxed out on ice. Quad core 2.4 gigahertz 64-bit GeForce GTX 460 or equivalent. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the requirements. I swear to God, there's like a hidden area here. Rodrigo, don't slap the face of the king. It's very rude. Probably for hundreds of dollars at a little, if any, perceived visual quality gain. Oh, shit. I don't think Steam Deck would really drive this game that much. Because I've been seeing other games before even Steam Deck was a thing. Oh my god, I thought I killed him. Ow. That was a... GTX is a bit steep for this. It can probably run on integrated graphics, too. Like your Intel graphics card. Oh, hey, look, a switch. Gates to the dungeon have opened. Any bookshelves? I think we need a key for the chest. Health. Yeah. Then this door we can't get into. This way. Oh! Hey, how's it going, guys? I love it. It's so fun. Oh, shit. Fuck you, rat! That was not a very good choice for her to go. By the power of Grayskull. Alright, so we get this switch. And then you can use your thumb. Push those guys to kill them. I want to say there's other stuff in here, maybe. I don't think there is. Not yet, the 980. What was the 980 Ti? I remember that card. Ow! Ow! Oh my god, that hurts. I think we're good in here. Pew pew. All right. Open elsewhere. And then you just destroy all the guys. You freeze them and you blow them up. Love it. All right. What else you guys got for me? I think we're going that way. Plus 5 hit points? Damn. That ain't much at all. All right, let's go into the church. It's probably going to be a... What do I have on there? Deal high frost damage, freezing all enemies in front of the caster. Okay. This may be a trap. I know it's a trap because I've done this before. Repulsion. Oh my god, we're almost dead. Need a treasure key. You think that that gold key would be the treasure key, but it's not. Hey, look at that. We got the loot goblin. Isn't that fun, folks? Look at that. What game was that had the loot goblin that I'm thinking of? Was it Altered Beasts? Oh, man, what game was it? It was an arcade game. Golden Axe. I remember that. Golden Axe back in the day. You'd beat a level and you go to like a bonus stage where you'd be waking, your characters would be sleeping around a campfire, and you'd wake up and you have these goblins running all over the fucking place, and you have to beat the shit out of them. They drop like magic gold and whatnot. But yeah, loot goblins. The Altered Beast. I loved Altered Beast. Just the idea of changing, like, you know, shape-shifting heroes or some shit like that, turning into a fucking wolf and biting people's heads off. That was so cool back in the day. Or a bear. Okay. Oh, fuck you, rat. And again, because I know there's a thing here. The Pickletons are used for getting into the secret level. You have to get 3 of them. Hey, secrets revealed. If there's any secrets up here. Yeah, there's a treasure chest, but we have to come back for those when we get the key. Happens much later. Is that supposed to be Lord British? I don't think so. Where's the picture? It doesn't really look like... What's his Richard Gere? It doesn't really look like him. Could be a throwback to him. Just a generic, so there's a secret over here it shows. I know how to get to that secret. There's a thing that opens up later. Alright, so it's telling me we have to go this way. There's also a secret. That could have gone worse. That could have gone a lot worse. I don't think there's any secrets around here. Nah, there's nothing on the map. Oh, this part of the level. Ugh. Whoop. Scooch in there. Alright. I think there's a secret. Yeah, right there. To come back for it. Ow! Ow, my face! There we go. Look, everybody, BJ Blazkowicz. Oh my god! Almost got be crushed. I know, right? Oh shit, I didn't want to activate that. Oh well. I wanted to activate this guy. Well, we have fire resist. There we go. Is there another guy in here somewhere? I hear him. Yeah, fuck you. Alright, so the next thingamabobber is right there. Access this area. Secret found. I want to say this is the secret. Yeah, this is it. This is what I kind of want to show off. I got into this area last night. I'm like, oh, I have to show everybody because it's so nostalgic. The sound effects for the check pickup, the chest pickups. Oh my god, that's how that shit sounded back in the day. All right, so there is a secret over there somewhere. Yeah. And of course, we got like extra stuff here. They say when the moon hangs low and the shadow grows long, the gold snatcher comes, a creature of greed. It steals shining gold. Lock your vaults, for it knows no lock it cannot open, no chest it cannot open. They are coming. We're to hide down the sewers. God knows if it's safe. Tunnels are dark, and I hear things, whispers. Water sounds wrong. Hope this buys us time. Hope it's not a death trap. Supplies are dwindling. I fear we're not the only ones taking from the stores. The scratching is not normal. They're waiting, waiting. They're getting through the magic fields, just not in great numbers, but they're here. Some say they're teleporting to this whisper of traitors. The barriers are supposed to protect us. What will happen when magic fails? Alright, so... I'm trying to remember where the gold key is. There we go. Ah, you son of a bitch. Well, we know it's in the sewers. Right. A secret within a secret. Hey, another Pickleton. I can't remember where the gold key is. Great. Or the treasure chest, the treasure key. Probably, it could be further on in the level. But now we'll get the access to the bonus level. Okay, so there's nothing here. We'll, get through here. Yep, all enemies vanquished. Lord Scroll, they're coming. We've orders to hide down the sewers. God knows if safe. Tunnels are dark. We've already read that one. Supplies are dwindling. They're getting through the magic fields. They say when the moon hangs low. We've already read that one. They're coming. You got orders to hide in the sewers. Yeah. I don't remember where the treasure key is. Let us get some health. Nope. I think it's here. Yep, here it is. Towards the end of the level. And now we can go back and open all the treasure chests. Yeah, you love the EGHS. God. Like I said, it's so nostalgic for me. Like, this is like my childhood. The crap I was playing when I was a kid. Commander Keen and shit like that. With just screeching speaker sounds for sound effects. That's Fool. Scorched Earth. Duke Nukem 2. Look at that. We're not gonna need that. Now we need to find the rest of the treasure chests, if I can remember where the heck they are. Yeah, not down here. For some reason, like, it has, the music has, like, the outdoor, that's birds singing. Like, why are the birds singing inside? Got one down here. No, that's the EGA treasure chest. Blah, blah, blah. Where are we going? I want to say it's not this way, but it could have one. You'll see a little red dot on the map if there's a treasure chest in the area. It is a really nice bird singing. So we came out of that one. Takes us to this area. So I'm thinking behind this door. I don't think it's here. Bunch of silver coins. Yeah, not here. Fuck that room. Don't want to fuck with the fireballs. Let's see. There's that one. We came through there. That's the future. This way, then. Oh, there's a treasure chest in the chapel. Right here. And we're at 12 out of 13 secrets. Okay, so I see the other red treasure chest. It's right over there. Across from us. And there's another secret somewhere as well. Maybe it's through here? Yes. Right this way. And there's a secret over there. How do I even get over there? Ah, here it is. Totally missed this one. There you go. All secret areas found. The ad-lib sound cards for creative sound blaster cards, more beeps and boops from internal PC speakers, yeah. What was the other really high-end one that Doble's not all? Roland sound system. I think my grandfather was able to buy one of those. I think it was Roland or something. Alright, y'all get to witness the amazing secret level. You remember when Doom released his shareware? Yes, I had the disc from like a PC Gamer magazine. Shareware version of Doom. All right. Oh, hold on. Do I have? Oh, I don't. I don't have like the double damage. The good old bonus levels. Trying to find all the pigs. There you go. Your garden variety share. Yeah, the Roland MT32. It was expensive, and it was like $40. That was $400 back in like 1980 monies. 1980s. I think it was the 1980s. $400 back in the 1980s wasn't a joke. That was like almost a grand. But that was like the best sound card back then. There you go, and that's basically it for the shareware version of Wizardrum. You can play it again and again and again and again if you wanted to. But I just wanted to show that off because I thought it was really cool. Don't know if anyone else agrees with me, but you don't have to agree with me. It's just like it's free. The demo's free on Steam right now, called Wizardrum. You could download the demo if you wanted to. I'll put the link. For those of you who are, like, itching for nostalgia. People get for Wing Commander sounded pretty dang good. Yeah, a Wing Commander, Privateer, I think, had it as well. A bunch of old-ass games had it. Yeah, it's like I said, it was a couple $1,000s. It felt like $400 back then was no joke. My uncle had a paper route back in the 1970s, 1980s, and he saved up enough money to buy like an Apple II, which was like almost like $2,000 back then. I have to the Apple II when it released. Release price. What was the release price of the Apple II? What? Yeah, $1,200, which is equivalent to like $6,900 today, according to the Wikipedia. 48 years ago, 1977. So he bought an Apple II with his paper route money. Of course, he was living with his Heretic type game. It's actually a little bit before Heretic. Maybe like Blackstone, because you can't like fall down. Like, they specifically make it so you can't walk off ledges in Wizardrum. Or when you get onto, like, moving platforms, like, you can't move on the moving platforms. Even this is stuff Unity allows you to do natively. They had to program it so you couldn't drop down to the next tile, or you couldn't move on elevators, because that's just how those old-ass games worked. So, I like I said, I thought Wizardrum was kind of adorable. But thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. Tomorrow we'll be having more Star Citizen. Let's hit refresh here on Twitch and find someone to raid. Everyone's doing Star Citizen, of course, because Star Citizen just had a new update. Ooh, Spazzy McGee's doing some Arc Raiders. We haven't raided Spazzy in a while. Let's send him some love. Thank you, Hellatons. I'll try. I'm gonna go get some dinner. Probably go out for get some fresh air. It's nice, sunny outside. The weather is starting to get warmer, even though I had to put a whole bunch of blankets on my bed last night. But anyways, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. I want to wish you a good evening. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific, for some more Star Citizen, and then we'll have Death Stranding 2 this weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Monday will probably be more Death Stranding. I just want to get through Death Stranding 2, and then we can get back to what is it? We can get back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But have a good night, everybody. Have a good evening. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.